So there's nothing to announce. The trades are done. It's over.
See ya.
Yeah, it was a good show. What a great trade deadline, Jules.
Well done. High five.
All right, we're out of here. See you later. Get some pizza. Let's go. Oh, hi, everyone. Yeah. Yep.
Get used to that.
I know. Here we are, right? So I think we're live everywhere. Make sure we are live at this point.
We are live.
We're live. Excellent. Well, hello, everyone. Let's we'll just start the show. We'll just do a little the announcement. I'll just we'll do Mike and then Julie and then Mike and then Russ and then Dan and then Julie and then me. Doesn't that look good?
Perfect.
All right. I have the puppet that I was going to use for Josh, but he's upstairs. Bring him down later.
Is it a bald puppet?
No, but it is a puppet. All right. Okay, here we go. So let's begin. Smiles, everyone. Hello, Hockey World. How you doing? It's
Monday, March 2nd, 2015.
There you go.
I knew she was there for a reason. I'm Michael Lagello.
I'm Russ Cohen from Sportsology.
That would be Dan Petru. And I am Eklund. And you're watching the
And I'm Julie Robenheimer.
And
He upstaged her.
you're watching the HockeyBuzzCast Trade Deadline Spectacular.
Yeah, we're off to a bang-up start.
Right. We're going to talk to you about all the trades that already happened and try to figure out where the heck Jordan Leopold's going to go. That's going to be the theme of the day, Jordan Leopold. But no, it's all right. We're good. We're good. It was a man, oh man, to start with. I don't even know where to start. I mean, so many trades have happened already, and it's been one of these fascinating deadlines. I think more than ever before. I mean, I think we have to start though because of where we are locally, because I think it's one of the most surprising trades of the trade deadline so far. Yeah. Is the Braden Coburn deal. I think we have to start with that for a second because it happened at 2:30 in the morning. First off, and that's not fair. Okay, just throw that out there. As a blogger, it's just 2:30 in the morning, the night before trade deadline. We're trying to get some sleep. Not fair. But Russ, let me start with you. I mean, Flyers got a lot for Braden Coburn.
They did. They got great value. I think Tampa just got desperate because look, they're not playing the way they want to play right now. Everybody knew they're missing pieces, and defense is one of the pieces. So they had to get somebody. They did. They overpaid, but. You know, I like what Ron Hextall did, and the fact that Ron Hextall may have gone to sleep and gotten woken up by a phone call kind of makes me laugh. So I think the fact that it did happen at 2 o'clock was cool because it reminded me back to my childhood when I would sort of like wake up and look at the newspaper and see who was traded, and it sort of reminded me of that. And in this day and age, that really doesn't happen anymore, but it did happen.
Yeah.
Good, Mike.
I mean, I think Tampa got the veteran defenseman that they wanted, but they paid a heck of a price. I mean, first of all, I like Gudas. I think Gudas is a prototypical Philadelphia Flyers defenseman. I don't think he's anything more than a 5'6", but he's a tough guy. He's a little dirty. He's pretty decent defensively. I like that acquisition, and he's under control for I think another year because he signed a contract recently. But getting a 1 and a 3. For Braden Coburn is great value. I think Ron Hextall did a phenomenal job in that deal.
Yeah, I think Curtis is the modern-day Chris Terrian. That's who I think he is.
Yeah, I'll give you that. I mean, I just didn't. And by the way, Ty Anderson, how you doing?
How's it going?
Very good, very good. We're still waiting on the Boston Bruins, and I want to get to that in a second. But we've heard lots of I mean, Boston's been on one of the more fast. They really have played this thing out in an interesting way so far. They apparently, from what I heard about Boston, and then talk about this now while we're here, is that the Bruins made a deal the other night, and Ty, you were there when all the hubbub was going on at the arena, but there was a team that didn't want them to talk about it yet, that they made the deal with, and that's what I was told. So this happened. This is not the first time this has happened. This is not completely uncommon, but now as we see people coming off the table, who's left, Ty? I mean, it's kind of an interesting one.
Yeah, I mean, McCulloch's off the board now. Jeff Petry's off the board. I mean, it seems like they're going to have to get creative with what they acquire, and if they want to add defensemen, which seems to be their line of thinking here. I was sort of told that it's not going to be anything major. It's going to be some depth here and there. They might get another defenseman to compete with Matt Barkowski. Maybe they get another forward. Who knows? I mean, I just think that, they made their move last night, and I don't think anyone expecting a home run is going to be too thrilled when 3 p.m. rolls around. But that's just what I've been told, and I mean, they do need to add defensemen still, I think. So I think they'll do that. But, I mean, with all these names off the board, I really don't know who else it could be at this point.
Well, I mean, right now, Ty, they're saying that the value, that the asking price for Chris Stewart has dropped precipitously in the last 12 hours. I mean, his name in Boston has been tied for months. I mean, it would seem that if it drops down to a third or a fourth round pick, that might be a fit. Although the salary might be a fit. What do you think of the chances that it happens?
Well, now that they have Connelly, I mean, it's sort of their need for a right winger with a right shot seems to go down just a bit there. I could see Chris Stewart factoring in if perhaps if the Bruins flip Riley Smith as part of a bigger deal. But I mean, he's starting to play well, so you don't know how likely that is. So they have some options here. I think Chris Stewart. I think the price is dropping, which would be a great get if they could get Buffalo to eat half of it or whatever they want to do, and you're not sending too much going the other way. It's a potentially good fit. But now that they have Connelly, I mean, that's a guy they could project to fit up there with Krejci and Lucic, maybe give him that ice time so he can produce, which has always been a problem for him down in Tampa. So we'll have to see there. But I don't know. I don't know what their plans are with Stewart and how Connelly could change that. I mean, they could have a pretty deep right side if they acquire Stewart to go along with Connelly. But sort of you have to weigh out what you need more. It seems that the forwards are kind of shaping into what they are, and I think a more pressing need would be just adding a bit more competition back there on the point. You get really young really quickly back there. One more injury, and you have Zach Trotman or Joe Morrow playing potentially top 4 minutes. And while that's not the worst thing in the world, they're talented players. I'm not sure the Boston Bruins want that right now.
Well, one of the keys for Buffalo, Ak, is that to make moves today is they have all 3 spots. There are 3 contracts that you're allowed to retain salary for. They have all 3 spots remaining. So it deals for guys like Torrey Mitchell or Chris Stewart or Andre Mazzaros, who's making over $4 million a year. I think it's 4.25. They can retain 50% of that, and all those guys are unrestricted free agents, so the cap ramifications would be short term. So you can see probably Buffalo doing that to get either picks or prospects back for any of those players.
I'll tell you the name that I heard a couple times, and this is I want to go to you, Julie, on this one. And this was rumored that night, and then not rumored, and I think this could be a dance going on. Is Cam Atkinson?
Love it.
I think, and as a Bruin, I think he would make some sense. That night I checked into it, and it wasn't happening yet. But what are your thoughts?
Well, it's one of those things where when you look at the injuries that the Bruins have and various positions they need to fill, they love utilizing small forward, speedy defensemen.
Yeah.
Or speedy forwards. And Cam Atkinson certainly fits the bill. He's very familiar, to the Bruins. They saw him a lot when he was at BC. I know he would like it. I know his girlfriend would like it. So
that's all that matters.
Yeah, make it happen. But the interesting part will be, for me at least, is not necessarily if it happens, but if it does happen, what kind of return they get for him.
Yeah.
To me, that's the big question mark.
Yeah, and they can't sign him. They've been trying to. They can't sign him. He wants a lot of money. He is a darting type forward. He's a quick in and out forward.
Well, one of the things too is with Cam is this is a contract year for him, like you said, and he does want a lot of money. But I also feel like he's deserved the money that he's asking for. It's not like he's asking for outrageous money. He's asking money that I think is a fair asking price. And
tough team to negotiate with, though. We saw that already. Johansson.
Absolutely. Very tough team. And one of the things that was really important to him this year was, he felt like last year he I don't want to say he made a name for himself, but, he
established?
Yeah, he had a place for himself on that team. And this summer, he worked really, really hard. And it's one of the things that I noticed right away when I saw him, because I'm always used to seeing him be fast. And last year, I didn't really see him be that fast on the NHL level. And he knew he could kick it up a notch. Well, when I saw him at the beginning of the season in Columbus this year, you could see clearly how much faster he was than everybody else. And when I said something to him, he's like, "Thank you, Julie."
Yeah,
he's
he's
like,
fast.
"I worked really hard this summer on that." You know, he
picked up his
worked
speed.
he worked on his explosiveness. You know, he really trained with a purpose. It wasn't just training. You know how, like, I hate when people say, "Oh, well, what'd you do this summer?" "Oh, well, you know, like, I just worked out." And I'm like, no, specifically, what did you work on?
Yeah.
Because you had to work on something. And for
Right.
him, it was his explosiveness and his strength in his lower body, and it showed. And he's earned the money that he's asking for.
I agree, and I think it's a great fit in Boston. He goes there. It made a lot of sense when you heard it, and the kind of player I kind of expected them to get. Thoughts, Ty?
I mean, Atkinson's a great player. I think he fits in what they want. Like Julie was saying, he's quick, he's fast. He really makes some good decisions. I think when he has the puck on his stick. He's a player, another restricted free agent at the end of the year, much like Brett Connelly. So that's a guy they could want because they do like these guys and they like having them under their control, just based on the fact that they're so tight against the cap, and it gives them a bit more flexibility to do a 1 year, sort of cheaper deal than getting the market. I like Atkinson a lot. He creates a lot of chances, like I said, and I think he could fit in well on that second line with Marchand and Bergeron. That'd be something that you have to acquire him first, but I like him more as a second liner than I do a top liner, with Lucic or Krejci. But I think that's a guy that could be a fill a need for them, and if he can't re-sign in Columbus, that should put his name on the market here because this is where the Blue Jackets would get the best value for him without question.
The thing is, go ahead, Julie.
Well, I was just going to say that with bringing in a player like him, especially, technically he's an injury replacement at this point. But what happens, when everybody comes back? What do you do with him then? And it could just be that they want to use him until the summer, and then potentially trade him again at the draft.
Well, his salary is a little over $1 million, and he is controllable. So that is attractive, an attractive commodity for anybody potentially trading for him. But it doesn't mean that Columbus has to deal him because they can go to arbitration, or they can offer him a short-term bridge deal to see if they want to hold on to him for a couple of years. There's nothing forcing Jarmo Kekalainen's hand here in terms of making the deal. But Boston, with their cap restrictions, Atkinson makes a lot of sense. But there's not a guarantee that Columbus is going to move him.
And Cam could also he could choose to turn down a bridge deal and just take a 1 year deal and kind of gamble on his own talents as well. I saw that with Anders Lee last season, who turned down a bridge deal from the Islanders, took a 1 year deal, said I can prove myself in this league, and now he's going to get paid in the offseason.
Okay, so let's go off this for 1 second because I want to talk about something that's going on right now because I was just talking to somebody via text, and Dion Phaneuf. Let's talk about the Dion Phaneuf thing because this is the Phaneuf trade deadline now, a bit officially.
I would be really excited because I feel like the past couple trade deadlines we really haven't had like a big fish that was still like around on the day. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, and he's a big fish, but he's a big fish. Yeah, he's a big fish. We'll use fish for the word.
Fish.
But yeah, he's definitely a fish. He's out there, and the thing about Dion is like, sorry, getting us from above. I don't know who's making that sound. I will mute you individually. But anyway, now this is the thing about Dion. Right now, there's a big battle going on between the Leafs and the Red Wings in terms of what they want to do here, and it's a real dance. It's not just the Red Wings, but it's mainly just the Red Wings. There's the Ducks are involved, perhaps, but only if they do what they'll do for the Red Wings, which is, what I've heard so far is the Red Wings will make this deal if they keep $2 million of his salary. That's a lot of money to keep, but at the same time, I think you have to. If I'm Toronto, I keep that $2 million and I get rid of Dion Phaneuf.
No,
I think they have to do it.
No way, Ak. I'm telling you right now, it would be the ultimate in stupidity to lock up $2 million in cap room for 6 years because you can't pick and choose the amount of years. It's throughout. So if it's taking a salary back. I've heard the names of Jakob Kindle and Stephen Weiss. Those are shorter-term deals, 2 or 3 years. Stephen Weiss's contract is about $5 million. So if they have to take back Stephen Weiss and retain salary, Dave Nonis is going to be burned in effigy in Maple Leaf Square. No way. You don't do it. And I don't care. And the thing is, it would have to be worth a lot for the Leafs to take back Stephen Weiss's contract, which has 3 years left. You would have to get a prospect and probably a high draft pick to make that worth their while. They don't have to trade him right now. They can trade him in the summer. There's not a gun to the Leafs' head to trade Dion Phaneuf right now.
Mike, if I could jump in, this is like a pivotal moment for this franchise almost. Is it? Like, if you're trading Phaneuf and you're trading Kessel, you can't miss on these. This is something that can really springboard you forward really quickly, or something that could set your franchise back quite a few years. Am I right by saying that?
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, they have to get assets for Phaneuf. It's not simply. I mean, I heard somebody say, they're going to trade Stephen Weiss head up for Dion Phaneuf. I'm like, wait a second here. Wait a second here. It's not that's not happening. The Leafs have to get 2 assets in this deal: a draft pick and a prospect. Detroit is chock full of prospects, as we know, and they have their first-round pick. If they balk at trading their first-round pick, fine. Then you're not getting Dion Phaneuf, because I think Dion Phaneuf is the type of defenseman in their top 4 who would fit and would be pretty effective. But they have to, and if they have to take back Stephen Weiss, I mean, they've proven that Maple Leaf Sports and Entertainment has proven they're going to take back money. They took back Nathan Horton's contract to get rid of David Clarkson, so they'll take back money to facilitate a deal. But they have to have something that's worthwhile to make the deal on top of that.
All right. Here, wait. A couple things here that you hit on. One is, yes, Detroit has a ton of prospects. They love their prospects. You are going to have to give them something amazing in order to get them. And they love their first-round draft picks, so you're going to have to give them something amazing in order to get them. And in my mind, everybody thinks that this is perfect for them, but I also think that they value the chemistry in their locker room. And if, I've never been in the Maple Leafs locker room to know, like, what Dion Phaneuf's attitude issues are.
Yeah.
But if I'm Detroit and I'm, ready to go for the Stanley Cup, do I want that attitude in my locker room? I'm thinking really hard about that. And then on the flip side, what you said about taking money back, yeah, they're taking money back. They don't mind spending the money. The real problem is having it on the cap. And taking Nathan Horton's contract is just money out of their pocket. It's not on the cap because he has the long-term injury. So that's just money. Whereas if you're saying, take a contract back, you're still saying, well, we have to pay them and still have them on the cap space. So it's not a really fair comparison to say, we'll take a contract back, because they're not. They'll pay money in some capacity, but they don't want it on the cap.
This is why I think Detroit is the only team that can actually take Dion Phaneuf, because I think this is the one locker room that will handle Dion Phaneuf.
That will put him in his place.
He's not going to be able to go into that room and be weird.
Grumpy pants.
Like, he's been in Toronto and places before. Canada. He was a bit of an issue. But
he won't get preferential treatment in Detroit.
And
right.
he's not asking to be or he won't be asked to be a leader in Detroit like he was asked to be captain in Toronto.
He'll be asked to do his job.
Right.
Exactly. And I think
it's a big. I mean, Babcock is a hard one to do.
But if I'm the Leafs, I don't walk away without Dylan Larkin or Anthony Mantha.
Oh my God!
Get one of those guys, or I'm not doing the deal. There's no way.
You know what, though, guys? Think of it this way. You've already got a market set for a premier player who is younger and is also a better contract, and that's Evander Kane. So any measurement you're looking at, don't think you're going to get more for Phaneuf than you did for Kane.
Oh, no.
It's just not going to happen.
No.
But I think you're talking like that. I think the ideas out there for some Leafs fans are that they can retain a little bit of salary and get back something significant. That ship sailed years ago. If you're going to move Phaneuf today, you're not getting. You should not, unless there's a GM out there who's hitting the sauce early, getting anything close to what Evander Kane got. It's just not worth it.
But the market's inflated on defensemen, and Phaneuf can still play the position. He still puts up points. He's an attractive guy at that position for a lot of clubs. It doesn't matter about the attitude. Some clubs won't care about that. I think at the end of the day, you still are looking. Let's not diminish Phaneuf as far as what he does on the ice, because you know what? He's not on a great team right now. You give him a better pairing guy. and he will play a little better. He will.
That's
so
for sure.
I think there's a lot of value there.
I had it on the Cranky Hockey Writers show this week with Kevin and Eric Tahashi. We talked about this a lot, and there's a big belief among NHL GMs. They both said that Dion Phaneuf's an incredible 3-4. You know, like if you have him in the put him in a 3-4 spot, you're in great shape. But he's not. He's obviously not a 1-2. I want to throw this out there too. You guys continue the conversation, but I just got a text that Arizona might be buyers on a big name player with a big contract.
Because they can take salary because they have to get
salary on, and they are also in the middle of this retool. And I think that is the little side note of the deadline today. Is normally at this point, you know, we're just looking at teams trying to make themselves better for the playoffs. I think there's so many teams that are out of the playoffs, and there are so many players available. The teams are looking around
for next year.
Yeah, they're saying, okay, why not? If there's so many sellers, so I think, you know, what I've been trying to do is keep track of that, because usually we don't track the players like the teams like Columbus. Columbus could buy somebody.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Columbus could get in. I mean, Columbus already made one trade to pick up salary, but that really was a lateral move. So because they got rid of Horton, so Columbus is in there. You know, what we kind of saw with Philadelphia.
That sounds so derogatory. They got rid of him. Like
yes.
Well, let me just finish.
Yeah, they cast him away.
No.
Let me just respond to what Peter was saying. I mean, we're talking about the value of defensemen in a market where a 1 and a 3 and Radko Gudas go for Braden Coburn. Okay, so right. I'm not, you know, the length of Phaneuf's contract has to be considered, and that will lower the return for the deal. And, you know, again, maybe Toronto takes back a salary because they can afford to. But and to Julie's point, Nathan Horton will be on their cap because the Leafs are not going to be a cap team the next 3 or 4 years. They're not going to get close to the top of the cap because they're rebuilding and they're going to trade a lot of these players. So, you know, he will be on the cap. Long-term injury doesn't factor in, and they might take a Stephen Weiss because they're going to need bodies for the next 2 or 3 years as they are rebuilding. So that works out. But to retain $2 million of salary for 6 years when they expect to be a contending team in 4, 5 years, 4, 5, and 6. That is something that they cannot, and from what has been reported, they will not do. And if that's a deal breaker, then they wait till the summer and they make the deal.
I do agree, and I think that there's no one was more unhappy about the Braden Coburn trade than Holland was. You know, I absolutely agree that trade did mess them up, because they were getting close on this thing, and then suddenly, you know, Coburn gets a first and a third for a player who's just, I mean, he's been good, but he hasn't been anywhere near a first and a third, and he's been hurt a lot of the year. So
yeah, but again, you know what we have to talk about, Ek? He is reliable. He sucks up a lot of minutes.
Yep.
And nowadays in this league, that's valuable, especially going down the stretch. And they're not just minutes. I mean, they're pretty good minutes. I mean, he does have a lot of experience. So, and that is what Tampa needed. So while they did overpay, a lot of teams would want Braden Coburn. I think in this market he got pigeonholed because everybody was still working off of 3 years ago expecting offense. You're not going to get offense, but you're going to get a good skater, a guy who plays a good solid game who's going to give you a lot of minutes.
Now, can we talk to Russ?
Coburn, Bogosian, and Phaneuf, weren't they all in the same draft?
Yes.
No. Yes. Phaneuf was 05.
Phaneuf was, yeah, he was 05.
Okay.
Phaneuf's
so
29.
The trade, because I always think, well, Coburn and Bogosian were often tied together, right?
Mm-hmm.
They were, as prospects for us, they were considered like who's the best. And there was another one in that draft too, right?
I'll check that.
Who was it?
I'll check.
Yeah, there was somebody, but it's interesting that those defensemen right now have become valuable. Bogosian, you know, became valuable. Coburn became valuable, and I agree, Russ, that Coburn has a lot to offer in terms of. This is how I've always seen Braden Coburn. He's a great player when he's not thinking what he's doing.
All in a row, Ryan Suter, Braden Coburn, Dion Phaneuf.
Yeah,
there you go.
Brent Seabrook went 14th as well.
That was a defensive draft, but and Seabrook's probably. Well, not the Suter's the best, but...
And that was 05, right? That was Mike Richards and...
That was 03. It was 03. Phaneuf's 29 years old.
Oh.
Right. So
let's not forget, and I was reminded of this, Kevin Klein went in that draft, too, in the second round. He reminded me of that.
Yeah. Well, look at, if you're talking about Bogosian, Doughty went before him, then Bogosian, then Pietrangelo, then Shen.
Right.
One of those, or two of those four are not like the other.
So it dropped off. It dropped off the cliff at 4, right?
You know, here's the funny thing about that too. at that draft, I had so many people arguing with me about where I had Doughty because he was fat, he doesn't train well, he's not going to be great, and I didn't buy any of it. But there were a lot of people that were killing Doughty in that draft because he was never going to amount to anything because he doesn't train hard. And now look at him. So,
there's the importance of where you finish, because the Maple Leafs finished 7th overall because they won the last game of the regular season on a Boyd Devereaux hat trick, and that moved them down from 5th to 7th, and they had to trade a 2nd and a 3rd round pick to move up 2 spots with, I believe, the New York Islanders.
Correct.
To draft Luke Schenn, who ended up being rushed and probably ended up being hurt by being rushed by the Maple Leafs. So
I'm just updating something on the blog right now, but I just heard that the Islanders have interest in Chris Stewart.
Hey. Oof.
That doesn't make sense. I mean, they already have.
I'm not buying that for a second.
Unless they think Opozo is going to be hurt longer than expected.
Maybe that's the only reason. That's the only reason I could see them. If they add a forward today, it's because Opozo's not coming back soon.
Right.
But with Opozo and Cizikas and hopefully Grabovski coming back at some point, I don't see them adding a top 6 forward. Maybe a bottom 6 forward, someone who's a little bit better than Colin McDonald.
I consider Chris Stewart a top 6 forward.
I think he's a swing forward.
Yeah.
I think he's capable of playing within that role. But I don't see him being in that role consistently throughout an entire season.
Yeah, I agree.
So I think he's
I agree with you.
Good guy for the Islanders. He's a cheap salary. I think the haul wouldn't be that great for him. Matt Bolesky would be a guy the Islanders, I think, would take.
I agree too. I think that would be a good fit.
Yeah.
But I just don't, unless if Opozo's coming back, is on pace to come back, Cizikas is very close, I just don't see them adding a forward. I think if they're going to be quiet today, if they add someone, I think it's going to be a third pairing D-man.
Well, I mean, with how serious is the Grabovski injury? You're talking about 3 forwards now. Cizikas, Opozo, and Grabovski all out. I mean, I like the depth that the Islanders have. I like the kids like Nelson and Lee and Strome, and they've shown
Lee's playing better than Grabovski could ever play right now. Right. So, all
right, the Wild, by the way, guys. Also, keep an eye on the Wild right now. I'm told they're up to something big right now.
Well, they added Sean Bergenheim, and I mean that was a decent move.
Well, they have 2 open roster spots apparently. They sent Villiers to Iowa.
Okay.
Yeah, he cleared through waivers.
Yeah, so they've got 2 open spots right now, and this is the 3rd time I heard Jordan Leopold mentioned with them. I mean, this feels like the trade deadline from like 7 years ago when I say that. But
well, it's so fun. Like it's hard because I equate Jordan Leopold with Minnesota.
Yeah.
So. Like,
and
it just seems natural. Yeah.
They love getting their guys.
Yeah.
Leopold's turning into Mike Sillinger, though. He's in every trade deadline now.
Yeah.
But for different reasons. Great.
And you got to remember the trade from St. Louis to Columbus. I believe St. Louis is retaining significant salary on Leopold, so he's cheaper than his actual. I think it's 50% of his cap.
That's right. Yeah. Who you paid by one of those players paid by 3 teams.
Yeah.
Do you? I didn't mean to interrupt there. You were talking about Grabovski. I'm gonna go make a phone call about the Wild. I'll be back.
Well, I was just saying to Dan. I mean, if Grabovski's out and Opozo is out and Cizikas is out, I mean that's 3 forwards in your 4 lines. I mean, maybe the acquisition of Stewart makes sense if they think that you need more than 12 forwards when you go into the playoffs, and maybe they don't think after the 12 that they have right now and with the injuries that are coming up right now that they're going to need some veteran depth, and he is playing for a contract, so maybe that would be a good fit.
Yeah, Cizikas should be back this week. Opozo is starting to practice, so obviously with the eye surgery, that's a little tricky. Don't know how long that's going to take. Grabovski with concussion, I really can't even consider him right now. So if Opozo's on schedule, I think they'll be okay. But if he's not, then I could see a move like Chris Stewart. I think Bolesky, I would like that move a little bit better. I think it would be cheaper, and I think the upside is really there. But either way, a depth forward could be brought in. But I really think they need to. Snow is evaluating what his doctors are telling him right now, whether or not he's going to be buying today or not.
I'll tell you what. I mean, obviously, I'm not a doctor, and I don't play one on TV. My dad had a detached retina, and he's 80 years old. He doesn't play hockey, but I'll tell you, it's amazing how quickly he did recover from that and start seeing well and even better. I think he'll be back by the end of March. I don't think there's going to be an issue with Okposo. I don't.
Well, I'll tell you who I think the issue might be with, and that's Grabovski, because Grabovski has a history of concussion problems. He's been laid out twice this year.
Yep.
If you remember, he had a couple concussion issues with Toronto. He got laid out by Zdeno Chara a couple times in a game in Boston, and he continued to play. He sort of fought through it, but it did affect him. I mean, that might be the random element here that they think that if Grabovski isn't going to come back 100%, or they want to rush him back.
Well, he's been playing third-line minutes probably for the last 2 or 3 months with the emergence of Anders Lee on the top line. So,
good contract, huh?
Well, hey, it is what it is at this point. Before his first concussion, he was playing good, and it seems like when he got laid out against Scott, he really wasn't the same player. Started coming back a little bit and then got laid out again. So, when he's been healthy, he's been serviceable, and his points aren't there. But, you can knock Grabovski, but in the past years in the third line, I've seen Keith Okoyen, I've seen Marty Reisner. So I'm perfectly fine with Grabovski right now.
Yeah, I understand.
You can always make a call to Alexei Yashin, right? I mean, I think they're still paying him.
He's done at the end of the year, so that's it.
One thing to consider here is don't forget what's going on in Vancouver. There are good rumblings out there of Kassian being available, and maybe even Matthias. And either of those guys could be a nice fit for someone, particularly Kassian, because he can take on a little stability in his contract.
I think the Kassian stuff has gone away. That definitely was the case, but from what I've heard lately, not so much. I mean, I think Kassian. I mean, they threw him back with the Sedins, and he took off again.
I would take off with the Sedins.
If you remember, I said that's what they needed to do because that was when he produced.
Russ, you should be working for them.
and Matthias scored his 16th goal last night, so he's actually been playing well for them. But Ak, unless you have something breaking, I wanted to ask Russ about the Rangers situation because, I think we both talked before that they're probably done. Although there's rumors that they're going to make one more tweaking move for a forward. But I mean, with all the things that moved around in the last 24, 36 hours, are they any better?
They're only marginally better. I mean, here's the funny thing, and it did take a while for me to process it. Obviously, I talked to a lot of people yesterday, and I wrote about it a little bit online. I didn't write any articles. They needed like a fifth or a sixth defenseman, and instead they decided Dan Boyle couldn't play anymore, which I decided that before they signed him. But after the Flyers game, he really looked not only winded, but like even leaving the locker room, he just looked like an old guy, right? So I think they saw that. They didn't like the way the Rangers sort of gave that game away to the Flyers, and they hit the panic button. And I think that's really what happened.
I agree with you, Russ. That was a real telling game for them.
It was, and it shows the flaws.
Losses against bad teams, and they had just lost Kimmo Timonen, and Russ and I spent the night before at a really great concert, which we'll talk about later. But we were talking about this, how the Flyers were going to react to this Kimmo Timonen thing, because they had been basically the players were psyched that he was coming back, and suddenly, he wasn't. And they reacted pretty well, but the Rangers came out really flat. I agree with you.
So here's the thing, though. I mean, we all like Keith Yandle's offense and his puck moving, and he is a great guy. All those things are true. But just a couple of weeks ago when Arizona was in Philly, basically Yandle got called out by Dave Tippett in the press conference for playing lousy defense. He's still a lousy defenseman, but he's better than Dan Boyle. That's the best way.
He's been a lousy defenseman for his entire career defensively.
Right.
I mean, he's an offensive defenseman, and right. when you're 29 years old, I think that's how old he is. You're not, a leopard can't change its spots.
So, the thing is, sorry, Daniel. The Ranger fans have been starved for an offensive defenseman since they lost Leach, and now they feel like, wow, we've got it. Except Leach used to play defense. That's the part they're forgetting.
Yeah, that's a big part. I agree. Now, I'm getting a lot of people asking me, so I'm going to ask about Voynov to Philly. The rumors that are out there that that maybe the Flyers are after Slava Voynov. The Flyers have become like the New Jersey Devils. They've really tightened up their ship there. It's hard to get any information out of them. Hextall has everyone on. No one can talk to anybody type mode. So. You have to be quite. But my research so far, the one thing I got back from somebody is they thought that would be a very, very difficult move to sell to the fan base, and they were afraid of it. But that being said, this is the organization that has done this kind of thing before us. They've gone after guys with criminal records and all sorts of things. I mean, I think
who need to be rehabilitated.
Yeah, they will take somebody on, and Voynov is obviously underpriced right now, and I know LA has to move him.
Well, there were some indications that they wouldn't be able to move him until his legal situation is determined one way or the other.
He's stuck in LA.
Right.
Stuck right now. He can't go anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, one way or the other, he's not going to play. But can they trade him while he's still on a suspension? I mean, I don't know whether that's the case.
No,
if that's not the case, then he's not being moved until probably the draft. When I would think that the legal situation has been either determined. Either he's going to be sent back to Russia and deported, or he is found not guilty. And then he's free to go someplace else, because I don't think the LA Kings want the money from Voynov's contract to re-sign Andres Sekera to a long-term deal, because I don't think they would have given a first-round pick just to have a rent-a-player in Sekera.
Yeah, I mean, I heard very early in this thing that Voynov would never play with the Kings again. That they were done right away. And but here's a question that I have, Julie, for you. Justin Williams. Why in the world would they move Justin Williams?
I have no idea.
His name comes up every trade deadline. It came up last year.
Well, it's one of those things where I think that he just has a lot of value. I mean, he's won, 4 Stanley Cups?
He's got a lot of value to them.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, I wonder if he's got more value. He's one of those players. Is he more valuable to them than anyone?
I think he's more valuable to the team that he's on, whatever team that may be, because I don't think you understand the value of having someone like him on your bench, in the locker room, on the ice.
I understand that really well.
Then if he's on your team,
no, of course, no.
He's one of those guys where his value is more than what he can contribute in statistics.
And he's high, and he's a UFA, and he's going to be able to if he wants to go someplace else, he'll be able to.
Right.
LA will offer money, but he's going to have to take a discount to stay there.
Yeah.
So.
This is strictly asset management.
Right.
That's what it is.
Yeah, but this is the team that didn't buy out. If you were willing to give Mike Richards a shot, because you felt loyalty, Justin Williams is like, you've got to give him a shot.
Well, but is his presence more valuable in the locker room than a third-round pick or a second-round pick? I think that's what the Kings have to determine.
Well, that depends on what you need.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, I don't know what their draft situation looks like and how many picks they have, and maybe they do need more picks. So maybe they do need more prospects. So that's when you have to get into, like we talked about before, asset management, and
they're on a roll right now.
And what they need moving forward.
Yeah.
Here's the thinking, though, too. If they lost Williams, and I don't know exactly what he makes, would that not give him the money to pay for Tyler Toffoli? Maybe they decided.
That's the issue. That's what I was told flat out. It's Toffoli, right. And they're gonna and Matt Barry will join us later when he wakes up in the West Coast there, I'm sure, and talk about this further. But yeah, that's the issue. The issue is Toffoli, right? They have to.
Williams is making 3.65, and if they sign Toffoli to a bridge deal, it's probably going to be in the 3 to 3.5 range.
Right.
So that would be money in, money out. But the question is, can they move him for? I mean, maybe they move him for a couple drafts.
All right, that appears to be coming from you, Dan.
Sorry. I lost sound completely. I don't know if you guys can hear me or not. I lost you completely.
Yeah, you made a really ugly sound too.
I'm gonna log off. I'll be right back, guys.
Got it. Thanks. Sorry about that. I really appreciate all the teams, by the way, stopping all the trades when the show started. All morning. Next year we're gonna start the show at 2:30 in the morning. Julie, so I can't be here then.
I will not. I will be in my bed asleep.
Yeah, 2:30.
She'll come with curlers in her hair. I'd love to see that.
Yeah, I'm sure.
It's true. Right when Ty got on, actually.
I know I would.
I'm going to blame you, Ty, because there was a trade that happened right before you got here.
Yeah, it's definitely my fault. Right when I was ready to go to bed last night, the Bruins made a trade, of course. Only been waiting about 3 months, so that was great. So.
Yeah, I got to tell you something, though. I really like the fact that they got Brett Connelly because every time he comes through town, I interview him. He's a kid who had those shoulder injuries, and now he really does feel like he's found his way in the NHL, and I think the Bruins is the right spot for him. I think he will get a lot more opportunity there than he's been getting in Tampa, and I think he'll put up a lot more points in the future. I really like him again.
And you look at Tampa Bay, I mean, between Kucherov, Callahan, sometimes Tyler Johnson or Steven Stamkos plays the right side too. It's just impossible for him to get top 6 minutes there. So, in Boston he'll get that chance, and I think it's a good move too. And it leaves the Bruins with the 2 picks they have from the Islanders to work in a trade for another guy if they choose to, which does sound like something that they are going to explore today. It's tough to see who's out there and who you believe is worth it for the Boston Bruins. I mean, James Wisniewski is a guy who's on the trade market, and I think that'd be a great pickup, but the price is going to to be high.
At this point, it's got to be a first-round pick, Ty. I mean, Coburn goes for a first, and I heard for all along that's what Columbus wanted. Was the first.
One thing about Wisniewski though, he took a shot off of his foot last night in Pittsburgh, and he's having X-rays today, so that might complicate any potential trade. If that happens, then they just like, and this is to a much lesser extent, but a guy like Corbinian Holzer for the Leafs, who was rumored to be being moved out for a low or mid-round pick. He got concussed last night in the first minute in Washington, so he's going to be off the board. And if Wisniewski has a broken foot, then I don't think any playoff team is going to trade for him. So we'll see.
The other thing about the Bruins, forgetting about draft picks that they have to trade, they still have Malcolm Subban, and there are teams that don't have franchise goalies in their system, and so there's probably a team out there that's still willing to want to take a Malcolm Subban and might be able to give them a defenseman. So I still think that he's the guy, regardless of that game the other day. Look, Bernie Perron's first game was horrible too. He wrote about it in his book, so you can't go by that.
Yeah. From everything I've been told, since for all season long, they don't want to move him yet. They want to maximize the value. They don't believe that it's there yet. I think that might be something entertaining in the summertime, but I think Subban's going to be here for a little bit, just so they can try to. If he's not going to be in their long-term plans, they're going to try to build him up, because I don't think he's at his full value yet, and that's something that I think the Bruins have been pretty honest about, and we'll see where they go from there. But I think that'd be a summertime move. But if he's the chip that gets you a piece that you think puts you over the edge right now, you have to consider it, no doubt.
Well, Ty, I mean, I know that when Julie can answer this as well. I know that there's a goaltender who's in the Bruins system, from North Dakota, who is considered, a very good prospect, and he's what may be contributing to them being willing to trade Subban, because they think he's just as good a prospect as him. Well, what do you know about that goaltending prospect?
Zane McIntyre.
Zane McIntyre, yeah.
He used to be Dean Goffer, changed his name to McIntyre. Pretty cool story if you ever get a chance to read about it. He's a guy. He plays for North Dakota. He's setting school records, it seems, every year. He's a stellar goaltender. He played really well, I thought, in the Frozen Four last year. He's a guy that has a pretty high ceiling, according to everyone I've talked to. They like his style. They like his sort of his poise in net. So there's another guy. He's kind of flown under the radar too. I think a lot of people don't really talk about him when they talk about the Bruins pipeline and who they have in it. And he's a guy that I think when he does arrive, I think it'll probably next year at this point, he's a guy to keep an eye out. And like you said, Mike, that could be a reason why they do trade Malcolm. Because when you look at the two, I mean, Malcolm's the bigger name. He was the first-round pick. He could probably get you a bit more. Teams are a bit more desperate for a goaltender that's, 21 years old and has as much raw potential as Malcolm does. So that's a trade that I think if it's the right move, they will do it. I think if that's a guy that gets you a Jordan Eberle, that's when the Bruins would consider it. But that doesn't seem to be on the table for them right now. And the Bruins would have to clear a bit more of their cap issues before they can entertain the thought of taking on Eberle, unless it's moving out of Marchand or moving on a Lucic, which they don't sound like they want to do, not under Peter Chiarelli anyways.
Well, one name that might get moved today that people didn't expect to be moved, I've heard it in the last couple of days, is Sam Gagner from Arizona. I mean, if Arizona goes through this, complete, they're saying they're retooling, but when you trade Yandle, when you trade Mahalik, when you trade Vermette, and you haven't really brought back anything that's going to help you of significance this year. And obviously, what they're doing is they're bottoming out to get in position to draft either McDavid or Eichel. But unless what X said comes to fruition and they bring on a big contract, I mean, they're essentially tearing it down to the wood. I mean, would a Gagne fit in the Bruins situation?
I mean, he could, but I think that'd have to come back towards, what are their plans with Carl Soderberg? Are they moving Soderberg to get a defenseman? Because if you're doing that, I like the acquisition. I would like the acquisition of Gagne a bit more.
All right, here's something, guys, real quick. The name the Wild are looking at a big name. I was told very big name. The price is extremely high, but they're in on a big name. A lot of people, think the Wild are gonna sort of stick low. They actually have been pretty big the last few trade deadlines. And last year they got Molson, right? The year before that they got Pominville.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, they've always this name is bigger than Molson or Pominville, and yes, is what I was told. So
well, there are no big names left on Buffalo, so we can rule that out.
I wouldn't be shocked if we were talking about Phil Kessel here, actually. But that's but again, the price is high right now. Will prices change over the course of the day?
I think the hunger is there for Toronto to make a big move today, and there are indications over the last hour that the Leafs are asking too much for Phaneuf, and if they can't move Phaneuf now, then that might open up the avenue for moving Kessel if they can get what they perceive as fair value. I mean, Minnesota's got some really good young players, and I think it would take that and draft picks for the Leafs to move them.
Do you know anything about Kessel and Parise? Are they?
Oh yeah, they're boys.
Are they? I mean, they're obviously both Americans. But...
Well, they're both Americans. And again, looks like the Wild are going gopher hunting, wanting another gopher on their roster.
Another gopher.
So, yeah. I mean, I'm almost positive. I could be wrong, but if memory serves me right, they even played together at the U.S. National Team Development Program.
They did. I'm pretty sure they did.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they did too. And I'm pretty sure they were on that 04 team that won World Juniors.
And I also feel that Parise is one of the guys that the Wild listen to. Like I've gotten the impression that Parise is very sharp. He's one of those guys.
He's very smart.
He's one of those guys who eventually could be in management in the NHL type guy, and they would listen to him a lot.
And that would be the perfect scenario for Kessel because he's not going to be asked to be a leader. He's going to be asked to be a member of the team. Parise is the leader, Suter's the leader. And he'd be part of.
And media's not crazy, so they're not going to be knocking down his stall every game.
Right.
That would be a good fit, I think.
Yeah, but again, the return is going to have to be, probably significant, exactly.
They have the young players to make that move, though.
Yes. I mean, I don't know if, I'm not going to throw out names but they do have young guys that are just, starting to reach the cusp of success at the NHL level, and maybe one or two of those guys in a draft pick would probably fit for a deal for Kessel. I mean,
I got to throw this out there. Like someone on Twitter, Chemo Dagger, and another guy said this as well, which I thought was very funny. Is that said the biggest name he could find was Vincent Lecavalier because it does have probably the most letters of any.
Wait! Isn't Chris Katsopoulos available?
Mike Krushelnyski's no longer in the league. Yeah.
Well, to get back to the Wild, I mean, one of the things that I think the Wild is lacking are what I call the in-between players. They've got these high-name players that are, make the money, hopefully get all the goals, get all the points, and then they have young guys who are trying to establish themselves, like Charlie Coyle and Jason Zucker, and but they don't have a lot of those in-between guys. And I think Phil Kessel would be a good in-between guy because he doesn't want to be that leader on the team, but he's definitely more established than a lot of the younger guys and can contribute and does well in that. And that's one of the things that I think is often overlooked when, fans especially are looking at acquiring players for their team and playing armchair GM. And you have to look at the fact that you need to have balance. I mean, I know Brian Burke always used to say, this is just like a symphony, and you need to have tuba players, and it's not the sexy pick, but you need to have them. And it's the same with anything else, and you need to have players like this who are the glue guys, which is also why I think guys like Justin Williams have a lot of value.
Oh, yeah.
Because they bring more value to your bench and to your locker room, maybe than they do necessarily to your stat sheet. And so it's interesting when you have players, and we often talk about the right fit for players, and that means not only on the ice but also off the ice. You know, Phil Kessel hates the media, and that's not even true. Like, he doesn't hate the media, he doesn't like talking. He's not a talker. He's not social. He just wants to do his job and leave him alone, and
I
he'll
think
do
Florida
it.
is a perfect spot for him, honestly. And
There are a lot of options that would be a good spot for
him.
him.
I heard the Florida rumors, but also this is the Islanders are definitely one of the teams talking to the Leafs about Dion Phaneuf. This has been going on for a long time.
Yeah,
but you know,
that would make more sense in one instance here, Ak. They have not re-signed Johnny Boychuk yet, and if he is intent on going to free agency, then that opens up a pretty big hole on the Islanders' defense, because the addition of him and Leddy, is what I think sprung that team from basically fighting for a playoff spot to
right there.
A contender.
I'm going to throw this out there, and I know we're going to talk a lot about Phaneuf today, so I'm trying not to talk too much about Phaneuf, but I honestly don't think there's a better time than right now than today for the Leafs to trade Dion Phaneuf as far as what they're going to get, because they're not going to get more in the summer. This is one of the situations where there's going to be more players available in the summer. We've seen everybody's gone. I know the price is high. I know they're not going to get as much back, but if you're really rebuilding a team, you got to get Dion out of there. You just have to. You can't rebuild a team as long as Dion Phaneuf's there, and it's going to get worse. It's going to become more obvious they've got to get Dion Phaneuf out of there, and less obvious.
You know, here's one thing. I wanted to get back to the Wild for a minute and back up what Julie was saying. You know, the Wild wouldn't be in this position if the Thomas Vanek signing wasn't such a disaster.
True. That never made sense. I mean, I don't understand why. I will never get that signing.
He's a legend, but it's not worked out, and his court case is hurting his play, I'm sure.
The thing is, Russ, I believe when he signed that contract, he was given a no move, so there's probably no way that they could flip him back in a deal someplace else. Yeah, so they're basically stuck with him. But well, I wanted to ask Peter a question, but he apparently goes to place.
No.
But if the Islanders were going to be in on Phaneuf, I would have to think that Griffin Reinhart or one of their top defenseman prospects are going to have to be a part of that. Because, again, if I'm the Leafs and I can't get one of those guys, if I can't get Reinhart or I can't get Ryan Pulock, I'm not making the deal.
If I can jump in for a second on that. I have a very unpopular opinion in Islanders land on Griffin Reinhart. I would drive him to Toronto right now. I have never been this concerned over a first-round pick in a long time.
What's giving you concern?
He can't skate.
Oh, no, his skating has improved a lot.
He's minus 20 in Bridgeport. He looks lost in Bridgeport. That's
Give him time.
Obviously, you want to give it time. Sure, I want to give it time, but Ryan Pulock is 5 inches shorter than him and plays 5 inches taller than him.
They're different players. Like, Pulock is a much tougher, offensive-minded guy. Reinhardt's not an offensive-minded guy, and I think
not at all.
Fans at all. But
he's not physical. If you're 6'5", you got to finish your checks.
Well,
but you have to.
Dan, let me ask a question here. I don't know if I have not heard anything of any serious anything being close in terms of Boychuk signing a deal with the Islanders. I mean, I know they signed Leddy for 7 years at $5.5 million per, and they're going to lose Wisnowski at the end of the year. He's a UFA, and so is Boychuk. So I'm sure there's the willingness there, moving into the new building in Brooklyn, to spend some money on a defenseman. But if they think Boychuk wants to test free agency, wouldn't it make sense, especially if they're making a run this year, they have a chance to go far, to bring in a guy like a Phaneuf who is locked up for $6 million or 6 years and $7 million, rather than roll the dice, and if Boychuk leaves, then they're left without a defenseman.
No, I would. If it took Reinhart a pick and another player to get Phaneuf, I'd be all for that. I absolutely would.
Look, at the end of the day, Wisnowski will be hurt by the playoffs or some point in the playoffs, and that's going to leave a hole for them. It will.
Right, and like I said, Reinhart can still be a good defenseman, and I think his ceiling might be like an Adam Foote kind of player, but I also see a lot of Ty Wishart in him, and that scares the hell out of me.
I know what you're talking. I don't see any Ty Wishart in him. I definitely knew what you were talking about with Wishart, and I wasn't liking that pick either. I like Reinhart. I would say it is going to take him a little time, but he did just come from dominating juniors. You got to give him a little time.
Sure.
Let him get stronger.
All right, guys, I'll be back. Griffin Reinhardt's on the phone. I'm going to go take this call.
Oh, it's going to kill me.
But I think the big misnomer is that Islander fans thought he was going to be this offensive guy, and he's
not. I'm not expecting him. Not at all. I just would love to see him be a little more physical. I still think he can be a
here's
good
the thing: is like you have to understand that for Griffin in juniors, he was huge fish. Not even big, ginormous fish in a little pond. Right. And like Russ was saying, you need to give him time to catch up to the men that he's playing with in the NHL and the AHL for you to see his value. He's still very young. And that is the challenge with guys who are big. We saw it with James Van Riemsdyk. Everybody was like on his case about how big he was and he wasn't using his body. And if you want to talk about it too, we're seeing it with Michael McCarron with Montreal and how people want him to use his body and blah, 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 and all that stuff. You see it with every big prospect. And you have to give them time to get their, I call it man strength. It's one of the reasons why I think the college route is so important, because you have that. And we were talking about the goaltenders. Everybody wants to talk about Malcolm Subban, and he's 21. Well, you know what? Zane's only 22. And in my mind, he's more prepared for the rigors of the NHL because of everything that he's had to face at North Dakota. So, there's all these different things, and that's why, different value and different players are better suited for different routes. And that's why it's challenging when you have a big guy like Griffin who dominated juniors, who kicked complete butt at World Juniors, and you sit there and say, okay, well, now a year later, what's he doing in the AHL? Nothing. Okay, well, give him a chance.
Well, here's the thing.
Time to catch up.
I'm not shipping him out of town for Jeff Petrie, for Petrie. I'm not shipping him out of town for a midline player. I'm saying if you have a chance to win right now with a guy like Dion Phaneuf, that's the kind of package I'm including him in. I'm not throwing him away for nothing for a couple of draft picks. I definitely think he can still be a good defenseman, but if there is someone that can help you make a deep playoff run right now, then I'd be willing to move to make the deal.
The 2012 draft had 7 defensemen in the first 9, and maybe what is going on here is if you look at those 7 defensemen, I mean, Ryan Murray has had injury problems in Columbus.
Right.
Reinhart has spent most of his time in the AHL. Right now, the two most having the highest or most positive track right now are Jacob Trouba, who was picked 9th, and Morgan Riley, who's picked 5th. And they're playing very well as 20-year-olds. Hampus Lindholm, Hampus Lindholm is playing really well with Anaheim. Dumba and Pouliot are on a positive track. So, I think it's too early, like Julie said, too early to make a determination from Griffin Reinhart.
It is. And go ahead. Sorry, Mike.
In a deal, if a potential deal for Phaneuf, that would be a guy that the Leafs would gladly take because they'll give this guy the time to mature, maybe even at the AHL level. There's no need to rush him. But go ahead, Russ.
Well, I was going to say, a lot of times on my XM show when we get like directors of amateur scouting on or GMs, they trumpet a lot of what Julie said, and we talk about that too. And college players build themselves up quicker, and they definitely are stronger when they come to the NHL. They just don't play as many games as junior league guys. But now a lot of junior players are coming in weaker than the college kids, and that's for that reason. And the AHL is much tougher than it used to be, much tougher. And so, you can't just slough it off and say, well, he's not performing in the AHL. It means a lot more than it did 5 years ago. There's a lot of talent in the AHL now. So, like I said, give him 2, 3, 4, even might be 4 more years. Sometimes it's 25 years old. You never know.
Right.
Arizona has claimed Craig Cunningham off of waivers from the Bruins. There was speculation that he was going to probably not get through waivers because when the Boston sent him down yesterday, and they claimed McGinn. I'm not sure if that's Ty McGinn or.
Yeah. It is.
Yeah, okay. So there's a couple moves here, but nothing of earth-shattering nature. Dan, what did you think of the Rangers? And I know I asked Russ this, but I wanted to ask you. What did you think of the Rangers' moves? They moved out Stempniak, they moved out John Moore, they bring in, Carl Klingberg, they bring in Yandle. I think they improved their defense, but there's sort of an all-in quality with them right now. The next 2 or 3 years, they're going to have to win it, or Glenn Sather is mortgage the future.
Yeah, I like Yandle offensively, and I really think they're going to help. It's going to help their power play. But I mean, the Rangers are scoring goals now. I just remember a few years ago watching Yandle in the playoffs.
5 minutes with Larry and just tell him what you want.
And I was just, like, wow, this guy really struggles defensively. And like I said, I really think he is going to help that team. They also needed someone that can move the puck at even strength, and he can definitely do that. I felt the Rangers needed to get a little bit bigger and a little bit quicker, and they definitely got quicker here. So I think they definitely fill some needs here. It's just, you got to have to put him with someone very responsible defensively, and can you hide him in a close game in the playoffs? I'm not too necessarily concerned about him during the regular season, but can you get him to be, hide his minutes a little bit during the playoffs? Although one thing we're not really taking into account here is they also have Henrik Lundqvist. He can cover up some mistakes. So, obviously this is a move to try and win the Stanley Cup this year. Right now, it's a bold statement, and it could come back to haunt them. But I don't dislike the move for either team. I like the assets that the Coyotes got, and I think the Rangers are taking a chance here. And this is also definitely a sign that they feel Dan Boyle, like Russ said, is not the answer for them.
I do think that the Yandle is going to be in there. He's going to be probably in their top 4, and that, like you said, with his defensive liabilities, they may pair him up with a guy like Girardi.
That's who I was thinking.
A guy like Mark Stahl who can cover up and let him freewheel. Plus, you know what? He's going to help on the power play. He's going to have to be part of their power play with him and probably McDonough. I mean, that would make the most sense because, Yandle. I mean, actually, the Arizona Coyotes have one of the best power plays in the league, and they don't have a lot of strength up front. It was all Oliver Ekman-Larsson and Yandle on the point. So, I mean, I think that probably Yandle's on their first power play as well, which makes that power play even more ridiculous. But Ty, right now, if you look at the East, everybody seems to be reacting to the moves that were made. You saw the Rangers make the Yandle deal. I think that the deal for Coburn from Tampa, the trade for Petrie with Montreal, were sort of reactions to that. The Rangers took a step, so now we have to take a step. Detroit hasn't made their move yet. I don't think Eric Cole is really a consequential move. I think he's just a depth move. If they don't do the Phaneuf thing, do you think there's anything else in the hopper, or do you think the Red Wings and Kenny Holland will just stand pat?
I think they'll definitely do something. I mean, Zidlicky's an option for them, as well. I don't think that, Detroit, they probably don't feel as if they have to make a blockbuster just based on who they are as a team and what they can be if and when they're healthy. That's the biggest if for that team. But I think when you look at how they match up against the rest of the East, I like Detroit. I like Detroit a lot, to be honest. So I don't think it's as pressing, but I mean, it's almost as if the Phaneuf move would be nice, but it's not necessary exactly. They can get away, I think, with adding a guy, a cheaper option for sure in Mark Zidlicky. I would actually like it if the Red Wings join the pursuit of Patrick Wierkosh if he's available by Ottawa. I think that'd be a guy that could really fit in there and help their back end for sure. And the price probably wouldn't be out of this world either because the interest seems to be pretty low for a guy that I think is a pretty good player if you give him the minutes. They have some options there, but I don't think they have to hit a home run to compete this year, and I think they sort of realize that.
I mean, Dan, I think Montreal, I mean, they picked up Petrie today, but I think if they have any kind of aspirations of getting as far or farther in the playoffs, they have to get some offense. I don't think they can rely on Carey Price to stand on his head to carry them through to the Stanley Cup. I really think that and they do have the cap room, but
They do.
Last year we saw them make the deal with the Islanders for Vanek. I don't know if they want to go down that road and pay. Even though it was a ridiculously low price. I mean, what has Sebastian Coburn done with in the Islanders organization? I don't think he's had much of an effect. I mean,
nothing. No.
Do you think that Bergevin picks and chooses and gets himself an offensive forward before 3 p.m.?
Yeah, they need something. I don't think Montreal's that far away. I like what they have. I think they need a little more scoring depth. It's nice having Price stand on his head and play have one of the best seasons he's ever had in his career. We can talk about him maybe as an MVP finalist, but you need to take some of that weight off his shoulders. So I definitely think a forward would help there. I actually thought Eric Cole would be a nice fit there. I mean, they could use a little more size, I think. The Canadians have a lot of speed, and they also have a lot of similar forwards, more finesse kind of players. So I thought, besides Pacioretty, so I thought, maybe a little size would be nice there. But also, would Phil Kessel be a good fit there? Now I don't know if the Canadians and the Maple Leafs would ever make a trade together, but he could be a fit there as well. They definitely need one more, veteran bona fide somewhere they can pencil in for some goals. And not have to try and win every game 2-1.
Russ, you have to unmute yourself. Go up to the top.
I think it's me because he was on the phone call, so I muted him.
No. Julie, you were right. You were right to mute him because there was.
I don't know how to unmute him.
No, you can't. He has to unmute himself.
Good then. Russ, unmute yourself. On the top.
Go to the top of the screen.
It's the best he's ever sounded.
There you go.
All right, I'm unmuted.
There we go. That's why I kept going back and forth. I'm trying to figure it out. I'm like, I have no idea.
I wish life worked that way that we could just mute people. But
I think you unmute now and it didn't go. Now it went. Okay.
Yes.
Well, but before we get into it, I wanted to mention on something that Ty said about Detroit, and I completely agree with you in the sense that Detroit loves their development system and they pride themselves. And I think of the 24 guys they have on their roster, 16 of them are their players, where their first NHL contract was theirs. So that doesn't mean that they drafted them. It means they might have traded for them, whether they were still prospects, or signed them as unrestricted or as free agents, like Luke Glendening and Danny DeKeyser. But they pride themselves on having a really great development system. And I'm gonna get this off of you so that you're not staring at yourself, Dan. I'm really sorry. It's my fault.
Okay.
I'm new to this, nonsense over here. I don't normally have to control who's on video and whatnot. But anywho, but that's what Detroit prides himself on. So, everyone's like, oh, they want to make a big splash. Detroit has no desire necessarily to make a big splash because they don't think they need to. They're very confident in what they have, and they want to add missing pieces. So I know that, fans are hot to trot on this Dion Phaneuf, and I'm like, it would be fun if it happens, and I think it would be interesting and all that stuff. But am I counting on it? No. And if I'm Detroit, I don't have to make any deal.
Well, no, but to that point, Julie, the thing is they are loaded up front. I mean, Larkin and Mantha, and with Yurko and Tatar and Nyquist coming in the last couple of years. Defensively, they added DeKeyser as a college free agent, but really, they lost Lidstrom a few years ago. They've never really replaced him. They've tried to make deals for guys like Tyler Myers, and they weren't able to. They're missing that linchpin defenseman. They're missing somebody who can play 20 to 22 minutes a night, and I think they need that guy. Now, maybe it's not Phaneuf, but I think in free agency, maybe they go out.
That's what I'm saying is maybe it's not Phaneuf because maybe the price is too high for Phaneuf.
No, I mean, apparently you're right because a deal hasn't been made yet. And
right now I'm right. I don't know that I'm right in 3 hours, but.
Well, I'll give you credit now and then rip on you later. Okay.
All right.
Go ahead.
Hey, I wanted to mention, if I could, getting back to the Weirkoch thing. He's a kid that has a lot of offensive upside that really hasn't been utilized because there's not a spot for him in Ottawa. So that's something to keep in mind for the Bruins, because just because you don't see big numbers out of Weirkoch, he's not going to get big numbers, but he could get you some numbers. And if he plays in a different role, he'd be a lot more valuable. So I think that's why there's a lot of interest in him right now, because even he was saying he'd be open to a change because I think he feels like he's not been utilized correctly in Ottawa.
Yeah, I think it's a great point, Russ. I think not just Detroit. I think just looking from the Islanders' perspective, if he's available, that's definitely someone you need to kick the tires on. He would definitely fill a role.
Okay, we got something. I would say this. The Leafs have talked to at least 3 teams about Phil Kessel today. Now, whether or not Kessel's going to go today or not, the feeling is the price is incredibly high. The people I talked to say that they want a ton, which is obviously what they're going to do. They have to get a ton for Phil Kessel. And this could be the kind of thing where they're just looking for somebody who's desperate or wants to buy, needs to buy a car because they can't get to work type situation. They're really looking for something important here. But I know Minnesota's one of them. I know Florida's another. I heard Vancouver might be the other. But it sounds like the Canucks are pretty much done for the day for the most part. And we're gonna have little discussions here and there. But I was, it's kind of weird to hear that early that a team's done for the day. But that is a team that I heard is the first that might be done for the day.
I mean, the reports are that Edmonton is done. I mean, they said that after the Petrie deal that they weren't going to make any move. Peter,
wait, wasn't Edmonton done in like November? Come on, give me some wrong.
They were done the opening night of the season.
I also heard the Red Wings had interest in Grossman, but because of the injury thing, that might not be happening now. Hayda is out there too, and I think he will get moved today at some point. And he could be where the Red Wings will get a defenseman today. I was told they were going to get a defenseman at some point. If it's not Dion, it'll be somebody.
Peter, let me ask you. After the big deal, the Evander Kane, Stafford, Myers deal a few weeks ago, the Jets pick up Stempniak in the deal with the Rangers yesterday. Do you think Kevin Cheveldayoff is done, or do you think there's anything more that they may be looking for?
I don't think he's looking for anything, but I think he's listening to lots. The biggest issue, I think, with Chevy right now is he's got this guy named Michael Frolik who doesn't have a contract yet. Now, if last trade deadline is any indication, we found out Mark Stewart was signed the day of, or to an extension the day of the trade deadline. So in that case, there's a probability that we could hear something about Frolik. I think Chevy's okay. He might look to move Paul Postma. Postma is a right-handed defenseman. Lots of Jets fans think he has some upside. We're not sure why he's not getting the ice time. But he could go for something, a depth pick. But I don't think he's really looking to do much more. I think this is the most active he's ever been. And I think he's probably pretty content with what he's done and is probably just sitting back, feet up in the air, saying, let's see what happens now. And I actually commend him for his moves. I think Stempniak, for a prospect that was going nowhere in this organization, is a great move down the stretch drive and into the playoffs should the Jets make it. I think he can contribute. He improves the fourth line immediately. And if and when Perreault comes back and their defenseman Ben Sherratt, I think the Jets are feeling pretty optimistic about what they've got down the stretch.
Yeah, and they got Yuri Tolusti as well. So I mean, he's made some pretty good moves. And if you ask me, paying a 3 and a 5 for Yuri Tolusti or paying what Pittsburgh paid for Daniel Winnick, I think that Tolusti was probably better bang for the buck. Russ, you had something?
Yeah, I was going to say, we had Cheveldayoff on my show maybe 2 weeks ago, and of course we're not talking trade deadline stuff, but when he's talking about his guys, I really get the feeling what Peter said is right. I don't think he's really reaching out to do a lot because I think he knew that the chances of him not making the playoffs existed and the chances of him making the playoffs existed, and he didn't seem like he was going to overextend himself one way or the other, and that was the feeling I got. And based on what they have coming, like Nick Ehlers probably going to be on the team next year. And so when you're that close, when you've got guys that you could still insert for next year and you're this good now, I don't think he's going to upset that very much. And then as far as the Red Wings, I was going to add, because Xavier Ouellette's a guy that I think they're looking to fill that role for minutes, but he's not quite there yet. So if a team is going to make a kind of trade and give him someone, they might put Xavier Ouellet in that deal, who can be a heck of a defenseman. He's just not going to add a lot of offensive numbers, but he does everything else.
Just to follow up on the Jets, I don't know if you guys caught wind of this, but on Saturday, Andrew Ladd came out with a quote about the whole draft and develop model that exists here, and he said, "I don't care about draft and develop. I'm 29. I want to win now." That's the captain. Mm-hmm. That's a shot across the bow for a lot of reasons, but I don't think it was something actually Chevy was unaware of. I don't think last year, if Ladd had said that, Chevy would have responded with another deal after grabbing Toulouse. I think he knew that beforehand and had talked to his veterans, his leadership, and said, I've got to keep these guys happy too, as much as I've got to follow the orders from the owner as well. And I think he stick-handled this very well. Remember, that pick for Toulouse is a 2016 third. And Chevy's sitting with an extra first-round pick in this draft as well, even though it's going to be a low first round, which is essentially a high second round. Giving up a 2013 or 2016 third when you've got an extra first round in this draft, that's a bargain. He played this very well, and I think his vets, as was shown yesterday in the LA game and against St. Louis on Thursday, responded knowing that the guy wants to reward them for their hard work and what they've gone through under a new coach who has been a taskmaster on these guys. And I think this is a nice situation for the Jets.
So you don't think, Peter, that they're going to play the same, or are they playing the same game with Frolik that the Rangers sort of played with Zuccarello, where they threaten to possibly trade him if they don't get him on a more reasonable deal, or do you think they're just going to keep him and not rock the boat and see if they can get him signed before July 1?
I think they're going to try and sign him. I think we're going to find out after the deadline, whether it's today or tomorrow or the next couple of days, that he's signed.
Yeah, I agree.
I think the Zuccarello deal.
I think he's going to be done.
Yeah, I think the Zuccarello deal is kind of in the same framework, and probably looking at around that 4 or 5 years. I bet he gets 5 years. I mean, the real kicker here is Alan Walsh is his agent. So what kind of battle lines are being drawn there? I think we'll get something reasonable, and I don't have a problem with 5 years at $21.5 million for Frolik. I think that's a fair deal for what he brings to a team.
Yeah, you don't need to say anything more about Alan Walsh.
A couple things. We're not. I'm not familiar with them. The couple things. Patrick Dwyer from the Hurricanes is in play. I was told a couple teams have talked to him, talked to Hurricanes about him. They'll probably get moved today. It's actually it could be a sneaky. I've actually gotten good. It could be a sneaky little pickup, and I actually have gotten a lot of good response from people about the Connelly trade in Boston Tie. To people I've talked to, all. I can't tell you how many people have said sneaky good deal. Like, that's basically what they keep saying. One of those really surprising trades, but that they really like. And the other thing I heard is that the Penguins are trying to make a player for player trade. They're trying to pick up a defender for a forward, and they think they could be getting close. And the Islanders are definitely making a deal, but they're really quiet, hard to get anything out of there. But they're definitely making a trade at some point today. And that's so. Those are a couple things. We muted you, Russ, there, so your dog wouldn't change the camera to you all the time when he barked.
I wouldn't be surprised if Washington is done after getting Glenn Cross. They got Gleason as a depth guy, and I saw them play yesterday. Fairly dominant over a pretty bad Toronto team right now. Ovechkin's going great guns.
So you guys got the Polak trade while I was gone?
No.
Our trade light didn't go off.
Okay. I was told Polak was going to St. Louis. Now I don't know whether that's
I don't think
official or not, but I was told that it looked like St. Louis was going to be
getting him back.
Yeah, he's been there. Yeah.
Yeah, he's been there, getting him back. Yeah, but that's it was. I told it was pretty close to being done, if not done. So that's why I thought it was probably announced while I was gone.
Well, that would be surprising with them getting Mahalik on
No,
top.
it will be surprising because it felt the general feeling was that they were done after they got Mahalik. I agree. So we'll see. I'll look into further and see if I can find any confirmation on it. But
plus they have an injury too. Sometimes you find things out of practice, and then all of a sudden you got to get back in the trade deadline stuff because
There's always the danger of overinterpreting, minor transactions that it means something, and take this with a block of salt. But the Leafs claimed Tim Erickson off of waivers from the Blackhawks yesterday. Now, at that point, they had no injuries. Holzer got injured yesterday, but the assumption is that they picked up Erickson, and they've been bringing up a couple defensemen from the AHL, sort of rotating them, give them a little taste of the NHL, and that supposedly was going to continue to be the plan. So the assumption is that they picked up Erickson because they knew they were going to trade a defenseman. Now everybody assumes it's going to be a Phaneuf, but it could be a Polak, it could be a Stefan Robida based on the interest in these veteran players. But we'll see what happens before 3.
Yeah, I think, it did make sense, and the Maple Leafs are going to have to pick up, if they keep moving all these players, they're going to have to pick up something. They're going to have to pick up some players. You're right. I mean, that was what the Erickson thing was, I think.
Yeah, I mean, right. They're gonna need placeholders. I mean, they
nothing going on with Voynov, by the way, to Philly. Absolutely nothing.
Nothing. Yeah. Okay. And but yeah, to your point, Ek, it's like they have an AHL team they want to get into the playoffs. They don't want to call up a bunch of those players and cost their minor league team a playoff spot. So the players that they could get back in deals, you may go right in the lineup, and maybe they end up keeping guys like Ole Jokinen. By the way, it looks like Dave Nonis is trying to assemble the 2008 Florida Panthers, because if he gets Stephen Weiss in a deal for Dion Phaneuf, it'll be Stephen Weiss, Nathan Horton, Ole Jokinen, and David Booth all on the same team. When is Jay
That's all injury team.
You know what? Speaking of Ole Jokinen, I kind of feel bad for the guy. He's been around for so many years, and finally he's on a team that looks like they're gonna do something good in the playoffs, and then he gets traded.
He definitely wasn't happy about being traded.
That
really
stinks.
Also the team, so
he wasn't. It wasn't like he was a big part of their success in Nashville either. But
he wasn't happy because Laviolette moved him to the wing, and he, instead of playing center where he's played his entire NHL career. And he was told that he would be moved, that Toronto would definitely, if anybody was expressing any interest, that Toronto would move him before 3 p.m. But the question is, he's got a $2.5 million salary, and he's played 3 or 4 games for the Leafs and has 1 assist. I don't know whether anybody really wants him, especially at that figure. And if the Leafs have to retain salary, that limits their options if they have to retain salary in a deal for Phaneuf or Joffrey Leopold, whose name we haven't mentioned. I think Leopold is also being shopped, so is Tyler Bozak, and one of those names could go off the board in the next hour or so.
The Hurricanes apparently are retaining 50% of Mikhailek's salary.
The Coyotes are?
Yeah, Coyotes are, sorry. Yeah. I may have missed that while you guys are gone too. Just not sure if that was said.
That's the first I heard of it. But
okay.
Here's something I haven't really thought about until now, and I just sort of looked. Why is San Jose so quiet?
Right.
I feel like they don't know what to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
isn't that a weird state to be in?
They moved James Shepard. There you go. The rebuild has begun.
They just don't know. They don't know what they are. They don't know if they're still a contending team or a team that should probably focus around Pavelski and Couture and Burns and those guys and part way with Marlowe and Thornton. And instead of doing that maybe last year when they should have, they re-signed them. So now they just, I don't know. I feel like they're
Dan. The management and coaching staff of the San Jose Sharks are the only ones who don't know what they are. That team is an underachieving team that will never win with that group, and they should be eviscerated. They should be blown up, but they can't because they can't move Thornton's deal. They can't move Marlowe's deal, and the management was stupid to give them no movement clauses, so they're stuck. And they're not going to move Pavelski. They're not going to move Couture because that would be stupid.
Right. Those are the guys you build around.
Right. So what do? You move James Shepard, you let Antti Niemi walk in free agency, or you move him at the deadline. I mean, unless they can convince in the offseason Thornton and Morrow to say, we're not playing you. You can basically go skate at our practice facility, and you can take your $6 million, and we're not going to play you because we don't want you anymore. Then, and they waived their no-move clause to go someplace else, then what's happening this year is going to happen next year, except it'll be with a different coach and maybe a different general manager, because if they miss the playoffs, I think ownership will fire Doug Wilson and fire Todd McClellan.
I don't know if they're going to fire Doug Wilson. I wouldn't jump the gun on that. He's very well liked there. I think he's, for the lack of a better term, I think he's bulletproof. I do.
Okay.
So what's the difference between the Canucks and the Sharks then?
See,
when you look at those two teams,
I don't think
there's not a lot of difference in points.
I don't agree.
Why is Vancouver hanging on?
I mean, I think Rice. I think you're right about that for a while in the past, but I get the impression that Doug Wilson is very much in trouble for the first time ever, and that is and I definitely it sort of reminds you of Trotz last year in Nashville. Kind of feels like that. Like this is Wilson. Wilson's got to get something done here.
To answer your question, Peter, I think the difference is goaltending. Even with Ryan Miller out, I think that Eddie Lack and even Jakob Markstrom would be an upgrade on Antti Niemi and Alex Stalock. I mean, San Jose, I think, was hurt by the departure of Boyle, but it makes sense because of Boyle's diminishing skills. But the solution of moving Brent Burns back on the blue line as the replacement for that and not going out and making a deal for a defenseman or upgrading in some other way to me was baffling, because I thought their defense was their weak spot last year, and it only got weaker with the move of Burns back to the blue line and Boyle out.
Well, I think the other difference is, too, the Sharks don't have a Jake Virtanen, a Jared McCann. They're lacking a lot of prospects. They are, and Vancouver has got them, and they really did strike gold in the last draft, and that was big for them.
Yeah. And Bo Horvat, is
Horvat's really good.
His rookie year. As we mentioned before, Matthias has got 16 goals. They brought in guys like Bonino and Lyndon Vey who have contributed. I mean, and I know that their defense has had some injuries. Bieksa, I believe, is still out. Edler has had some injury problems this year. And they traded Jason Garrison, but overall, Vancouver has been a better defensive team, and it might be just a reaction to the fact that they have a new coach, and the new coach is infusing some confidence in them after Tortorella destroyed that confidence, so that might be a factor as well. I mean, I think Vancouver's going to make the playoffs, and right now San Jose is just on a downward trend. I don't think they're going to make it unless they do something. Unless they make some sort of earth-shattering move and shake things up.
You know what? I got this text this morning, and for what it's worth, the person I know out there said that they thought that San Jose should go after Phil Kessel, and I could see that. I could see that being something that they would do. That they could use that right about now. This would be the good move. That would be a good move for them. It would be something interesting. I think that would be a great shot. They could give up, So maybe they throw, maybe one of Thornton or Thornton ends up or Marleau ends up in Toronto for, it's only 2 years. It's possible, but I just think of if you're looking for a dark horse, San Jose is one.
Well, and we've mentioned it before on the webcast, about Thornton. I'm not so sure Thornton would waive his no trade or no move to go to Toronto, especially with Toronto going through a rebuild. But he would waive it to play for the team that's been his favorite team, which is Detroit. But I don't know if Detroit is interested in acquiring a Thornton because he's as old as Datsuk. He's a little older than Zetterberg, and they have all these young forwards coming. I mean, Mantha possibly could have made their team this year. And if he didn't get injured, I think it was in training camp, and Larkin is probably a couple of years away, but they have a lot of good young forwards, and I'm not sure if they want to bring in a 35-year-old player who's still really good, but I don't know if he fits into their plans. Maybe if they trade Stephen Weiss to them.
Like, Joe Thornton is Owen Nolan Part 2. That's exactly what that is. And that's got the old Saturday Night Live bad idea Gene skit written all over it.
Oh, he's a lot better than these. No, Thornton still puts up big numbers.
It would be the same problem. It's the same scenario, better player, but it's the same idea. Bring home the Ontario hero, stick him in Toronto, get everyone happy for the end of the season, and then watch the train wreck happen.
Yeah, and you know what, Peter? I believe that, and maybe I'm wrong, and maybe I'm reading the landscape wrong, but I really believe that the Leafs are doing this rebuild to get past that. There is no savior. There is no free agent contract. There is no blockbuster trade that can make the Maple Leafs good. The only thing that can make the Maple Leafs good is developing their own players and building. And I think that's what Mark Hunter, Kyle Dubas, Brendan Shanahan, and maybe Dave Nonis if he survives, which I think is more likely now after the last couple deals that he's made, are going to do. I think they're going to strip it down to, they'll keep, Van Riemsdyk, they'll keep Kadri and Riley and probably Jake Gardner, but the rest are up for sale, and they're going to build with their young kids, and they'll go through 2-3 years of suffering, but in the end, that'll be a team that Leaf fans will love a lot more because it's their own kids and not the cast-offs of other organizations.
Yeah, I think they'll give Nylander a good chance next year, but the problem is, are they going to have the same brain trust still running the draft, or is there going to be a changeover there? Because otherwise, they haven't been the best team, they haven't been the worst, they're actually decent at the draft, but they could be better.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if Dave Morrison is going to survive. I mean, I haven't heard anything that their scouting staff, there's going to be a mass exodus in their scouting staff. I mean, from what everything has been indicated, they've brought in Dubas, who was the GM of Sault Ste. Marie, and Hunter, who's the GM in London, to help the scouting staff to do more scouting and to give other opinions, and they have a good eye for talent. My question is whether Nona stays, but yeah, I mean, I think that they're going to put more emphasis on scouting, obviously, and try to improve the record because, honestly, Russ, the next 2 or 3 years they're going to be picking in the top 5 or top 7 or 8 in the draft, and they're going to have to hit home runs, and that's where teams make a difference. If you hit a home run in the draft with that first pick and with some other picks in the draft, I mean, they're going to be stockpiling picks. They have to hit some home runs with lower round picks as well.
Yeah, they definitely hit a home run with Nylander. They're going to have to do it with other ones. There's no question. I don't think there's a problem with their player development model. I think it's fine, and I think that's getting better, actually. Yeah. So I think you're right. I think ultimately that's what they're looking at. But they still have, to me, they still have to keep Jonathan Bernier because you want him around when they're better because the Leafs have a bad habit of trading goalies, and if they do that again, if they don't trade Reimer, let's say for some reason they traded Bernier, they're going to be back in that same boat all over again.
Yeah, I think they're going to trade Reimer, and they have. I don't think that they're going to rush their prospects. I would be surprised if Nylander makes the team at the beginning of next year. They have a young kid who Connor Brown, who led the Ontario Hockey League in scoring, and he's leading the Marlies in scoring right now. I don't think they're going to rush him, and they're not going to rush the kid that they got from Nashville in the Franzen deal. And Julie, they have some good college prospects like Dominic Toninato at Minnesota Duluth, who's scoring pretty well for the UMD Bulldogs. So I mean, there are some prospects in the Leaf organization that will be coming in the next couple of years, but they're going to need to improve their batting average in the draft.
I think with Brown,
I'm going to throw something out there real quick because I just got this text from a good source that there's a lot of chatter about Dion Phaneuf heading to Calgary.
Oh boy! Welcome
well,
home.
There's a lot of chatter. I don't know if you guys are following it on Twitter, but it's super fun. All of the Calgary beat writers, given what happened yesterday, and the trade that was made and how it was made and players on ice and now you're off the ice and blah blah blah. Well, apparently, people are on the ice with their cell phones and talking to players and then leaving and then coming back.
Yeah.
So it's very interesting if you're following anybody who covers the Calgary Flames on your Twitter, because what they're posting is like super fun and I think they're having as much fun with it.
Well, let's say this: if if he goes to Calgary, then some of the names that will be rumored to come back, first of all, you're not getting Monahan, you're not getting Bennett, you're not getting Goudreau, you're not getting any of those guys. You're probably going to have to take back a salary, which might mean a Matt Stajan or a Mason Raymond or a Dennis Weidman. But I would think if the thing is,
Weidman was the player that was involved in these phone conversations.
I could give you a name that I think they would have interest in, and that's Emile Poirier. Emile Poirier could play in the NHL now. He'll play next year. He's got speed, and he's a real good two-way guy. And I think that's a guy. If the Leafs could pluck him, that's who I think they could get.
And obviously Burke brought Phaneuf to Toronto in 2010, so there is a little symbiotic thing here that he would bring him back to Calgary, and not in a leadership role. He did play with Giordano when they were still in Calgary together. So and I knows him from his Calgary days, so I don't think that would be a problem if Phaneuf went back there. But the one thing about Calgary, they are, I believe, $14 million under the cap, so more than likely the Leafs would not have to retain a penny if they traded him to Calgary, and that might be a very attractive factor in this if it happens.
I think the other funny thing about Calgary is their guys have been in town here, their war room and everything since the Flyers game the other night. And they practiced yesterday at the Class of 23 rink, and the way they sort of portrayed that in the Canadian media was like they were like practicing in a boneyard. They were like, oh, this is like such a bear. It's like, hey, it's the University of Penn rink. It's been around forever. I've skated on it. It's fun.
It's nicer than the Coliseum.
Yeah.
I've been there. It's a fun place to go.
I know. They sort of were ripping on it a little.
And another factor in this, guys, Sorry,
I don't think any of those players have ever seen something like the University of Pennsylvania. That must have been it.
Another factor in this is the possibility that, Mark Giordano went down a couple games ago with an injury. He's been placed on the IR. Yep. If they're active in trying to get Phaneuf, then it might be the case where they think Giordano's injury is more serious, and if they want to stay in the playoff race, this is obviously, if they're bringing back a Phaneuf, it's more than just a short-term thing, it's a long-term thing, but, at least it would be a stopgap to fill the hole for Giordano while he was out and keep them in the playoff race.
Yeah, I thought I saw for Giordano it's like a fractured ankle.
Yeah, if that's the case, then he's out for the season probably.
Yeah, that's what I saw last night. I don't know if that's confirmed, but
the challenge with taking on Phaneuf in Calgary is that's doing things the old way. And right now in Calgary, they're doing things a little differently, albeit the Derek Englund deal is the old way too. I struggle to think that Treliving's going to go that way, even if Burke is trying to get him to. I think Calgary's so far ahead of where they thought they would be that everything right now is gravy. I don't see them taking on the long-term liability of Phaneuf, particularly the way he left the city. There's a couple piano karaoke bars that would be really happy to have him back, but other than that, I don't know if.
No.
Well, okay. Well,
I don't know if that's the strategic move Calgary wants to make, but if you're the Leafs, I put that rumor out there because I want to get people interested.
Right.
And maybe that's all. Maybe that's all this is. But the thing is that if they send back a guy like a Weidman, who actually has had a pretty good year this year, or a Matt Stajan, who I don't understand why they signed him to the extension that they did. Then they're getting rid of a contract. Weidman's only under contract for 2 more years, making over $5 million. Stajan's around 3.1 for another 3 years. So if they consider that a disposable contract and they can get themselves, Phaneuf is in his prime. He's 29 years old. He's still an effective player. I think he's going to be effective for 3 or 4 more years at least. At the end of the contract, it may be a little hairy, but and Burke knows him, then it might work. But
we'll see. You know what? Brian Burke's hair was in much better shape when Phaneuf was around. Ever since Phaneuf's been around, his hair's been a mess.
Yeah,
I mean,
in other news, I don't know if you guys talked about this or not, but Ty McGinn was picked up by the Coyotes. You guys talked about that? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Ty McGinn and Craig Cunningham were the waiver pickups. That's the only maneuvers we've had today, the 2 waiver pickups and 2 deals.
Wow.
Well, that's not today.
That's
just since we started.
Right.
Because 2:30 was today.
This thing
I was asleep.
the batteries
I don't count it.
Yeah, it's supposed to be ours. It's a trade deadline thing, but it's not.
Did you put batteries in it?
Apparently. Yeah, we put batteries.
Well, we're testing it. It's not for real. It's just a test.
This is only a test. Where there's an actual emergency, you're told where to go. But this is not an emergency. There you go. Sorry, that brought the show to a screeching halt. Sorry about that.
I think they feel a lot worse on Sportsnet than we feel, so don't worry about it.
That's a great point.
Yeah, I wrote out a tweet earlier today that I thought that Sportsnet and TSN should each pitch in $1 million to bridge that $2 million gap and get Phaneuf sent to Detroit. That's all they need to do.
They got the money.
They're making that money. They're losing that money by not having that deal happen today. So.
Well, let me float this because I've heard this proposed as for something in the future for the league because the deadline has become such a big deal. There has been speculation that as a television event that what they would do is similar to the NFL draft, put all 30 teams in one place at one time for the deadline. Have all the management go to like Madison Square Garden or wherever, and have the draft there. Do you think that the NHL would do something like that, or do you think that they're just they're tied into their old ways and want to stay in their own little war rooms and do that?
I say no. They like their war rooms, but here's the thing: no other league really has a trade deadline day like the NHL does. So there's still, the old ways are still pretty good.
Sure.
Oh, I think, yeah, I'm going to chime in on that before I go make my call. I think that, I think that this is great still. And even with the lead up, there's always going to be something. It's always exciting for fans. It is changing. The one thing I will say that is changing a lot, I think, is that the draft has become as big as the trade deadline as far as trade rumors go. And that definitely has changed. That is a salary cap thing. That's changed because of the cap. No question.
Well, and I can talk on this because I'm old, and when the deadline, back in the '80s, when the deadline came around, the only means of finding out trades up to date, and Russ, you'd know this, is Sports Phone out of New York City, which was updated every 15 minutes. And I would call it every 15 minutes to get the latest trades. And then the next month when my mom got the phone bill and there was like $86 worth of long-distance calls to a 914 area code in New York City, and she had a stroke, she's like, what's going on here? And I'm like, well, it was the trade deadline. I had to know. And that was the only way. The radio didn't update it. The newspaper obviously came in the afternoon, but they printed the newspaper in the mornings. The only way to know was Sports Phone, and now we should be thankful in the day we have Twitter, we have these shows on TV giving us the up-to-date information. We're doing the webcast, and we have our information. It's a great thing. So for hockey addicts, it could have been if you went back to 1982, you'd have to be dialing the phone number, and believe me, the phone number was busy most of the time.
Yeah,
I remember that time too. And you know what? I remember right before this all started, where the internet was just starting to take off, before HockeyBuzz existed. I think the last year before HockeyBuzz existed, before the lockout. I used to go on. I'm echoing on one of you guys, where one of you has your volume up a little bit loud, so pull back a little bit if you could. But I remember, we used to go on. I think it was Flyer Fans message board. Russ, you remember that one? There were message boards that were out there. That was run by that really nice kid who died, unfortunately. But there was a really good there were really good message boards out there where we used to go, and that was like what you would do on trade deadline day. That was because now Twitter of course has changed it completely, but Twitter's made it also more confusing, I think, in a lot of ways, and because there's so many things out there, and I honestly, this goes to my theory that my quick theory that news is a commodity nowadays, and that news is not something that breaks or doesn't break. News exists, because of Twitter. It happens. It's put out there by somebody who breaks it. That's great, but within 5-10 seconds, it's out there in every which way by everybody. And what really exists are people wanting to wanting to hear people talk about what happened. That's really where our where we can try to be the people that people care about our opinions. That's changed a lot from the trade deadline.
Yeah, I was going to say I was a sports phone fanatic. My parents hated sports phone. I would get yelled at. Howie Carpenter, the guy who I wrote one of my baseball books with, Baseball's Best Rookie, was an anchor on sports phone. And there's a few guys on Facebook, right? That still talk about sports phone. So it's kind of fun. And so, but yeah, I mean, right now the info's out there. But I think you're right, Eck. I think it does get a little muddied on Twitter because the minute there is a rumor, there's 200 to thousands of people just sort of mimicking it. And then everything sort of changes, and then you don't even get the draft picks right after a while when it finally comes through. And so you wish there was one clean source.
You have a trade. And did you know the details of the trade, Julie?
I don't know too many of them. I know that it's San Jose.
Yeah, San Jose
and Chicago.
San Jose and Chicago, right? And Ben Smith has gone from Chicago to San Jose.
Mm-hmm.
So Ben Smith.
Good old BC boy.
There you go.
But I mean Boston College and not British Columbia.
Right.
I assumed it was Boston College, maybe because I'm in Connecticut.
Not the real BC, but no.
Oh, come on now.
Look, as a Vancouverite, BC always means British Columbia.
Well,
Boston College didn't even register when Doug Flutie was there.
Wow.
Yeah.
No, I think
I don't know who's going back though.
We don't know yet.
But it does mean Chicago is moving bodies.
Joe Thornton. Just kidding.
Chicago has the money to do this, so this might mean that they're up. I heard they could be after another defenseman, and they, even though they got Chemo Team, then that doesn't mean that that's all they're going to do.
Well, the other thing too is we were talking about earlier. Teams like Detroit and the leaders of the West, we'll say, going up against the leaders of the East, and then if what's that saying? If you're just standing still, everyone else is moving forward. It's not like you have to not do something in order to take a step backwards, but if everyone else is moving forward and you're just standing there, then you're stuck. And you're going to have teams like Chicago who are making these moves forward, and if you're just watching everything and saying, wow, that was good, glad for them, blah, 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 but we're good, we're sitting tight, we're fine, it's going to come back and bite you in May and in June when it counts the most. So that's what's going to force the hands, and that's why, you have people who are saying, oh, the price is too high, the price is too high. The price is too high at 10 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
A couple trades later to other teams, and the price might be just right at $2.45.
The Sharks got Andrew Desjardins in this one.
No, the Hawks got Andrew Desjardins.
The Hawks got Desjardins.
Yeah. They just wanted to move Ben Smith. That's what they wanted to do.
Yeah.
Exactly right. Moving bodies.
I'm not sure if we want to stick strictly to hockey or if we want to comment on the stuff that.
No, we don't want to comment on that.
Okay, good.
I know where you're going with that. No, we don't.
Okay, good.
We're going to stay above board on that. Let's just be thankful we don't have a Twitter thing going across the bottom of our screen. We're not going to touch that.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll talk about it after.
No, that's a shame. I mean, it's not. I mean, it just shows that social marketing, social network, social media. Social media. Thank you, Julie. Is not to be toyed with.
No.
You have to be very. It's not that easy you have to be very careful. You got to hire more than interns to handle this kind of stuff. It's really people aren't spending enough. That's the only comment I'll say on it is people aren't realizing how disastrous it can be just to do that. So anyway, that's all. And I'm sure those of you guys out there know what we're talking about. I'll leave it there. So
I didn't need to say anything.
So San Jose's picked up. San Jose has made a trade, huh?
So they replaced James Shepard with Ben Smith.
Pretty much.
That's earth-shattering.
Wasn't oh wait, no.
Well, the thing that I think is significant again is it's moving bodies.
Right.
I mean, it could have been, a just a positional and needing, whatever. I don't know. But the point is that Chicago's making moves.
Yeah, that is the point. And and with Chicago making these moves,
This is not the day to make we're just going to make this trade because we can.
I think there's a reason.
Especially if you're Chicago.
Yeah.
Like, it'd be different if this was like, Buffalo.
Ben Smith is a $1.5 million cap hit, so I'm looking up Desjardins' cap hit right now, so it might be a wash in terms of.
Apparently, Brendan Smith was the sticking point with Detroit and Toronto, I was told.
They like Brendan Smith. They do.
Yeah, the Toronto wanted Brendan Smith, and I'm surprised that that's the sticking point.
I'm surprised as well.
I'm not surprised. I'm not.
That's interesting. Yeah, well, I don't know. It seems. I mean, the other guys we talked about, I wouldn't be sending to Toronto for Dion Phaneuf, like Mantha, and the kid from the team, the junior team. But
why you're not going to get it? Yeah, Dylan Larkin. Well, then they're not going to probably have a deal.
Yeah, right. But Brendan Smith, I mean that seems fair to me. I mean that seems like but yet Detroit balked at that.
Well, I mean, Brendan Smith is a ready-made NHL player. That's the thing. I mean, he doesn't need any more, time in the minors. I mean, I think he's an NHL defenseman, and that's, as we've talked about. I mean, if the Leafs are going through a rebuild, I think Brendan Smith is like 23 years old.
Yep.
But yeah, I mean, he's early in his NHL career. He's somebody that when they plan on being competitive, which is 3 or 4 years down the road, they would be 26 or 27 years old in the prime of his career, and then that would make sense. You would have given the Leafs a body and a valuable commodity on the blue line in exchange in a deal for Phaneuf. If they can't get that, if that's a sticking point, then you just move on and go someplace else, because the value for Phaneuf, they may be trying to dicker for a little bit of a advantage here because the clock is ebbing towards 3 o'clock, but time is on Toronto's side. They can move him in the summer. If you want Phaneuf, you pay the price. If not, we can move him in the summer.
Or even at the next deadline. I mean, they don't. They're not in a rush.
Ty, I just heard another Ty could be headed to Boston. Tyler Kennedy.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, Tyler Kennedy, I mean, that's another name that they've kind of had a little bit of a connection to for a bit here. I don't really know if he fits a need for them. I think that right now Boston should be really focused on getting a defenseman here to help out Seidenberg in that middle pairing. I know they're okay with Barkowski right now, but there always seems to be a little bit of doubt with Claude Julien when it comes to giving Barkowski those big minutes in the playoffs. I don't know if they want to risk it again with him as in their top 4. But Kennedy, I mean, I just feel like they have enough guys like that. Brian Ferland just came up with them. He's a Cornell alum. He's played well in Providence this year. Big body. He skates well. He's quick for a guy his size too. I think he's bringing enough to that 4th line. I think when Greg Campbell comes back, you'll see Chris Kelly go back up to that 3rd line. So I don't think they need another bottom 6 guy, and that seems to be what's out there right now. A lot of these guys that you could nab are bottom 6 help that I just think they're set there. They have enough Kennedys. They have enough role players. I wouldn't really invest too much in Tyler Kennedy, to be honest.
Ty, of the 3 UFAs, Paille, Soderberg, and Campbell, how many do you think will be back?
I think 1. I honestly think that. I mean, well, now I might say 2. Yeah, I would say 1 being Danny Paille. I just think they like what he does. He's a speedy guy. He kills penalties. I thought they had Campbell's replacement in Cunningham, but they just lost him to waivers. So now maybe Greg Campbell's back. I've said it since day one. I'm pretty adamant. I think Soderberg's gone. He's gonna get a huge deal from somebody, especially in a market, short on centers. I mean, it's Ole Jokinen and Carlos Soderberg. You got a feeling that some of the other guys that might hit the market will be re-signed by their clubs. But I just think that Soderberg's probably going to be the big get for somebody this July, and I can't see Soderberg. He's going to be 30. I can't see him taking a hometown discount, if you will, for a 5-year, 4-year deal, because then he just loses his NHL payday, and I think he's waited too long for that, and I just don't think there's any way Boston keeps him.
What people don't realize, and I know that you do, is the fact that there'll be some cap relief with the Bruins this year, not because of departing UFAs, but because the bonus for Iginla drops off after this year, that's almost $5 million. So I mean that can be used.
Yeah, it could be used. I mean, a lot of it too you have to consider the fact that they're probably going to re-sign Hamilton to a nice, healthy deal that will pay him like a top 4 defenseman. They don't have to necessarily because he's an RFA, but I think they're going to want to keep him to a longer-term deal where they still have those RFA rights when that's over. So they might have to overpay just a bit there. But I think they're gonna have raises for Krug and Hamilton and maybe Riley Smith. So
wait, pause.
Uh-oh.
Happening.
The Red Wings have gotten Zidlicki from.
There's the rental.
And I'm surprised because I didn't think Zidlicki wanted to move, but the Red Wings have gotten him for apparently the third round pick. Yeah, okay, there you go. So
in 2016 too, not even this year.
Wow, there you go. So Zidlicki.
So I think that ends the Phaneuf talk.
Yeah.
At least to Detroit, it ends the Phaneuf talk. Oh, come on. I'm sorry.
It does.
Yes, but not.
It severely dampens the talk.
Yes.
Yeah.
It does. But I still don't. I don't know. I'm not going to say. I also heard that there was somebody who told me that the Leafs are trying to put Jokinen into a Phaneuf deal for Calgary. So that's talk about bringing everybody back. Why not? Just bring Jokinen and Phaneuf back to Calgary at the same time. So.
Hey, look, there's always a chance Zidlicki gets hurt getting onto the plane.
Valid point.
Yeah.
To that point, the Leafs have just signed Hawk and Lube. They're going to send him to Calgary as well.
Right.
Joel Otto coming back.
I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying that somebody did tell me that there was a potential of packaging Jokinen. Jokinen's like the yesterday's cheese, throwing it in with the rest of the cheese. But anyway,
the bad penny that's being passed. There you go.
There you go. That's interesting because Zidlicki really did not want to leave, and I heard the best shot for him was actually to going to the Islanders.
Yeah.
Well, he I think had a no move.
He does have a no clause, and he really
he had a no nothing clause.
He was pretty adamant about it. So, but obviously, I guess Ken Holland is a good. It's true. He no moving clause in his own zone too.
Wow.
He shares that with Yager.
Bold, bold.
All right, he'll be back. I gotta make this call.
Marek Zidlicki. Well, you knew he'd move. Everybody sort of had an idea that he might go somewhere. So.
Well, please, half the New Jersey Devils could move. They have 10 unrestricted free agents. Well, now 8 because they traded Yager.
Wait a minute. So you're telling me someone's going to take Scott Gomez? Because I'm telling you no.
Okay, I'll just tell you this, and I won't name the writer, but a very well-known hockey writer said in my presence a few days ago that Scott Gomez would be traded and would be a hell of a pickup for some team at the deadline. And the team that he mentioned, one of the teams he mentioned was the Montreal Canadiens, and I was like, oh no, it's not happening. Not happening. I'm sorry. It's a good theory, but no.
No.
Well, the fun news is that we have about 2 hours left until the end of the trade deadline, so hopefully
3 hours left in the show, Julie.
I know, but usually things pick up between now and the actual deadline, and then things get crazy pants at the end. So.
And 4 hours till I order my pizza.
I was thinking that too. Yeah.
Yeah, I just had cashews. I'm good for a few minutes.
Julie, do you remember the trade deadline when it was a big thing for us to go on the computer and order the pizza online?
Yeah, I totally remember that. And we could track it, and we knew who our delivery man was too.
It was.
His name was Ray, actually.
I thought it was like Pedro or something like that, wasn't it?
And then no, Pedro made it.
Pedro made it.
And when the guy came, I was like, you ask him what his name is. Because it says on my computer that Ray is delivering my pizza.
This is a Pedro pie. Thank you very much.
So you ordered Domino's? Is that what you're telling me?
Pretty much.
We really need a trade to happen right now.
Oh, that's an awful trade-off for pizza. I'm sorry.
Just saying. We like the fact that we could, track it. That was cool.
You could order Chinese food. You don't need to track it. It'll be there in 15 minutes.
Yeah, and you'll be hungry in 25.
Did you ever notice how quick
All right. Enough.
All right.
Enough. I'm done with the food chat. Let's move on to something more fun.
What I'm a little surprised at, and as Julie said, we have now an hour and 52 minutes to go until the trade deadline, that the Buffalo Sabres have done nothing more than move Brian Flynn, and they did retain some of his, I think, $600,000 salary. So,
you know, I heard they had second thoughts about really moving Stewart. I think they're floating him, but I don't know if they really want to move him. See, that's the real thing about that.
Russ, I'll tell you right now, if the Sabres don't move Stewart, Mitchell, and Neuwirth, there will be a riot in Buffalo, because right now they are only 3 points away from completely screwing their season and finishing out of 30th place. And Michael Neuwirth has had...
You have Rex Ryan there to keep the order. You won't have a riot.
No, I'm telling you, Sabre fans will go apoplectic if they don't finish dead last. And you know, they're so close. You're 19 games away. You've thrown a season away. You're probably going to fire a coach because Ted Nolan is going to be gone at the end of this year. They've done all these things. Now, they made the deal for Evander Kane, and the reason they made the deal is because Evander Kane was out for the year. They wouldn't have made the deal until the summer if he was still playing, because he would have made them too good. You know, if they don't make these moves and they stay with it and keep Michael Neuwirth, whose save percentage in the last I think it's last 3 weeks since they traded Enroth is .950, and he's won games for them. If they don't trade these guys, Tim Murray is going to get a lot of heat in Buffalo.
Listen, but again, it's hard to really control exactly where you're going to end up. You're still only getting a 20% chance, and still a team with an 8.5% chance could still get the top pick.
But
I mean, so it's not a guarantee. For even the people of Buffalo, they know that.
But they know that it's not a guarantee they're going to get McDavid, but if they finish in 30th, they're guaranteed either McDavid or Eichel. And I think they would, you know, they want the guarantee. If they end up, and this is not casting any aspersions on Noah Hanifin, but if they end up after all this drafting Noah Hanifin when they already have Ristolainen, McCabe, Zadorov on the blue line, people in Buffalo will go insane. They want one of those two guys.
Well, there's not a guarantee they would draft Hanifin. I mean, maybe they're going to go with Mitch Marner. Maybe they're, you know, I mean, there's other options. Hanifin doesn't have to go third. That's a misnomer. I mean, yes, he's a great talent.
Tough to pass up, though. That kid looks really good.
It is. No, I mean, look, it's tough to pass up, but organizationally, they might look at it and say, yeah, you know what? We like Mitch Marner. He's putting up as many points as Connor McDavid. Maybe we're going to give him a role.
Maybe move down a pick or two and get a couple more picks out of it.
Right. Now, the thing is, like, I've seen, you know, and there are people who have seen McDavid play 50 times. I've seen him play twice. I've seen Jack Eichel play once, and that was both times. I saw McDavid at the top prospects game in St. Catharines. I saw Eichel at the U.S. prospect game in Buffalo. Julie was there. And
I was there too, but thanks for remembering.
Yeah. Sorry, I was sitting next to Julie. But Eichel.
No, never mind.
Eichel made quite an impression on me, and I think not just basing it on one game, but basing what he's done so far, as a freshman. You know, I think he's probably, you know, if he's not going to win the Hobey Baker, he's probably going to be, you know, in the final to win the Hobey Baker. I think he's a generational talent, and McDavid, to me, I mean, he scored 6 points in a game a couple nights ago. At the top prospects game, he didn't even try, and in the first period, he essentially blew by everybody and almost scored on the first shift. And then I think he almost consciously let everybody else have the stage, because he doesn't need the stage because he's going to be the number one pick.
Okay, well, here's my problem with that. If you want to be the number one draft pick, you better give me your best effort and show me exactly how competitive you are. The sheer fact that he was okay, as you say, which may or may not be true, but just an assumption that he was okay with letting other people have the limelight, shows me that he needs to be more competitive. And yes, I always advocate for Jack Eichel, mostly because I've seen him more often than I've seen, Connor. I've seen Connor twice, and that was at the World Junior Championships the past 2 years. And neither time was I completely impressed with what he had to offer. That's not to say that I didn't think he was, a really good player and should be drafted and highly considered and, and all that stuff. But to listen to people just spout on about how amazing he is, I just don't see it. And that could just be because they set the bar really high for me, that I'm expecting amazing every single shift. But then I look at Jack, and Jack is so well-rounded. They call him the Jack of all trades for a reason, and that is because he can do anything that you ask him to do. If you want him to be a playmaker, he'll do it. If you want him to score, he'll do it. If you want him to be physical, he'll do that too. If you want him to play solid defense and block shots, he will do that too. And so that's when I sit there and I say, if I'm a franchise and I want a player that I can build my franchise around, I wanted a guy who's as versatile as Jack Eichel is, and who wants to contribute to the team in any way he possibly can, and that's because he's good at any way. Whereas if you look at Connor McDavid, he can really only contribute in one capacity. And yes, he can do it very, very well. But if I'm wanting to build a franchise, I'm going to go with the guy who's going to give me more options and who's shown me in every facet that he is as competitive as they come.
Well, I'm going to counter you a little bit.
I'm off the soapbox.
Well, Russ, I know that you were there as well, and that's what I was going to ask you. I have heard comparisons of, and I yell at me if you want, but everybody likes to play the comparison game of who Eichel projects to be or who McDavid projects to be. But the comparisons that I've heard regarding Eichel have been to a guy like Jonathan Toews.
That's what I heard too.
I think that's fair, and I'll even go further and say Jonathan Toews was not this good going into the draft as Eichel is. He just wasn't. He was close, but he wasn't. But the difference, look, what Julie says is true about Eichel, and because he's in a college program, I've never seen a kid so fit and so ripped at that age from any hockey prospect, from any league. So there's that too. But the thing is, McDavid can play the PK, and he can be a weapon on the penalty kill. I've seen it. You just don't see it at the World Juniors because there's better guys. He does have other things to offer, but McDavid does have a vision that even Eichel doesn't have. And I do see that too.
You know what else I think is interesting? I was just talking about it with another player, just speculating on who may or may not be going to the World Championships this year. And I think that Jack Eichel's going to Prague.
Oh, I think so.
And the only thing that I could see that he wouldn't be, and again, because somebody said, well, don't you think that might hurt his draft status? And I was like, I was like, and no one, especially Jack Eichel, would turn down the opportunity for that reason. Because he would see it as just knowing Jack, he would see it as a challenge to prove that he belongs. He wants to go number one. That is how competitive he is. He'll be happy going anywhere. Trust me. But he is so competitive that he wants to be number one. And at times when you talk to him about it, he is very aware of how arrogant that may come across. But that is how competitive he is. He wants to be the best, and he wants to be a good teammate, and he wants to do all of these things that make him a better player. And so to think that he wouldn't go and play against NHLers at the World Championships as an 18-year-old is silly.
Leon
Because for him, he'd love it.
Draisaitl did it. It didn't hurt his draft stock. It made it go up.
Well, that's true. But also, I feel it's a different situation when you have somebody who's in the top 10, potentially top 5, which he was, as opposed to somebody who's number 1 or 2. But then that also begs the question: will Canada bring McDavid?
No, they might not,
because he may not even be available.
Right, they may not, and that's a fair point.
And the only concern for either one of them, and not that I think that an injury would affect their draft status unless it was something catastrophic, would be the risk of them. They don't have a contract with the team. They're in the draft. It's I'm sure insurance will be covered by Hockey Canada and Team USA.
Well, the other thing too is precedence has been set by this before when you've had players without NHL contracts who've gone over and played, like Chris Kreider and Craig Smith, who have done this. And I mean, again, I was talking to this one player, and
Zuccarello didn't have a contract either.
Right. Well, there you go. But you sit there and you know, because we were talking even about potential college players who could go and play for Team USA, and then especially those that aren't planning to go to the NHL next year. So, anyways, it was just a thought, and yes, you're right. USA Hockey does insure them, so if there is a catastrophic injury, but then at the same time, I don't think well, barring a catastrophe, but just a regular injury, I don't think will hinder their draft
There
status.
seems to be. Sorry to interrupt for a second. There seems to be that Anaheim's still in on Phaneuf as well. That's still going on, and it seems like Bolesky's the big name in that would come back,
which would be risky since he is a UFA, but the Leafs would.
Risky.
Yeah, but the Leafs would probably pony up the money to get him signed on a deal.
Yeah, they could sign him. Do you think do you like that idea, Mike? Is that the kind of player you want back?
I think it would take a little more than Bolesky, and maybe the Leafs would have to eat some salary, and not in terms of.
Tyler Kennedy was just traded to the Islanders.
Okay.
Hit us
There
with
we
the
go.
goal horn.
Yeah, I was going to say, the Leafs might have to take back a Clayton Stoner type contract, a $3 million guy with a long-term deal or something like that. But if they got a guy like Bolesky and they had assurances that they could get him locked up on a deal, that would probably be something that would make sense. I mean, Anaheim, they made the Fleischmann deal, but their defense is an area where they've needed to upgrade. They made that deal last year with Robidas at the deadline, and he was sort of a stopgap. They signed Clayton Stoner in the offseason. Saray is pretty much he hasn't played in 2 years, so I think his career is probably over with. And Boschman's a UFA, so I mean a guy like a Phaneuf would make sense, and it would make sense for Phaneuf because his wife's career is in Los Angeles. Southern California would probably work, and that team has a leadership structure with Perry and Getzlaf where he wouldn't need to be a leader. He would just have to do his job, and that would make sense. So that could work. And the two teams have made many trades before. Bob Murray and Dave Nonis. There's a pipeline between Toronto and Anaheim going back to Brian Burke, so I wouldn't be surprised.
No, I think it makes sense. I was going to go back. I don't know if you're done with that, Eck. Are you done with that or no?
Yeah, one other quick thing is I'm hearing Parento to the Oilers. Don't know. I'm not sure that it's done.
That's a salary dump.
Yeah, that's a salary. Yeah.
Does that set up a bigger move?
No, I mean it could, but
I
want to talk about Tyler Kennedy. I'm actually a Tyler Kennedy fan, and I really I like this move by the Islanders a lot. I honestly.
He's a locker room guy. He is, and they need that.
Can he kill penalties?
And he can do everything. He can kill penalties. He's a very quick player and can score clutch goals at times.
Mm-hmm.
Did we see what was going back for Kennedy?
Conditional picks.
Conditional pick.
Okay.
Conditional pick.
One thing, if the Canadians do clear out Parenteau's contract, there has been talk. They've been trying to trade Lars Eller for about a month. It's been reported him and Emelin. Now Emelin got hurt, so they won't be able to move him. But Eller was one name that had been bandied about, and there was reported interest in Joffrey Lupul for Toronto. Contract lengths are the same. The difference in the salary is about $1.25 million. So that might be, if they move Parento out, they may be creating room to bring in Lupul in a deal for Eller. I mean, I'm not saying guaranteed. It's only been in the wind. There's, it's a possibility, but there had been a lot of connection between Lupul and Montreal.
Yeah, there has been, and I think Lupul. I think there's a really good chance he gets moved today still.
I think so.
I am also in that camp.
Mm-hmm.
I think so as well.
Yeah, I think he.
I wanted to go back to the Buffalo talk for just a sec because I think fans, if they sort of really look at things that are going on in Erie, if you could get Dylan Strome, the 6'3" center who's got 109 points and really does at times make Connor McDavid even better, if they've somehow picked third, that's a hell of a guy to get, a 6'3" center. That's something they need because they have some smaller centers on that team too, future-wise. And you know what? Who's to say at that point his stock's not rising that high? Because I spoke to Ryan Strome about Dylan about a week ago, and he basically was really cool about it in the sense that he said, hey, you know what? My brother has always sat backseat to my career, and now he's sort of in the spotlight. And I really do think coming into the draft, Dylan Strome is going to maybe get a little more notice than he's getting today, this moment.
Well, while we're waiting for more stuff to come in, I want to talk about the draft past just McDavid and Eichel, because most people just pause at those two guys and then that's it. And when I mentioned Hanifin, I've seen 2 mock drafts from TSN and Sportsnet and a few others, and everybody has Hanifin ranked 3rd. But I've seen differences in the list, and the guy who seems to be the random element, Russ, is Lawson Krause. I've seen one list that had him like in the mid-teens, and I've seen another list that has him at number 4.
Yeah, I would never have Lawson Krause at number 4. He has underwhelmed me many times this year, and I just don't think he's worthy. I could give you a lot of other names that are better. And to be honest, I think another riser is Zach Werenski. I mean, we saw what he did in the World Juniors, and he is solid as can be, and he is another guy that plays a solid two-way game, and so his stock is rising, where Killington, I think, is falling a little. I actually was talking to some Swedish reporters about him the other day, and they really get the feeling that he's more of a puck mover and really just a safe defenseman, not really going to add much offense. He's not like a Hampus Lindholm or anything like that.
But so, Provorov's stock has risen a lot since.
Oh yeah, Provorov. I'm very high on Provorov. I watched him a couple years ago in the USHL. I trumpeted him. I think he still can be top 5. I do, because here's the thing. Provorov is physically strong to the point where if you put him in the right NHL system, he could play right away, because he doesn't make a lot of mistakes, and he's physically strong. Now, people were underwhelmed by Provorov in the World Juniors, but he was playing a role, and he was not going to, as a newcomer to that team, he wasn't going to set the world on fire. But again, with the numbers that he has, if he wasn't Russian, if he were Canadian, and we were talking about the draft, he'd be ahead of Hanifin in the draft. He would.
Well, the two guys that seem to be the hinge are Dylan Strome and Mitch Marner from London. I mean, I know, granted, I look at things because I cover the Leafs through blue and white lenses. So I'm looking at the Toronto situation, and based on where they're drafting, I think there's no way in hell they draft Lawson Krause, even if they have him at the top of the draft list.
I wouldn't.
They want to get one of the 4 centers, either McDavid, Eichel, Strome, or Marner. And I've heard Marner projects more as an NHL winger. He's been compared to Patrick Kane than he projects as a center, because he's.
I could see that. Because he's not that physically strong, and even when he builds up, may not be strong to the point where he wins a lot of faceoffs. But at the end of the day, this kid is creative as hell. I mean, this kid can make passes from everywhere. You put him on a line with William Nylander in the future, and you would have a hell of a combination there and a lot of points. I think Johnny Gaudreau is showing people that, again, if you needed reminders, you can survive in the NHL as a smaller guy if you're fast and you're elusive and you have the vision, and he has those traits.
Yeah. I mean...
Yeah, you wait till you see Nick Patan.
Right. And Patan's a little smaller, so I still think he'll make it. I don't know if he'll have the same impact that Gaudreau did, but Patan will make it.
Yeah, I mean, the NHL, there is a propensity for, or a favoritism towards the smaller player, and if they have high end skill. I know that, again, sorry, Toronto, too much Toronto here, but they have a kid in the 7th round pick named Andreas Janssen, who was the Rookie of the Year in the Swedish Elite League, who's probably coming to North America next year, and he's 5'7", if anything, and probably 160 pounds. I mean, I was taller than him when I met him back in last July, but he can fly. He's got unbelievable top end skill, and I don't know if he's going to be, a top 6 forward in the NHL.
You got to see him on smaller ice, then you'll know.
Right, yeah, but he's got the speed and the skill, and I've seen him play in scrimmage games, and he is impressive. But it's a question of whether that game translates to North America. But to that fact, Marner is, I think, 5'10" or 5'11", at the most, and that might be
5'10" and change. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's like 160, 170 pounds. So, how he matures in the next couple of years will probably determine, how good he can be. But
well, I mean, I'll tell you a guy who I worried about that was too thin, and he's still really thin, and that's Ryan Strome, and he's doing great. He's not a superstar, but he's doing great. And so I think there's too much emphasis put on that. And actually, I'll tell you this, there's more of a trend now, and a couple of assistant GMs and GMs that have come on our show have said, hey, we're not worried about the pounds so much as just the strength, like Julie was saying before, the man strength. And so you don't have to show all this bulk if you are strong. And so I think that's a consideration that fans and even us in the media have to look at and say, just because the guy doesn't look strong doesn't mean he's not going to be strong.
If I can jump in there for a second.
Sure.
On Strome specifically.
Strong. Just so you know. I have unbelievable strength. Superhuman strength. Go ahead.
Strome is much stronger than he looks.
Right.
And he's got a little mean streak in him. He plays big. He's 6'1". It's a people act like he's 5'10". He's a good enough size, but he's also smart, and he has vision, and he knows when to go into the corners when it's his advantage, and he also knows when he's probably going to get creamed. But I was a little concerned about his height and weight for a little bit. But standing next to me, the kid's an NHL. He has an NHL body, and he definitely he plays bigger than his frame.
Mm-hmm. See, that was what I was impressed with his brother Dylan at the top prospects game.
Right.
He's a man already. He's 6'3", I believe, and he's I believe over 200 pounds or close to it.
I don't think he's over yet. I think he's getting
like 190, 195, but he's strong on the puck. He's very creative in tight spaces. He looks like somebody who can be and this is I compared him to Eric Stahl. I think
you got to go a little lower, but I'm with you. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, and I think in the NHL, if you have a top end center who's got the size and the ability that Eric Stahl had as an 18, 19-year-old, back 10 years ago, you got yourself a linchpin franchise player that you keep for a decade or two, or a decade or 15 years.
I can speak to Strome. I saw him last year, Dylan, not Ryan, up in Erie, and in a different role, not getting a ton of power play time. He was actually kind of pensive at times on the ice, and then this year he's a world beater.
The Penguins, guys.
Yep.
Penguins, I'm chasing it, but I don't know. Something's going on with the Penguins.
Okay.
And well, they might be hanging on an iceberg. Who knows? But
yeah.
But the point is, with
Madagascar,
I saw in just a year an amazing progression, which happens with a lot of young players. So that's something you have to sort of look at too. And Ryan Strome, I was only worried about him draft day because he always was a little thin and a little weak on the ice, and now he's not. And
right.
So you have to sort of count on your team to get you through that with conditioning and everything else.
Could be with Edmonton.
Let me chime in here.
I'm not sure. It could be with Edmonton. I'm not sure. Just throwing that out there.
Okay.
Let me chime in here on these players. A perfect example of what you're talking about is a guy like Mark Scheifele.
Yeah.
He had to grow into the role. He had to get his muscle up. He's still not a big kid. But in the course of doing so, he had to get his confidence up as well to play with his strength. We're just starting to see that happen now. And the reason I bring this up is yesterday, he threw probably his best hit he's thrown in his professional career when he took out McNabb.
We have a trade. What's our trade?
Uh-oh.
Yes.
Oh, it's a big one.
Eric Cole. From St. Louis.
Ian Cole.
Ian Cole.
I was going to say Eric Cole again.
Yeah.
Bertozzo for Cole?
Yeah.
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
But who was it for Ian Cole?
Robert Bortuzzo.
Bortuzzo. Yes.
Bertuzzo for Cole from St. Louis.
Yeah,
the
and another
Sharks also acquired Carl Stollery from the Avalanche in exchange for Freddie Hamilton.
Yeah, Freddie Hamilton's got some upside. I like Ian Cole, though. I do. Ian Cole's a heck of a pickup. He really is, because he's a guy that just plays defense and has a mean streak, and I like him.
I agree.
Well, I'm surprised they moved him, Russ. I mean, I heard things yesterday that St. Louis was open to moving a defenseman because the recent call-up Petteri Lindbaum had played so well, and I watched him last night playing Vancouver, and he did. He looked pretty sharp. But I'm surprised they moved Cole. I mean, Cole's a pretty good defenseman.
I think they moved him because he doesn't have any offense in his game, and they're focusing on that. And I think that's where the difference is. And like I said, I think that's a heck of a pickup.
I'm not sure that this is the only thing. I just got a text that that's not the only thing coming from Pittsburgh.
Okay.
That would make sense because Cole's established at this point.
Yeah.
Well,
something else going on.
And we know that Kevin Allen told us that they were basically in a money in, money out scenario. Bortuzzo is $600,000. Cole is $825,000. So basically, it's a wash.
Yep.
Money wise.
And they might have to send like 4 Crosby jerseys that they could sell at auction for that to make up the difference.
Julie, let me ask you.
Chuck Gormley, by the way, has just posted that that the Capitals might be talking to the Bruins about Eriksson.
Oh, I thought you were going to tell me Chuck Gormley was traded for Panache. That would be a good trade.
I would take that deal. I would make that deal. But no, I think that, I miss Chuck. Nothing against him, but just,
Julie, do you believe that Eichel will play in the NHL next year?
I do. I think the only thing that might keep him there is if he is traded or drafted by a team that
he doesn't want to go to.
No, he's definitely not like that at all. But situationally, where he's a center, so if he'd be the fourth line, I don't know that would be the best option for him. I also feel that there's some added pull if Boston University does not win the national championship this year, that he might, the stars have to align kind of thing. Like if he goes to a team like Carolina, who has a lot of depth at center, at the moment could change at the draft, with trades and free agents, whatever. But they're very deep at center, so he'd kind of be stuck maybe third or fourth, depending on if Jordan's playing center or not. And it just might not be the best option for him.
Right.
And then added to that, I don't even know if they don't make the national title. I think it's more if they don't make the Frozen Four. He might feel that he didn't accomplish what he wanted to accomplish, and if the opportunity presents itself, then yes. But at the same time, I think that that's a very, very slim possibility, because I think any team that drafts him is going to want to put him in a position to be successful.
Right, and
but not every team. I think there's a chance, Julie, that he does go back. I don't think every team's going to put him in there.
That's what I'm saying. But
I agree.
The stars have to align, and I think it's a situational thing. I don't think it's a blanket statement. Do I think he can play in the NHL right now? Abso-freaking-lutely.
Yeah,
Abso-freaking-lutely.
Abso-freaking-lutely. You can take that word to the bank. Put it in Webster's dictionary as the new word for 2015. But it's one of those things where I think teams are really smart, and I feel like there used to be this pressure where they had to make the jump, whether they were ready to or not. And I think sending Drouin back, and I think sending Bennett back, these past 2 years has been a sign to NHL GMs that, hey, it's okay if you're, number 2 or number 3 overall draft pick doesn't play in the NHL as an 18-year-old. It may not be the best thing for your organization. It may not be the best thing for them developmentally. I think that the only thing that's going to change that is if he goes to a team in which he's not going to be, I don't even want to say he should be number 1 center. I think he should come in as a number 2 line center.
Yeah, I wouldn't make him a number 1.
Right. But if he's if he's borderline, if your center, if your position at center is so stacked that, he'd be third or fourth, and that's not the best thing for him.
Well, if I would have said prior to this year that if Arizona or Buffalo had drafted him, that he would be playing with the Sabres and the Coyotes. But the Coyotes sent Max Domi back to London, and the Sabres sent Reinhart back to Kelowna. Or it wasn't Kelowna. It's
Kingston.
So Bennett was Kingston, and I know that Reinhart was in the Western Hockey League, but I can't think of the team right now. But anyway, so they sent them back.
Oil Kings, Edmonton Oil Kings.
Oh, that's
Sam Reinhart. or Griffin? Who you?
Sam.
Sam Reinhart.
Sam was with crap. I can't remember. Hold on.
Yeah, it's not important. I was just saying that basically they sent them back as 18-year-olds because they knew that they gave Reinhardt a 9-game preview, but they in the end sent him back. And,
he was for the WHL. I remember that. That's a
right.
Yeah. Waiver has been moved.
Islanders.
Yeah, Sabres fans are celebrating.
Islanders.
I'm trying to find out.
For Chad Johnson in the third.
That's what I'm hearing too.
Who?
Yeah.
Chad
Johnson.
Okay, yep.
And a third.
Back to your bit about the drafting and everything and putting players back, I think what's starting to happen now is this trickle-down evolution that the smart GMs and management groups are seeing that going out and trying to do faster fixes via trade market, via UFAs, puts you into more trouble than it's worth if it goes wrong. And so the Nashville model, the Red Wings model, even the Jets model, the LA model, the Chicago model, they're saying these are the teams that are coming through and sustaining wins, sustaining competitive nature. Look at what Nashville survived and then did. It's incredible, really. So
the Jets model, remember, Jets fans were very unhappy for a while, and they were killing me when I said they should draft Jacob Trouba, and when they drafted him, I was like, he's a great pick. And there were a lot of people in that market that were not happy because, A, they didn't know enough about him, and B, he wasn't a sexy pick. And so I know that they were getting on Cheverdayoff badly for the last couple of years until recently, right?
Yeah, absolutely, Russ. And you know what? You go back to that draft, and I was sort of gobsmacked. I wanted Forsberg. I'm happy they got Trouba. But the interesting thing, it leaked out later that the Jets had Trouba ranked at number 4 overall. And had they had the 4th pick, they were going to take Trouba with it. Wow. That's how much they love that kid.
Yeah, it doesn't shock me.
It doesn't shock me at all either.
No.
That's kind of a San Jose thing, too. Remember how for years San Jose would trade to get where they needed to get their player. They knew who they wanted, and it made them a successful franchise. There's a lot of other reasons why they didn't get further, but that model of understanding your development cycle, what you have to do is going to get teams further in this world we live in now than the traditional model that's gotten teams like the Leafs and others in a lot of hot water.
And that's the reason why the Leafs are, I think, going in the direction that they're going. Not to talk about them again, but it's the Detroit model. It's the overcooking of these players, letting them stay in junior the extra year, letting them stay in the American Hockey League for a year or two. The development of guys like Nyquist, and I saw Yurko, Tatar, Nyquist play the Marlies in the playoffs. When Grand Rapids won the Calder Cup a couple years ago. Those players played down there and earned their way to the NHL. They weren't popped up as an 18-year-old, and I think it'll be a benefit. McDavid is going to play in the NHL next year. I don't care who anybody drafts him. He's
playing. That's fine.
Yeah, he has to. And it's one of those things where people say, oh, well, why? And I was like, because if you look at it from a standpoint, and again, I know I'm slightly biased when it comes to college versus CHL, but
just a tint,
just a smidge. But he can't go back.
Right. He can't.
He cannot. If he were in college, I'd say he could go back to college.
Right.
But he can't go back to the CHL.
What's he going to score? 250 points? There's nothing else for him to do there.
He can't do it.
Right.
There's no challenge for him there.
No.
Can we just talk about Waiver, this trade for a second? Because
yes.
I think this is a brilliant trade by the Islanders. Really, it's just one of these things. Obviously your goalie is Jaro Halak. There's no question about it. But this is the last time I'll mention that the Predators should have made this trade.
Boy, would you stop? If Pekka Rinne is not their goalie, they're dead.
See, I
understand what X's saying because
yeah. Thanks, Russ. Continue, please. Russ, Mike, shut up.
No, but look at the Rangers. Look at the Rangers. They know Lundqvist is coming back, right? We're hoping, and people are hoping he's 100%. If he's not, you've already seen Cam Talbot get exposed to some degree. So the Rangers with all their moves, that could still kill them. And so you don't worry about that. It's different than the NFL and a quarterback. It is. And I think you make your starting and your backup guy as strong as you can. I agree with that.
Yeah, you have to. And especially when your window's wide open. When you're the top team in the NHL, you need a backup who's played in the playoffs before. I just can't. I don't see how you can get around that. For the Islanders have obviously realized this, and they made this move, and it's a smart move. I mean, Gar Snow should know this because he was that guy. He was the backup who came in the playoffs, at one point, for the Flyers.
And this is a brilliant move for Buffalo in their quest for 30th place because, like I said, Neuwirth was costing them games. So now their starting goal was costing them wins. He was getting them wins with his play. So now your starting goaltender for your Buffalo Sabres is Anders Lindback, and your backup goalie is Chad Johnson. Enjoy the bottom, baby.
All right, the Red Wings are done for today. I was just told. Red Wings are done, so.
But as an Islander fan, from that perspective, I feel a lot better right now. I really do.
Oh, you should. I mean, Chad Johnson, look, he had his moment in New York when he was Ocho Cinco for the Rangers, but he hasn't been that guy in a couple of seasons now. But I'll also go back and say, Mike, if Sabres really don't want to win another game, they should get Anton Forsberg.
Yes, that could be the worst goaltender that I've seen since Hardy Astrom.
Oh God, I remember him.
I mean, Russ, I have never seen a goaltender as bad as Anton Forsberg. And you know what? The second worst might be Oscar Dansk, who came up because wasn't he a first-round pick? I believe.
Yeah, Dansk is still young. I'm not going to throw cold water on Dansk.
Right. I think they threw him to the wolves a little bit because Forsberg was so bad. But he played against the Sabres, and I mean, literally, I think that the Ohio State basketball team could have scored with a basketball past this guy.
Yeah. I mean, Dansk still has a future. Forsberg doesn't. I mean, that's really what it boils down to. I think we're spoiled, though, in the NHL because there's only 60 jobs, and it's really hard to get one of those jobs, and we don't see that many bad goaltenders anymore. In the old days, we used to. Like, Eklund could have played in the 70s.
Thanks.
He was bad enough to play in the 70s.
I've never seen you play, Julie. I don't know. I've seen him play.
If I had the money back then, Russ, I would have been goalie.
All I can say is it's an hour and 15 minutes before the deadline, and
clock.
No David Booth, no Jokinen, no Phaneuf, no Bozak, no Leopold.
I mean, Eck, you could have played behind Hoppy Bullen when he was making like 72, 75 starts a year.
Yeah, and if I played behind him, they wouldn't score at all.
Russ, Eck would look good in one of those old Gilles Villemure masks.
Absolutely, yeah. I've seen that Villemure mask up front.
I've got a Pelle Lindbergh mask, a real one. So I'll
I see. You got that to me.
Oh my gosh. All right. Yeah. Again,
so we're gonna talk about the musical box now.
No, not yet.
Yes.
That was amazing. Absolutely amazing. Canada's musical box. They're from Montreal, I believe, right?
Yeah, the only thing that comes good out of Quebec.
Right. They're from Montreal now.
Sorry, fans.
They really are. They really were absolutely fantastic. They're a Genesis cover band. If you're an old Genesis fan, they were incredible.
Here's the thing I would say, and we've seen a lot of cover bands over the years, and I've seen a few. They would like kick Beatlemania in the balls.
Oh, there's no question. They destroyed that, and they were so authentic to like the upteenth degree, which you have to be when you're going in front of Genesis fans, people like this who have just. But they were. I mean, it really was time travel. That's all I can say.
It really was. I felt like I was in somebody's basement watching them when they first started. I mean, that's what I felt like.
For me, it was in the basement with a bunch of my friends who were smoking a lot of pot and doing a lot of mushrooms. But but I wasn't because I never did that stuff, and that's the truth. But my friends were, and we were listening to this music back then, and it was just absolutely crazy. I agree, it was a crazy time. But they were phenomenal. So
they're well worth the money.
They must be hockey fans, so hopefully they get the message that they're.
We hope so.
Because they really were that good. But yeah, I
and actually, Eck, I don't know if you know this. Peter Gabriel has brought his son to see them.
Oh, really?
Yes.
That is. Can you imagine if you're that band and you know that Peter Gabriel is in the audience? That'd be great.
And Steve Hackett has played with him in a concert. He came on stage to play with him, and Phil Collins played with him when they came to Switzerland.
There you
He
go.
played drums with him during the actual musical box.
Wow. That's pretty cool. Well, that's all we'll say about that guy. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. And enough with the progressive rock update. Back to hockey.
No, I had to get that out there. So the Red Wings are done. I've heard the Canucks are done. The Blues are done.
Edmonton.
We need like a checklist.
Yeah, I know.
What are we using this
Edmonton
for?
says they're done. I don't know. I never got that up on this today. Sorry about that. I had good ideas for the TV, but been too crazy. So I don't. Yeah, so the Flyers are not done. The Panthers are not done. I was told. The Hawks are not done.
I mean, what could the Flyers be moving? Are they really going to move Del Zotto with Coburn gone now? I don't think so. I think I would try and sign him. Is Koyakovo going to go? Is he worth something?
He's not worth anything. Grossman's the only guy that's worth something.
Okay.
But how hurt is he?
Yeah.
You know? I mean, if he's
He seemed pretty. I think his shoulder popped out the other night, so I don't know if he's even coming back.
Would they move any of their forwards not named LeCavier?
not really. I mean, not unless. I mean, I do think that they were in on Yandle. I haven't found this out for sure, but I do believe that they were in on Yandle. And I haven't heard exactly. Maybe we'll hear down the line. But yeah, that you know, in the Yandle case, they were probably they were going to move somebody big, but for the most part, they don't want to move any of their forwards. And yeah, I think Grossman's the only one. I know Anaheim has liked Grossman as LA throughout this whole process, so maybe.
Well, we know the Rangers are done.
We think they're done.
No, the Rangers are done. They said they were done too. Yeah, so.
I mean, to me, the teams that still have moves to be made. I mean, Anaheim, Montreal, obviously Toronto. I think I still think the Islanders could do something more than just the goalies.
I agree.
The Islanders kept $1 million. The Devils kept $1 million as a Licky salary too.
Okay.
Wow.
Maybe they won't make the cap floor next year, so maybe that's what they're thinking about.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. That's so.
Unless they get Ilya Kovalchuk back at the KHL fold.
Yeah, what do you think of that? I mean, that's like, how would the NHL handle that situation? That's the crazy thing about that.
I've talked to a bunch of people about this, and everybody has a different opinion because it's never happened before.
Yeah, no one does. Yeah.
And from what I could understand, or at least ascertain, it seems like the Devils would at least have his rights. And whether they would immediately deal them or not, who the heck knows. But, you've never seen this happen where a guy maybe has retired, gone to a league, unless it happened to WHA, and I don't think it did. I've been told it's never happened before. And so, I could see the Devils getting his rights back and either him playing there or them moving him in 2 years when the KHL folds, because I think they'll fold in 2 years.
Yeah, no, I think so too, and I actually think Kovalchuk wants to come back to the NHL too. I've heard that as well. So.
But I would have thought his rights were that he would be a free agent because it'll
be negotiated because I don't think it's a slam dunk that they don't have his rights.
Okay, I mean, is this a loophole in the rules? Is this sort of like a Dmitry Christis situation where, he could be a free agent, but then the Toronto trades a second-round pick for his rights anyway?
It could be like that.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, there really is no precedent. So how do you do it? I mean, and
they will have to make a ruling on it.
Yeah, so from now on, when a player retires and leaves and goes to a foreign league that disbands, he comes back.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, let's look at it fairly. I think based on everything that's happened to the Devils, they lost the pick, they got it back, all this stuff, they should retain the rights only because why should he be able to come back and be a free agent and choose wherever he wants to go? He left to go to another league.
Right. I do agree he shouldn't be. Yeah, but at the same time, the team also.
But he retired.
Right.
But he hasn't really retired. He retired from the NHL, but he's still playing.
Correct.
So what happens when you unretire,
Yeah. Well, players have unretired before.
They have.
When
you unretire, you have to give back your Social Security.
Right. So when Lemieux came back, was he automatically property of the Penguins?
The Penguin?
He was owner. He was the owner.
Yes, but legally,
I'm
like
trading myself.
Please.
But how about like Brian Berard? Remember Brian Berard came back out of retirement?
Yeah.
Well, he was a free agent. He was a free agent.
But this is a Kovalchuk we're talking about. And
Yeah,
because it's a new CBA, we don't know what really exists in the CBA regarding this. That's the whole thing, because we know that things got very cold with Russian trade talks with just, the NHL and the KHL, and that hasn't really gotten much better.
I mean, we know that
agreement. They don't have an agreement still, right?
Yeah, right. They don't.
Right. So
I mean, we know that Winnipeg owns Alex Burmistrov's rights, but does Nashville still own Radulov's rights?
They do.
He's an
Really?
RFA.
Yeah.
So I think the Devils would have the right to do something. I do.
Yeah, they would have to be something, some kind of compensation or something. If not, if they
It's going to happen at one of these drafts, all of a sudden Ilya Kovalchuk's name's going to reemerge.
Right. It is funny. Someone pointed out that Neuwirth and Halak were traded for each other last year.
Right, I was just reading that too.
It's pretty interesting. Yeah. I just think it's such a good pickup for them. The Islanders are Garth's doing a good job.
He is doing a good job. He's redeemed himself in the last couple of years. He has, and I think we were all a little tough on him because he was new in the job. That was one thing. He wasn't a GM before, and the Islanders had cut out a lot of the middle scouting for the team to save money, and so it was him and Eric Cairns and a couple other guys, and then Charles Wang. And so I think he had to really find his way as a GM, but I think he's done a good job now.
I also don't think he was playing with an open checkbook either.
No.
And I think you can clearly see he has a checkbook now.
Yes.
Well, that's for sure. That's a definite difference.
Dan,
Victor Fast can still be moved today. That's another name I heard.
Yeah.
I heard the Oilers are done, but that's something that we've heard. But I think the big name to talk about really is Chris Stewart and what the heck's going to happen with that, because he's the big guy that's left in the trade, and one of the guys that I thought everybody felt like was going to be one of the first traded.
Well, I think Leopold's a bigger name than Chris Stewart, no?
Yeah, but I think Chris Stewart's definitely going to get moved. I think Leopold possibly moves, but Chris Stewart is going to get traded. There's absolutely nothing to gain for the Sabres not trading him.
I mean, I know that Edmonton, I think it was Renaud Lavoie from TVA reported last week that Edmonton was looking at both Bernier and Reimer as possible options in goal. So if they trade Fast, they not that they have to replace him, because they have I think Richard Bachman and Ben Scrivens in goal for this year, but there has been talk that they're looking for somebody who could be their number one goaltender, and they might consider one of the two Toronto goalies.
Yeah. Hold on one second. We'll be back.
All right.
Boy, I guess Reimer could still be a number one, but I don't know how many teams would feel that he is a legit number one at this point. I'm sure there's a few.
We're talking about Edmonton here. They thought Ben Scrivens was a legit number one.
I know. And I threw cold water on that at the beginning. Like, I didn't understand how he got built up to that degree, but that was Dallas Aikens, and I think they're just going to move him out based on that. He was Aikens' guy.
Yeah. Dan, let me ask you a couple questions. One, I just saw something from Craig Custance from ESPN on Twitter that he thinks that Neuwirth is a better goaltender than Halak. I mean, is Halak... I don't know, because I haven't watched him enough this year. I know Halak from his days in Montreal and from time in St. Louis, and I haven't really watched him a lot this year. I saw him play a couple games with Buffalo. Well, I think it was one game with Buffalo last year. I know he's had a pretty decent year. I mean, I think Halak is their number one, and there's no...
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah, he just broke the franchise record for wins for a goalie, and mostly because Al Arbor never played Billy Smith until the playoffs. But
at the shootout.
Yeah, I think the big thing too is Halak is giving them everything they want. I mean, he's giving them everything they asked for, and early in the season he gave up a couple. He had a couple games where he had 4 or 5 goals, but he's really gotten it going. And I think the big difference with him and Islander goalies in the past, especially last year, and the Nabokov era and whatnot, he makes the save when the game's in jeopardy. When they're up 1-0, or maybe they're trailing by a goal, or they just scored a goal and the defense breaks down a little bit, he's making those timely saves. He hasn't been perfect,
Look how he played against the Rangers. There's not been an Islander goalie that's played that well against the Rangers in years.
I agree, and he's outplayed Lundqvist in most of those games.
Yes.
Yeah, so I definitely think this is definitely an insurance policy and a really good insurance policy. Yeah. Chad Johnson has really struggled. He picked it up the last couple of weeks, but I feel really good with Neuwirth as my backup. And, Halak has had injury problems in his career. So if he goes down, I'd be okay with I think we'd all be okay with Neuwirth starting, especially showing what he did in Buffalo in front of that team, or behind that team.
It's weird with Neuwirth because I was very high on him in the Caps organization, but then he lost confidence. And it does seem like now he's finally got his confidence back. But even a month ago, I watched him play, and he was still sort of lacking that confidence. So it's all of a sudden kicked in again, Mike, and it wasn't there for a lot of years, for a couple of years.
It kicked in as soon as they traded Enroth, and he could show that he was that he knew he was going to be the one to play all the games.
Right.
Because Ted Nolan basically is thumbing his nose at the management in Buffalo. He's going to play the players that he wants to play, and in spite of the fact that I think management would like let Anders Lindback play a game, but no, he's playing for all these games and he's been playing well. I think that was the main motivation of moving Neuwirth out. They got a draft pick and they got back a goaltender who will help them in their pursuit of 30th place.
He wants to win. Nolan wants to win. The team doesn't. And there's definitely friction there. You could see it.
Exactly. Dan, the other question I had is with the Islanders moving to Brooklyn next year, I mean, right now they're a budget team. Right now I think they're anywhere between, the updated, I think it was like, $6, $7, $10 million under the cap.
I think it's 6.
With all the additions that they've made, but, after, with expiring contracts and things of that nature, it'll be back, in double figures for next year. Are they a team that's going to spend to the cap, or are they still a budget team going to Brooklyn?
Well, I don't think I would call them a budget team. They have players under their control. They're going to have to pay Ryan Strome at some point, but they don't have to yet. They're going to have to obviously break the bank for Tavares when they need to. So I think they'll definitely spend when they go. Yep. I definitely think they'll spend next year when they go to Brooklyn. But they have a lot. Nice thing about it is they have a lot of their players under their control. Now they have the combination of Leddy, DeHaan, and Hamonic locked up for the next 4 years, combined making $11 million. That's very nice. So I definitely think Garth got these guys to sign some good contracts, and they're in really good shape. So I wouldn't say that they're a budget team anymore. I just think they actually are a team that has been run reasonably now, and they don't really have any terrible contracts, no albatross contracts right now. So I definitely think they'll be in a position to buy next year if they need to.
Yes. Here's the thing too, like you were saying, Mike, they're not a budget team, and I agree with both of you guys, but they don't know what the future holds in Brooklyn. I was just on a Long Island radio station, and I go on every week talking about this. You add an extra hour commute onto Islander fans' lives, they may only sell out on the weekends. They may still have trouble with weekday games in certain teams. You don't know. Even the players are not 100%. They hope that the fans are coming. They think they're coming. It's not a guarantee they're going to sell out every night. It's not.
That building's smaller. It's only 14.5, I think.
There's a million people in Brooklyn. If they're good, I think they can find 10,000 fans. I really do.
And there is an argument of who in the NHL has the worst contract. Alex Semin for 3 more years at $7 million is probably one of them. But I don't think there's an argument of who has the best contract. John Tavares for 3 more years at $5.5 million is an absolute freaking steal.
Yep.
Sure. There's no doubt about that.
But the thing is, they have a couple contracts, and I'm going on my rant here, Dan. Yeah, you've heard it many times before. Mm-hmm. Signing Mikhail Grabovski for $5 million a year, and Nikolai Kulemin, who is I think a good two-way guy, but basically a 10 to 15 goal scorer.
But they needed that, Mike.
They needed it, but they could have gotten him for a lot cheaper than $4.1 million, especially when those two guys wanted to play together someplace. They didn't get any discount. They paid $9.1 million for guys who in 2013 scored a total of, I think, 13 goals for the Leafs. It was just terrible negotiations on the part of Gar Snow, and I think they're winning in spite of that, but they're also winning because they've given those guys like Lee and Nelson, they didn't rush them. And now
but they also have support. Kulemin doesn't have to be a 30-goal scorer. He's played well away from the puck. He's played good in his own end, and he's double digits in goals. So I know he's making too much money, But like I said, the support now for the team is Kuhlman, and when the years passed, it was Keith Okoyen. I think that's a big step in the right direction. Now, the money's not an issue right now. It might be 2 years from now, but I think we can worry about that then.
Yeah, but Dan, I think, the other thing I was going to say to you, too, is when I've talked to a lot of Islander fans are showing up at the Coliseum, and they're going to leave it at the Coliseum. There's a lot of fans that are not going to go to Brooklyn and watch this team play. It's sort of like there's going to be a certain disconnect, and even though you say you only need to get 10,000 out of the Brooklyn market every night, it's not necessarily a slam dunk because, again, hockey's not the #1 sport in New York. It's not even close. And there's a lot of fans there that are going to have to sort of be drawn into the team. Now, if they're good, that'll help. Right. But it's still not going to be a guarantee. I think they're going to still have trouble on certain nights. I do.
Here's what I think on this. I'll agree with you, Russ, that I think there's a lot of Islanders fans who will not make the trip to Brooklyn to watch this team play. But I also think that it's very short-sighted to think that they're not going to roll out a new marketing plan to get new fans.
Oh, they will.
Because I'll tell you what, that building is like a mecca in Brooklyn. I've been there a couple times. Actually, not even for events, but just being around the building. People love it.
Oh, it's a great building. I've been there.
Love having a reason to go there. It's more of like a social place, a meet and greet, a place to see and be seen. And so I think you're underestimating their ability to bring in new people and new fans because they're in a very interesting position in that they do have to. While they're in the same, zone or whatever you want to call it.
It's still Long Island, but
they're relocating, so like they have to have like this marketing plan to bring in new fans, and I am willing to bet that they will, simply because, and I said this before. It would kind of stink, but it would be also amazing if they were to win the Cup this year and close out the Coliseum with a Cup. The only thing that will stink about it is that they will have to raise a banner at Barclays Center.
Right. If I could just jump in for 1 second, I think...
No, you're not allowed.
Please. I said please. I just think the same people who are saying to you, Russ, I won't go to Brooklyn are the same people that weren't showing up when they've stunk the last couple of years. I feel they have about 8,000 to 10,000 loyal, diehard, lunatic, maniac fans, and they might not get to every game, but they're going to do their best to get to as many games as possible. And the ones who are, if you don't want to watch a team now because your team's moving 20 miles as opposed to going to Quebec City or Oklahoma City or Seattle or wherever, then stop watching right now. That's the way I feel.
Listen, I'm with you, but I'm a Long Islander. I know how people think. I know how the trains work. I know what Julie's saying is true about the Barclays Center. I think it's better than MSG. I do. But at the end of the day, I still want to see if they're selling out a Tuesday against the Buffalo Sabres next year.
Right.
I do.
Right. That's fair.
I mean, what's the option? I mean, are they going to? I mean, building a building on Long Island is a bridge too far. I mean, they
tried. Well, actually, the sad part is they're renovating the Coliseum for Bridgeport. That's the sad part.
Maybe.
But they probably are.
Yeah, because Bridgeport's got a pretty good lease there, and Bridgeport's making money. That's the big thing.
Right. But that's the idea, is they're still going to have hockey, and just not the hockey team that most people want.
But I have to share this because it's pretty funny. As part of their coverage, Sportsnet's broadcast of the trade deadline is on NHL Network in the States. And as part of their coverage, they're showing like flashes of old trade deadlines. And they flashed to the year that the Atlanta Thrashers had traded Marian Hossa to the Pittsburgh Penguins. And all the Chicago writers just said, Sportsnet just gave me a stroke because they all thought that Marian Hossa had been traded from the Blackhawks to the Penguins.
Well, they just showed a clip, and anyway.
Hey, when there's one...
We've got a trade.
We got a trade?
Vancouver gets Corey Conacher from the Islanders. For what? We don't know yet.
That's 4 teams in a year for that guy.
From Bridgeport, you mean? Corey Conacher from Bridgeport.
All right, let's talk about this for just a second, though. Why in the world did the Islanders ever sign him and then give him a roster spot to start? That was crazy.
I'll tell you why. They weren't sure. They weren't sure yet about Lee, Strom, and Nelson.
Okay.
That's the only thing I can say. They weren't sure, and those kids outplayed them, pushed them to Bridgeport.
And the funny thing was that there was definitely a hint that the Sabres were going to keep Conacher in Buffalo. He's not a local kid. He's from Hamilton, I believe, but he went to college in Buffalo at Canisius. And he played okay for them after he had been moved from after they'd picked him off of waivers. But with the way the Sabres organization was this year, why not keep a guy around who had played very well at the AHL level, who had had one really good year in the NHL. They didn't. They let him go. The Islanders signed him, and now he moves to Vancouver. I mean, it's just so weird because he looked like he was a good NHL player. It looked like he could have a career in Tampa Bay, and it's just fallen apart since.
It was a magic carpet ride for him, and it sort of ran out. I mean, when we saw him rolling in Tampa, he looked great, but it might have been the timing, the line mates, the team. Once that changed, it all changed for him. Well, the way it is.
Well, I mean, I haven't seen what's coming back here, but okay, we have 51 minutes left to go, and okay, I'm sorry to say that I'll mention them again. 51 minutes to go before the trade deadline, and the team that was supposedly the center of all speculation at this deadline, at least on deadline day, has not even moved David Booth or Olli Jokinen.
Well, we've had a movement here, though. My retired Greyhound Jordan, who you saw in the picture earlier, has moved to the other side of the couch.
So maybe
that's sleeping, but she's moved. So there's movement.
The Shih Tzu napping on my lap is still napping on my lap.
Yeah, I was gonna say, where's your lap dog there? I couldn't see it.
Still napping. She's here. I don't know. Can you see her? No, you can't. She's right here.
I can see the hair.
Okay.
I posted it on Instagram if you're really all that interested.
Okay, thank you, Julie. We appreciate that.
She's adorable, and
I
just fit in my purse, and she might be coming home with me.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, somebody's taking a picture.
Yes, we're all about the pictures here.
Yes, but no, I mean, okay, but Russ, let me ask you, because I mean, it'll be disappointing, and I still think something's going to happen. We have 50 minutes, and we know that trades are going to be dripping in.
Fast and Furious, this final 30
minutes. The final hour and a half afterward. But I mean, Toronto, if they can't get value for these guys, I'm talking about the guys with term. It makes sense for them to hold on to them to the summer because there'll be a lot more flexibility.
You try and maneuver your way up as high as you can get in that draft. You trade players. Maybe you've got a team in that second, third, fourth spot that is willing to deal with you based on the players you have and your picks and swapping your picks. So, yeah, I think there'll be a lot of that talk this year. We've seen some teams really trade up in the draft, but it doesn't happen as much as we'd like. It happens more in the NFL than it seems to in the NHL for high draft picks.
Am I wrong, Russ, that the only team, and you never know what's going to happen in terms of who's selecting where and who wants to move up to where.
You guys have talked about Conacher?
Yes.
Yeah, we heard about it.
Dustin Jeffries, the player coming back.
Okay, yeah.
Dustin Jeffries, okay.
Okay. But
yeah.
The only team that in my mind would be willing to trade out of a top 2 spot would be Edmonton if they got themselves either a defenseman or a scoring winger.
Right.
And they could move down to a pick, say, where they could draft a Hanifin.
Right.
Or a Provorov.
Yeah, I can see them doing that.
I can't see Arizona, Buffalo, Toronto, Carolina, any of those teams trading out of 1 through 3.
But I'll tell you this. If they have the number 1 pick and do that, they'll be crucified forever if McDavid's a tremendous player like we think he is. If they have the number 2 pick, they can get away with it. If they have the number 1 pick, they've got to take Connor McDavid. They can't do it.
I agree. They trade Nugent Hopkins or they
trade your other assets. But again, they would get killed. They would absolutely get destroyed if they had a chance of McDavid and traded it.
Yeah, no, you can't. You can't trade the number 1 pick. This is the most untradeable number 1 pick since Sidney Crosby.
Right. And unfortunately, Crosby got gypped because it was the lockout draft, And I don't know if you guys remember, but most of us got locked out of even covering it. I had a guy there because he happened to live in Ottawa, but it was basically, you know, a closed hotel sort of draft like it was in the 70s, and so there wasn't that as much fanfare. I don't remember if it was at a hotel or if it was at the arena, but I just remembered that I felt bad for Crosby because he got sort of gypped at his draft buzz.
While I was away, I wanted to know if, I'm sorry to interrupt, did you guys hear anything about Jordan Leopold?
No.
Nothing yet.
All right, because it does look like he's going to go to the Wild. It's getting close.
He's aging, I know that.
Yeah, but he's going to the Wild side. Looks
As
like
we all are, Russ.
looks like he's heading to the Wild side. And Chris Stewart is really, man, if you want to ask somebody, like, talk to a team person about and get them riled up, mention Chris Stewart's name. It's interesting how.
Again, but you know, you could make the argument that you should trade him, but you could also make the argument. I mean, he's not an old guy. I mean, Mike, what is the big push to get Stewart out of there other than, yes, sometimes he's not a motivated guy?
They have no interest in signing him, I don't believe. I think he was basically taken back in the deal with St. Louis as a disposable contract that they could flip for a draft pick, and he was a roster filler. I mean, they gave him a top 6 role this year, and he did nothing up until like the last six weeks. I mean, he started to score when it got closer to the deadline because he knew he would have to show something to have people show interest. And maybe teams are scared away from the fact that he turns it off and on. I mean, that's always been the book on him, is that he has immense talent, he has size, he has speed, but he never puts it together. And I think what he's done in Buffalo this year has proved it. I mean, I remember people saying, like, because the rumor about Boston and Stewart has been going on since the beginning of the year, and I heard from a couple people that said that Boston was not enthused about him because he was just not showing anything. Now, he has shown something since, you know, the calendar turned. Since 2015 started, he started to play better. But, you know, I think if they're going to move him, it's just a question of they're probably going to wait till the last minute and get the highest pick that they can. But I don't think they're going to get anything more than a 3rd or a 4th round pick for him.
Yeah.
They should have moved him earlier. I mean, this is one transaction that Tim Murray has done that I think he miscalculated on.
Well, luckily for the fans of Buffalo, they have a very deep, great pipeline right now of players. So even if they only get a 3rd, they've been drafting well for a few years now, 2, 3, 4 years, and so they're starting to amass a lot of talent there. It's not all going to pan out, obviously, but a lot of it will.
I like the talent in the pipeline for the Sabres. Not only, you know, Reinhart or Ristolainen or Zadorov, but Hudson Fasching and Comfort.
Those are good players, yeah.
Justin Bailey.
Yep.
You know, they have some good talent coming, but the thing is, what they're going to have to be is they're going to have to be patient. They're going to have to keep these kids down and don't rush them. Don't rush them into the NHL. Let them play a year or two in the AHL, and that's why I think they made the deal to get Evander Kane and Zach Bogosian, because I think next year, you know, probably with Reinhart as their number 2 center and whoever they get with the number 1 pick as probably their number 1 center, they're going to need veteran support for those guys, and that's why I think they made that deal.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. I mean, I was with Reinhart over the summer at an NHLPA event, and they were shooting trading cards, and he was skating around, and I had seen the difference in him even from the draft on how much more he's filled out, and he's a really mature kid, great shot. He will make it and really will be a really good NHL player. I don't know if he's a superstar, but I think he'll be a star.
According to one report, David Leggio has been traded from the Islanders, right?
Tigers, pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, to the Arizona Coyotes. So, needless to say, he will be tipping over nets with the Arizona Coyotes this year.
Yes, he will. Or who's their minor league team? The San Antonio Rampage?
Yeah, it's the Rampage.
It's official. The Jordan Leopold to the Wild is now official, apparently.
Wow, we could end the show.
Yes.
And you called that one.
Thanks for Falk and a 5th.
But the wrong Falk. This is Justin Falk.
The Falk without
Falk.
Right. The Falk without a U.
Right.
We're not going to make jokes there. That's not good.
Fuck you.
Family show.
I was going there, Ek.
I know. And then, wow.
You should have seen crazy talk when the Rangers had acquired Justin Falk, and people were like, how did they get Justin Falk? I'm like, it's a different Justin Falk.
Right. I heard the Dallas Stars tied with Joffrey Lupul as well, so I'm trying to look into that further.
I could see that.
Yeah.
Especially since I believe Sagan is. I mean, they're a budget team, so they have room, but I believe Sagan is on. He's been out. He will be out long enough that he'll be on LTIR, though, so that would give them cap relief.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they did move out money with Eric Cole, so that would make sense. He's under contract for 3 years.
Yesterday I experienced there was panic again with names because the Rangers had acquired a Klingberg, and Dallas fans were like, "Oh my God, how could they trade John Klingberg for that?" And it's like different.
Right.
different.
Lee Stempniak, that's the worst Lee Stempniak deal since the Leafs traded Alex Steen and Carlo Koliakovo for him.
Right. It was. They were panicking. There were a couple Stars fans that I know that were panicking over that until they realized, oh wait, different Klingberg. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Well, Russ, I'm the one who for a few minutes was confused when the Yandle deal came down. I thought they traded Dominic Moore instead of John Moore.
Yeah,
I'm like,
that one I knew it was John Moore.
Like, wait a second, and they needed a guy who's a good face-off guy, and Dominic Moore is a pretty good face-off guy. So why would they be trading a center? I'm like, it was John Moore, you idiot. Boy.
Although yesterday on trade deadline day, they built up John Moore to be almost as good as the first-round pick he was all those years ago. So you got to sometimes on these shows they get a little flowery, I have to admit, because like at this point, John Moore is an okay physical defenseman. That's what he is.
Yeah. No, I agree. Yeah, Lupul's not. Dallas isn't the only team with Lupul, but that is a team. It does look like Lupul could get moved today. I wonder what we only have 35.
It has to be today, Ak. It can't be tomorrow.
Yeah, it sounds. I mean, right now we're in the minor trade category. So I mean, guys like Booth and Jokinen probably could be moved. But I'm getting the sneaking suspicion that Phaneuf's not going to happen. I mean, I don't think Kessel's going to happen.
Here's something funny that they talked about on Sportsnet this morning that I got a kick out of. Nick Kyprios was talking about how he's gotten traded around, and they were asking him about it. And he said when he lived in Hartford, he only had to pay $250 a month for rent. Then he moved to New York, and it went up to $3,500 a month for rent. And then when he got traded to Toronto, it was $0 for rent because he lived with his parents. And we forget that players have to go through that. It's a hard thing.
Yeah. $3,500 a month in Manhattan, but it would be in Manhattan.
Yes, from $250 to $3,500, and it's only a couple-hour drive.
Well, $250 in Hartford now will get you shot.
Yeah, well, some things don't change.
Lovely, very lovely.
I heard they're renovating the old Civic Center.
They have no chance. Let's stop that converation.
Yeah, it's not happening.
They should build an arena made of diamonds. And they will not get a new team.
All they keep doing is putting the same paint over it like they've been doing at the Coliseum. That's all they do.
It's just such a dump. It really is.
I don't know. I'd like to go to the arena made of diamonds, personally.
If there was any chance to get a team in Connecticut, it would have to be in Fairfield County. That's where all the money is.
Yeah, but there's no team in Connecticut.
No, there isn't. Oh, it's a minor league. Yeah. But if there was talk, it can't be in Hartford. It'd have to be in Stamford.
Actually, if they were going to have a team...
I don't think I mentioned this before, but I heard this about an hour ago, and I just texted someone, and they said it's still true, that he believes that the Leafs are waiting until the last hour on Phaneuf, and that he thinks that there's an offer that's pretty darn close to an offer to beat. Called it an offer to beat. So there's that ticking you're hearing is not a clock; it's a bomb. Yeah. So no, I mean, he's said that he would call it an offer to beat. I said still an offer to beat, maybe, but so they could take Phaneuf right down to the end here.
Mike is scared and excited at the same time.
No, it's anticipation. It's like I'm ready to either I'm not gonna, because I'm a media member now, so I can't get out the pom poms and celebrate. Yeah. But I mean, this has been talked about.
I want to tell you that if there were a team in Connecticut that was going to turn pro, it would be Old Avon Farms. I'm going to give you a list of players. Ready?
Oh, it's amazing.
Jonathan Quick, Matt Martin, Brian Leach, Chris Higgins, Jeff Hamilton, Nick Bonino, Cam Atkinson. Not a bad list.
No.
True story, Nick Bonino was my paper boy.
There you go. True story. I was Steve.
They're your memoirs. Your memoirs should be called that. That's your.
Bonino is my paper boy.
That's a good band name, too.
Wait. Actually, did I hear that?
That's your story.
I was Steve Gutenberg's paper boy. Come on.
Please, Dan, I don't know what's worse, that Nick Bonino was your paper boy, or the fact that Ryan Strome sent me a message on Twitter a couple years ago when the year he got drafted, telling me that he listened to me when he was 8 years old to be a caller on Toronto radio.
That's awesome.
I felt so damn old.
That is awesome. Steve Gutenberg still owes me $2.
That's your memoirs. The Russ Cohen story. Steve Gutenberg still owes me $2.
I want my $2.
Wow. Well, we're in that really uncomfortable moment now, and we're almost a half hour to the trade deadline.
We lost Julie, so
20 minutes for stuff to get reported too, right?
Right. We got to wait.
The Minnesota Wild are bound and determined to reunite the 2012 Buffalo Sabres because Jordan Leopold joins Jason Pominville and Thomas Vanek.
Right. I know. I mean, that's true. They really.
And that team had lots of success, didn't it?
That was a really popular team. Well, that's like the Flyers trying to put together the old Islanders defenses from the days of.
Yeah, how'd that work out?
It's working out really well, Andy McDonald and Mark Streit. Yeah, I mean.
Thank God Andrew McDonald went there. The Islanders would not have Letty or.
I don't care how many people tell me that was a good contract. That was a terrible contract.
Terrible.
But you know what? I'll defend Mark Streit because.
Yeah.
Thing about it, I thought he was a little slower than he used to be, but I thought it was a good signing by the Islanders, by the Flyers. And then he started off slow, and I told a lot of people in the press box, I may have even told Eck, that I felt like once he went to the Olympics and became the guy there, that he would come back with a lot more confidence, and he did, and he's been good ever since.
No, I think he's still a good player. It's just for the length and terms, like the Islanders could not give that to a guy who's 35 already.
Right.
Yeah.
If he was 30, I'd have no problem with it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Streit. I'm not. Streit's he's a great power play player, but beyond that, I'm not. Beyond that, he's below average.
You know what? I might argue that a little bit because I think he's got a lot smarter on the ice. He's been taking a lot better angles this year. I think he's played a lot better defensively than I've seen him play in the last 2-3 years, to be honest.
Yeah, okay, I'll give you that, but I cannot watch Mark Streit.
But it's better.
That Mark Streit does every time that I cannot watch him do anymore, and it's on the Flyers power play. They're coming up the ice, and he will pass the puck backwards to somebody.
I've seen that a few times. I've read that book.
Now you know.
Trying to enter the zone, so it suddenly becomes a melee of people trying to straddle the blue line because he passes the puck backwards. And that's
set play.
Now you know what Toronto Maple Leafs fans feel when they watch Jake Gardiner. It's the same thing. Although Jake Gardiner just gives up the puck more.
Yeah, no, it's that episode on something
I thought
else.
Julie might defend Jake Gardiner. I guess
Have a
not.
trade. What do we have? Trade?
Ole Jokinen to St. Louis.
Jokinen has been traded to the Blues.
Ole Jokinen to the Blues.
Well, at least he's back to his contender.
Finally, Hitch gets Jokinen. He tried to get Jokinen all the entire time he was in Philly.
Watch, they get back Carl Gunnarsson.
Wow, there you go. Ole Jokinen. Holy cow.
The Leafs are in action.
Just goes to show you, man. You have one good year, and you can just play in it forever in the NHL. Back in the playoffs. I know he goes from it's crazy, yeah. Now he's with the Blues.
Goes back to the Central Division.
When the Flyers eliminated the Rangers, Tortorella went and used Ole Jokinen in that shootout. Jokinen was not happy after that game when he didn't make that shootout either. He put all that pressure on him.
For a
wanted to go back to Finland, Russ. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, for a late pick, according to.
Late pick.
Yes.
Not a dead pick, just a later pick.
Is that like a 9th rounder?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a 10th rounder.
They don't exist anymore,
Right.
guys. Come
It's
on.
the same. It's the same conditional 7th rounder that they got for Carter Ashton and David Grohl, which means they're not get. They did. The condition was that Ashton would re-sign and play 15 games in the NHL, which isn't going to happen. So that means they gave up nothing for two guys for a former first-round pick.
Back in the day, McLean gave up nothing to trade up for Rick Nash because he traded a pick for the next year for which the Blue Jackets assumed that drafting spot and didn't have to give up anything. So, I mean, it happens.
It's true.
When conditional picks happen, sometimes you get nothing.
Yep. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Sorry.
He's being antisocial.
I'm getting texts. I'm getting things are happening. Sorry.
He's not even talking to his dog, which really offends me.
Julia spent the entire day with Panda, the dog. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but Panda is Julie.
We talked about it while you weren't here.
Okay.
There's been no movement here except when I got up. But, anywho, one of the things that's interesting that we haven't talked a lot about today is we talked a lot about different prospects and whatnot, and we said that today is not the day that you fill voids, right? But then we also talked about how in the lower tier of teams that aren't making the playoffs, that they're making these moves for future considerations and stuff like that. Is there a team out there that you think should have done something today on that front? Not necessarily, like I said, not necessarily in terms of making the playoffs or anything like that, or is that just something we just reserve for the draft?
Well,
and not even the actual draft itself, but just the weekend of the draft to make moves like that.
I'll say this. I'll say Columbus was smart not moving Wisniewski because with Ryan Murray's health.
We don't know that. There's only 30 minutes left.
I know, but I don't think they're going to. And I'll just say this. I don't think they should. With Ryan Murray's health being in jeopardy, they don't really have an offensive defenseman in their system. They can't afford to lose Wisniewski if they ever want to be a contender next 3-4 years. So I don't think they should ever trade him.
Yeah, they shouldn't. They shouldn't. And I don't think they. I think it was more or less along the lines of, they're not at the point where they have anyone that's untouchable, and some teams were calling about him, but they wanted a first-round draft pick. So
yeah, I think it's one of those things, like you said, they're at a point where nobody's untouchable.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean
Ryan
that they're
Johansson
give
probably
him away.
Yeah. I would say Ryan Johansson's untouchable, but after that, I agree with you.
Yeah. So Olli Jokinen was traded for a late pick that can improve based on his performance.
On his performance or the team's performance?
On Jokinen's performance.
Oh.
So,
hey, that pick could be like Teemu Selanne's son. You never know.
That's true. And it could improve based on his performance.
Do we know the conditions of this?
I don't know what the performance I don't know exactly if if he back checks
is it by games or points or what?
Yeah, back skates hard, doesn't glide.
Back checks, yeah. If he takes 3 shifts in a period, perhaps something like that.
He'll play games. I think it should be point driven.
Now the Blues were in on Pollock like we talked about before, but there was mixed. Some of the Blues management wanted him, some didn't, and so it looks like Pollock's going to stay. I was told in Toronto he's going to stay there, so they aren't going to move him. They do like him a lot there, and I think they should keep him there.
Yeah, well, I think the thing with Pollock is the fact that he's under contract for another year at $2.75 million, which is very reasonable. He's a tough defensive guy, which is if they move Phaneuf, they've already moved Franzen, you need veterans with guys like Riley and Gardner there who are more offensive players and younger players. They may want to extend Pollock for a couple more years, but the other thing is he's an unrestricted free agent next year, and based on the prices that teams are getting for rent-a-players, they could get a lot better return for Pollock at the end of next year than they would get right now. So it makes sense to keep him.
Yeah.
I just saw Tim Hortons is going to stay based in Toronto too, so they're not moving.
Yeah, this is not exactly the player that Leaf fans wanted to hear was
Need
traded.
those down here.
Well, I mean, it's one move. I mean, it's one of the expected moves. I think it's logical that David Booth gets moved unless nobody wants David Booth. I mean, and that's it might be the case. I think he has 1 goal in 40 games or something like that.
I'm sorry, Mike. Can you say that louder? Because we talked about when the Leafs signed David Booth, and I said I thought that was a ridiculous signing, and you sort of, you weren't that bad. You weren't that down on it at the time.
Well, based on the fact that he scored in double figures with the he broke his foot in training camp and never got back up to speed. I mean, he's hustled, he's tried, he
always gets hurt. He's a good player, but he always gets hurt.
This is a guy who scored 20 goals 3 times in his career. He's got 5 points in 40 games, playing 4th line for the Leafs. I mean, he's probably like Jokinen probably is dying to get out of there.
If it looks like a duck and it talks like a duck, sorry. There you go.
We just want to on special effects, didn't we?
Yes. Yep, I am trying. Okay, sorry. Now continue. Gotta check something. Be right back.
Okay.
Hey, you guys want to know what else is fun?
What's that?
Since we're chatting, Russ, is the NCAA playoffs start this week.
Yeah, that's big.
If anybody wants to get excited. Hey, and you know what else?
I'm excited.
You're excited? Yeah, Quinnipiac. They could definitely win the ECAC this year.
Hope so.
Well, you know what? It'd be nice because I feel like they've deserved it. And I don't want to say Union. Union has done, obviously, a really good job the past 3 years in the ECAC, but Quinnipiac was always right up there and always was denied the opportunity. So maybe this is their year.
Have you been to that rink?
Here's a little bit.
I've been to their new rink.
You need to go. It's amazing.
I've heard that. Pecknold was like all over me trying to convince me to come to a game out there, but it's hard to get out there. It is. It's not exactly an easy place for me to get to.
Or pronounce.
Yes, it's butchered. It's butchered on a daily basis.
What, Quinnipiac?
Oh yeah.
If you take erythromycin, you'll be okay in a couple weeks.
Stop.
Wow.
Terrible.
Here's a little more information on Jokinen. The Leafs did not retain any salary, which was $2.5 million.
That's astonishing.
Wow.
So that means maybe. What I think that means is that they either are planning to retain salary on a deal that may happen in the next 25 minutes. Because why would they keep that option? I mean, they could have maybe received a higher pick from the Blues if they retained, say, $1 million or $1.5 million of that.
Good point.
$1.25 million.
There's not even $1.5 million left on that deal.
Yeah.
I just think it's funny now that in this cap world, teams are retaining money just to hit the cap floor.
Yeah, that's
the Islanders just get killed for that.
That's the funny thing is people were saying, oh my God, I can't believe the Rangers got Arizona to retain half of Yandle's salary. They wanted to retain half of Yandle's. Yeah, because that's better to do that for next year than to go out and sign somebody for $3 million who you really don't want, like other teams have done, just to get to the cap floor. I mean, remember the Florida Panthers signing all those guys just to get to the cap floor?
Right. The Islanders did it. Dan knows the Islanders did it to get the cap floor so they can get into profit sharing.
Brian Ralston, that was a cap move. The guys like that, yeah, absolutely.
Well,
Writer being in the NHL.
The poster child for that this year was Andre Mazzaros with the Sabres. He got an expiring contract after he got traded from Philadelphia to Boston. The last year of the contract was $4.25 million. That was based on how he played in Ottawa, which he was still a good defenseman then. He's not a good defenseman now. And the Sabres paid him the same amount, $4.25. Why? For 1 year. Apparently, his agent thought they wanted to sign him for $4.25 for 3 years. Yeah. And it was for 1 year. Why? To get to the cap floor.
I did just want to ask Julie, too, about the ECAC. I've been covering games over at Princeton for over 10 years. I'm just happy to see that people no longer sort of make fun of the ECAC after the last few years. They're now a real conference.
I got into it with someone. I don't even remember who it was. Who was I talking to? I'll think about it. But
and while you're thinking about this, let me just bring up one thing. Right. I just talked to somebody over there who told me, not over there, but I talked to him on the phone. I was over while I did. He's not actually in the room. That it sounds like Cashin is not available from Vancouver. That they're just basically saying that we're not moving him, which is a big shift in the last month. So because he was definitely available.
It's a conditional 6th round pick for Jokinen.
Mm. So back to the ECAC is and I said, and actually I think it was somebody having to do with Quinnipiac too. Who was that?
I probably know.
I'm gonna have to think about it. But anyways, we were talking about it, and it's not really a competitive league. I'm like, whoa, let's slow your roll here. What are you talking about? And yes, I understand that the NCHC has come on real strong this year. I mean, they have 5 teams in the top 10 in the pairwise right now. So, but they're going to beat up against each other. And one of the things that a lot of people forget about is last year they took out the points for performance against teams under consideration. So right now it's just how you play against common opponents. So you don't get extra points for beating teams that are better than teams that aren't. So it's going to be very interesting to see how that shakes out after the conference tournaments, because I don't know that they're going to still have 5 teams in the top 10. I don't even know if it's mathematically possible for that still to happen, which means, like you were saying earlier, about the ECAC only having 1 team in, I don't think that's going to happen. I think you'll get at least 2. It's going to be Quinnipiac, Harvard, or Yale.
Right.
With a slight edge, potentially, to Cornell because of their goalie.
No, it's definitely established itself as a legitimate conference now, and it's producing NHL players too. I think that's a big thing too.
I agree.
When I first started covering like Princeton and just hearing all the bashing, I admit it wasn't great.
Bad.
I couldn't even go.
It was bad. Yeah.
It was bad.
Totally get you.
It was legit bad, and now it's good, and it makes me happy. That's all.
You know what else I'm really excited about until we get any more NHL trade news is I am super pumped for the Big Ten tournament this year. Super pumped. And a lot of people are like, oh, Minnesota. Minnesota might have to win that tournament in order to make the national tournament.
Right.
So that's really cool. Michigan is another one that's kind of in the same boat. They're bubblicious too. And everybody was so, oh my gosh, the Big Ten, they're just going to come in and steamroll everybody, blah, 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 blah. No. They are struggling this year. And you know what's even more fun is that Penn State could actually win the whole tournament and advance to the national tournament, which I think is awesome because they've beaten everybody in the league.
Yeah, so, I'm big on their coach. I covered Godowski, and he's a heck of a coach. And
I'm going to interrupt this college hockey talk for a second because we only have 30 minutes left.
Yeah, we do.
Not that, it's only 20.
Love the sound effect.
I was told
Who's
to keep
doing that?
That's
Mission
Mike.
Impossible.
Keep a close eye on the Montreal Canadiens. They are trying to make a big move, I was told. And it sounds like a forward that they're trying to pick up.
Define big.
Big would be...
Stewart.
No, I don't think it would be Stewart. I know they're talking. They were talking to the Oilers. We talked about it earlier. So it could be. I always come back to. I think that's where Yakupov's going to end up. And if, I'm not saying that's this trade here, but at some point, I think that's where Yakupov will end up. Just because I know they love him there.
Well, they love him, and they also love the fact that him and Galchenyuk are buds.
Yeah.
And that would be a great one. That would be a great combo for the future. But to me, they would have to give up for them to give up Yakupov. They would have to give up one of those 2 young defensemen, either Beaulieu or Tenorti, because that was the talk about them when they were trading Petrie, that they wanted one of those 2 defensemen. But if they're giving up a former number 1 pick, even though he is failed in Edmonton. I mean, it's too early to draw any conclusions, but he's been so far has been disappointing. They're going to need a defenseman who is going to be able to play minutes for them, and I think Tenorti or Beaulieu would fit that.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if they moved either one of them. I don't think that's happening.
Pause. I'm just seeing here on Twitter. I don't know if this is for real, but it looks kind of for real. But apparently, Jordan Leopold's daughter.
I'm reading it as you're saying.
Also named Jordan, spelled with a Y though. Wrote a note a letter to the Minnesota Wild coaches that says, Dear Minnesota Wild coaches, my name is Jordan Leopold. My dad is Jordan Leopold, one of the Columbus Blue Jackets defensemen. Well, my dad is very lonely without his family. We're living in Minnesota right now, and I am lost without my dad. And so is my mom, my 2 sisters, and my brother. My dad is on a team with young guys and is very lonely and is not playing because the Jackets got him because they needed a D-man. It has been since November, and we cannot take it anymore. Well, to get to the point, the Wild have not been winning games, and you lovely coaches are most likely mad about that, but your team needs some more D-men, so can you please, please, please ask the Jackets if you guys can get him? Thanks. Love, Jordan Leopold. Smiley.
That's awesome.
Nice.
Adorable. She's 11,
awesome.
by the way. Got her wish. That is spectacular.
Bob McKenzie reporting that 3 names that could be moved before 3 p.m. are Artem Anisimov, Lars Eller, and the third one my screen just blanked out, so I'll find the third one. But
why would Columbus move Anisimov? That doesn't even make sense.
It makes no sense.
Patrick Berglund for St. Louis.
Yeah, Berglund definitely. I just don't see why Columbus would move Anisimov. What is he, 27 years old? I mean, he's just coming into his game. He actually skates well, plays defense, scores goals. I don't get it.
Yeah, and he's not being paid a ton. He's got another year at $3.2 million. So
he's a nice support person to the core that you have. I definitely think he's a useful player in that organization.
Well, it might be similar to Atkinson if they think they can get value for somebody. Anisimov.
The one thing I've noticed about the Columbus Blue Jackets is they're a very creative organization. I mean, they've made a lot of creative moves. The Clarkson deal was one of those, but they have made other moves too that kind of surprise you.
Was Anisimov a good fit with the Rangers? I mean, would the Rangers be interested in something like that?
He was a good fit, but they didn't know what to do with him. And I would chat with him a lot, and when he had everyday line mates, he would start producing points. When they started shifting him around and he didn't know who his line mates were, then his points went down tremendously. And so, it was one of those things where if you give him set line mates for most of the time, you could switch him up in the game and stuff, he'll perform. I mean, he'll do well. And that was the biggest problem with the Rangers is that they weren't doing that. Tortorella kept moving him around too much.
Yeah. You gotta love Adam Proto. I love this tweet. It's hilarious.
That's a good tweet.
Toronto fans complaining they didn't do enough at the deadline will be sent to an alternate universe in which David Clarkson remains elite. So that is true. I mean, if you could have gotten anything, Mike, I think moving Clarkson makes up for a lot of other things.
Yeah, but the thing that mitigates that is the fact that apparently it was initiated by Columbus, and it was because Columbus screwed up and didn't sign him up for insurance on his contract, and they.
You know why they didn't do that. I mean, it wasn't like
I do, and I understand the situation, but I'm just saying that wasn't a situation created. I mean, the Leafs were fielding offers on Clarkson. Apparently, Ottawa was interested. There was another team that was interested, but it all entailed taking back bad money, bad contracts of, like guys like Ryan Clough from New Jersey or whoever from Ottawa. I mean, this was a perfect situation because they can afford to pay Horton, and if they ever are a cap team, which I think they'll be probably in 2 or 3 years, then they can spend that money and they're above and beyond whatever the cap number is at that point. But, it's just, right now, the only moves that they've made are the moves that they, any GM would make, which was trade your UFAs. They've traded Santorelli, Franzen, and Winnick. They got good returns on all of them. They've traded Jokinen for a low pick. They haven't moved the guys who are the core of the problem, the core group. Now, I think that they will get good value in the summer. And what this means, Russ, is I'm going to have to go down to Sunrise a couple days early because I have a feeling that there's going to be a lot of moves leading up to the.
I hear Kopecky could be in play. That wasn't announced.
He's a UFA for Florida.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't understand what the Panthers are doing, Russ. It's like they trade. They trade a 2 and a 3 for Jágr. They trade Bergenheim. They trade Fleischmann. Now they trade Kopecky.
Well, I think, look, Dale Talon's looking for a certain atmosphere there, and Eck told me Peter Lugo was looking to make a splash and get the fans' attention. I think it's all those things. And look, Jaromir Jagr was in on the scoring yesterday, and the Panthers are playing better as a result of getting him. They need to make the playoffs. That franchise is going to be in trouble if they don't start bringing in more revenue, and so they really desperately need to make the playoffs. It's about
which doesn't make sense in the fact that they've traded 3 veterans.
No, but they got. I mean, the players they traded aren't going to be the difference of them making or not making the playoffs.
Right, I agree with that.
They are, and they traded guys that they got for the future that weren't going to go, that weren't going to return to them. You know, like
True.
I mean, Bergenheim wasn't coming back. He wasn't giving them anything.
He wasn't playing for them. He didn't even want to play for them.
He's only good in the playoffs anyway.
I mean, you really can't diminish what a good move Jagr was. I mean, Jagr was a brilliant move, I think, by the Florida Panthers.
Good move.
Very good move.
Yeah, I mean, and in so many levels.
Especially with how young that they are, and just bearing witness to his work ethic and how hard he practices and how much responsibility he takes for his own fitness and health and doing every extra thing possible in order to maintain it.
Just watch the replay yesterday of Barkov's goal, and you realize Jagr helped set that goal up, and there's going to be a lot more of them for Barkov. And if they get Barkov going, that's a big deal.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, he's had a bad sophomore season. I think he's a guy with a lot of talent. And
Jagr, I mean, what Jagr did for Giroux here was enormous. What he did for for Voracek, who just grew up idolizing him. I mean, Voracek was number 68 as a kid. He drew it was completely, it was unbelievable for Voracek. You can't diminish what it means when Jagr steps into a locker room. It's just incredible. I mean, these guys, they look at it, they'll jokingly say, this is a guy who I used to be when I was a kid. I used to play, and when they really look at Jagr like he's a god, and he really does absolutely. He does a great job at playing that role too. I mean, he really does, and in Florida, you'll sell enough Jagr jerseys just in this last month of the season to pay for his salary. I mean, he's an enormously popular player.
Yep. And
if he goes there and Florida makes the playoffs and has a half decent run, you never know if he'll stay there. He's the kind of guy who likes situations. So.
No state tax will help. I think the funniest thing was that when the trade was made, apparently the day that Aaron Ekblad was born was the day that Jagr scored his 200th career goal, and that he's older than he's older than the franchise because or his career is older than the franchise.
Yeah, was it 155 players or something like that? That the number was that are playing in the NHL now that weren't alive when Jagr started playing in the NHL. So it's something crazy like that. It's an amazing number.
Meanwhile, Mike, I'm sure you've got to be clicking your heels. If the St. Louis Blues make it to the Stanley Cup, that pick turns into a 4th rounder for the Toronto Maple Leafs. Come on, man, for Jokinen.
Yeah, but he has to play in the final, which they'll probably get there and say, we're not going to give up a 4th round pick for this schlub. So no, forget this.
He's not a schlub. That's not
the term. Don't flatter the guy. Schlub is way too flattering.
No, listen, I'm a Jewish guy. Schlub is not. It's not that flattering.
Well, meal.
So the Jackets are closing in on the guys. The Jackets are closing in on signing Atkinson. That's what I was told.
Are they going to retain him?
Ago. I was told off the record, but now it's actually other people are saying it as well, so we'll say it. The Jackets are
put it on there now.
It was confidential, but I just said it, so what the hell?
No, I mean I was told not to talk. But the Jackets are they're getting close, and I'm not surprised. I mean we talked about this before, so there you go.
So we got 9 minutes left. Is anything big going to happen at all?
Hey, it's 9 minutes left, but it still goes for at least
half
30
hour
minutes after that for trade calls to be.
Yes.
Do they still have the fax machine? Is this the only time a fax machine is used during the year?
Did they really still use a fax machine?
It's got to be emails now, right?
It's got to be emails now,
right? No.
Or
listen. Stan Fischler's report is still on the fax machine, and teams and other people pay for that. He's faxing it somewhere.
Yeah.
When I got Fischler's report, when I could afford it, I got it sent to me as an email.
Directly
I got a Proto.
Directly to the shredder.
Got to get Proto. He's one of them. If you're not following him, you're absolutely.
Oh, Adam Pro is phenomenal.
At Prototype, he's really phenomenal. It's 3 a.m. at the bar point. It's the 3 a.m. at the bar point in the NHL trade deadline. The lights are on and the stark truth is in front of you. Who are you leaving with?
Was he quoting Frank Sinatra's "One More for the Road"?
You can go anywhere, but you can't stay here. I mean, what?
Oh yeah. Closing time. Yep.
Yep, that's where we are. Yeah, I mean, 9 minutes. We need a clock. There's a clock over here.
Don't worry. I'll.
Take a look at the divisions right now. What division has done more to load up than the Central?
No, I know.
Right? And the Central is freaking brutal.
Yeah.
So Nashville added.
That goes back to my thing about the best getting better, and you're just standing there. You're done. You're toast.
Nashville added Franzen Santorelli, and then Chicago added Vermette Desjardins. St. Louis added Mihalik, Bortuzzo, and Jokinen. The Jets added Tlusty and Stempniak. Like, whoever gets out of this conference is going to be bloodied.
Well,
it's going to be awful.
That's the thing, Peter. I mean, right now the first round is Chicago St. Louis again.
Oh.
And it's like, okay, they're literally. I mean, think about it. The difference between, maybe this is too fine of a point, but maybe the difference between Chicago winning Game 7 against LA and losing Game 7 was the toll that they had to take, that it took to get by St. Louis in the first round.
So, by the way, we got a clock here.
Yeah.
The clock usually hangs above me at the trade.
It's broken.
But I think we all know how. We've all known how this feels.
Yeah, the clock looks like
twice a day. That's it.
Yeah, the clock looks like it needs Viagra.
You had to go there. Yep.
Okay, then.
The Penguins have one trade pending, according to Darren Dreger.
Really, is that like a pending charge on your debit card when you're kind of looking at the same thing?
It's going to take 30 days to get rid of that trade. Oh, man.
I still can't get over Jordan Leopold's letter.
That is pretty awesome. He does.
It is so cute.
I think she wins the trade deadline.
She really does.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. That is awesome, and the cool thing about the Wild is that they're actually a team that would consider that as something too. Like they actually are. They are a really good group of people up there.
Actually, it looks like she wrote it in pencil too. Wow.
It did. It was like, it's the cutest thing ever.
And she only misspelled one word.
Oh, really? You're going to go there?
I used to write it 5 times so she doesn't forget how to spell it properly.
I used to write the players with crayon.
Proves she's like 75% better than I am at spelling, so there you go.
I would send players stuff that hopefully they would sign it back and send it back to me, and I would write it in crayon because I thought it would look more endearing, and I was in high school at the time. That's not the point.
Oh, gosh.
That's I don't even want to think about that.
We have 5 minutes to go.
5 minutes to go. I can feel my blood pressure lowering.
Where's Ryan Seacrest?
Working somewhere.
Oh my gosh.
Mike, how are you feeling right now?
Well, I like the division idea, but who is the biggest winner of the trade deadline?
Aaron Portzline just reports Cam Atkinson 3-year deal, $3.5 million per.
There you go.
I mean, you can't say because some of them involve prospects and picks. It's always hard to. I mean,
yeah. Who's better going into the Stanley Cup playoffs because of the trade deadline? Chicago.
The Canadians. I really like the Canadians.
Are we gonna have?
What they do? That was so spectacular.
They got what they needed. They got Smith Pelly. They got a tough guy who could play in the crease. They got Petrie. Any other defenseman for that team was great. Carey Price is either the best or second best goalie in the NHL.
Ross, got Mitchell out of Buffalo.
What's that?
Canadians got Mitchell out of Buffalo.
Okay, I was gonna. Well, he's not exactly a scorer, but I was gonna say they didn't get themselves any help on offense. No. Torrey Mitchell will probably be a third, fourth line guy for them.
Yeah.
The funny thing is Michel Therrien said that he didn't feel comfortable using guys like Christian Thomas and Jakob Delarose and Bourneval on their fourth line. And honestly, I saw Delarose play on Saturday, and he really impressed me. And that's the second time he's impressed me because he impressed me at the World Junior. But they sent.
You're going to use Christian Thomas on the third line, really?
Well,
I gotta say this. This is really funny that when you think about like the Atkinson situation, like signing a deal at 257 on trade deadline is like the equivalent of holding a gun to someone's head. Like literally, I mean, it is a really strange time to have a deal, to ink a deal. You know, we really believe you're a part of our future, but we have this. There's this other team that likes you too, and okay, well, we got 3 minutes to go here. You're gonna have to decide on something.
Hey, don't you think that was the case with the Rangers with Zuccarello? It's like, okay,
that definitely was. Yes.
That's the way you get a good deal.
He signed for pretty much their number. He didn't even. He was asking for 5. Then he was asking. They went as high as like 4.5, and then they ended up getting a little less, right? So.
Yep. So that's not the Habs deal I was talking about, by the way. There's another. I was told something beyond that, but it's a little bigger than that. I'm not saying that's the only one, but we'll see.
3 minutes to go.
3 minutes to go. This is like it's like New Year's Eve without the fact that you've got to kiss the person next to you. Sorry, just.
I was just actually reading the conditions.
Right.
Reading the conditions of the Tyler Kennedy trade, and it's a 7th-round pick unless the Islanders win the Stanley Cup and he plays in half of the games, then it becomes a 3rd-round pick. So the fact that trade conditions now include Islanders winning Stanley Cup, we've come a long way, baby.
That's true. There's something. I like that. That's cool, Dan. I do. It's as opposed to the Islanders finishing above 500.
Exactly.
True.
I have to say that there's nothing I look forward to more than covering a playoff game in a home Islanders playoff game.
I can't wait.
I mean, that's gonna be crazy.
We were talking a little bit about while you were out is how cool it would be.
We have another trade. The Bruins traded Karan.
For what?
For a player to be named later by us.
Oh, love those.
Okay.
Yes.
But,
to who?
It's a shame that their parents didn't name the player at birth, but continue.
Could this be
We were
Stewart?
talking about how fun it would be for them to win in the final season there.
Heck, who-
The bad part
who-
was that they'd have to raise the banner at the new rink in Brooklyn.
Who was the deal with?
We don't even know.
We don't know. We're the HockeyBuzz crack staff over here is working on it as we speak.
You're not going to show them once on camera? That's not nice.
We got Julie over here. We're not going to show them.
All right.
Valid point.
All right. So we're waiting for the white smoke to leave Air Canada Center to know if something has happened or not with the Leafs, because there are people right up to the end here who've been texting me saying,
"Hey, Joey McDonald was traded. There's your big Montreal trade. Joey McDonald to San Jose for a 7th-round pick. That's your big deal right there."
Wow.
And it is
3 o'clock.
3 o'clock.
Woo, we made it.
This was a really sad trade deadline.
No, it wasn't.
I was hoping for something big.
No, it wasn't. I'm gonna take.
I'm reserving judgment until all the trades are in, but right now this has been a disappointing trade deadline.
Yeah, there still could be a couple that come in.
I think so. I think there, usually.
I too think there will be a couple that come in, although my
not too much.
expectation of them being
Right.
Well,
particularly earth-shattering is waning.
If you remember that Pominville deal that 1 year that came in at what, like 4.15?
Yeah, that one was late. I do remember that.
Yeah, came in late last year to Montreal, if I recall.
Yeah.
And the ERAT deal for Forsberg came in late too.
Yep.
So
Buffalo's finalizing a Stewart deal, we're told.
Whoa.
Okay, there you go.
Okay, so we knew he had to go somewhere.
Okay, let's guess.
The question is where?
I'll go with Boston.
Rangers.
Yeah, someone's like, yeah, he's Buffalo guy just texted me, E5, he's been traded. I'm like, where? I mean, they must have finalized it by now because it's after 3 o'clock. Let me email somebody who would know. Hold on 1 second. You're gonna actually now watch television history as you're watching me email somebody, which is really exciting. Here we go.
Oh dear Lord, please somebody else talk.
Well, I was going to say I think that teams that should be happy, right? I think St. Louis accomplished a lot with their their additions of Mahalik and I don't know, Jokinen's just a depth guy. I mean, but I'm still a little surprised about Ian Cole for Robert Bertuzzo. I'm not sure about that move. I mean, maybe Hitchcock wanted some more toughness. Bertuzzo provides that, but I think Cole is a much better defenseman.
Well, there was a pick also involved in that trade.
Well, that must be the equalizer. I didn't see the pick.
Yeah, there's a pick involved in that trade as well. And it could also just be a matter of needing people to fill in holes, and Pittsburgh needing a serviceable defenseman, and St. Louis needing a serviceable forward.
Yeah.
True.
Let's see.
Okay.
Chris Stewart, where will you go? According to John Shannon from Spain, is getting another defenseman to be determined.
Yep, that's true. We talked about that earlier. They're definitely trying to get a defenseman.
Could it be Pittsburgh? A lot of buzz about Stewart to Pittsburgh.
Yeah, they don't have the cap room unless they're flipping out somebody like he's a $4 million cap hit.
Ben Lovejoy. Pittsburgh acquires Ben Lovejoy from Anaheim.
There you go.
Got him back.
Got him back, yeah. Former Wilkes-Barre Scranton.
Yeah. Reverend Lovejoy.
I hated watching him. He was a pain in the butt to play against.
Okay, Ben Lovejoy is making $1.1 million.
I thought it might be, but then why put him in Jamoke Amen?
Yeah.
We're gonna have to mute Russ.
Yeah.
What just
That
happened
was
here?
scary.
What the hell?
I don't know what that was.
I think this is a really good. I'm going to throw this out there as a really good trade by the Penguins. Lovejoy is a much better player than people realize.
Well,
I agree.
What was the full transaction?
Don't know yet.
I mean, he is. I am really surprised, actually, that Anaheim did this move, and it makes me wonder if Anaheim is picking up a defenseman from somewhere because they've needed defense. So why would they move a defenseman?
I don't know.
You know what I mean? This is a strange one.
Well, the thing. I mean,
Minnesota has gotten Chris Stewart. There we go. We talked about that earlier today.
Who has?
Minnesota.
Minnesota.
Yep. There you go.
So much for Kessel.
Well, we talked about that a lot today. As the Wild were up in for Stewart, you know. So again, the Wild always never. You know, the Wild have been good the last few trade deadlines.
It's that Buffalo Minnesota pipeline.
Yep.
A third year in a row, a significant deal.
Yeah.
Molson, Pominville, and now Stewart. Well, going back to Lovejoy Act, that's the thing that doesn't make a lot of sense is the fact that Anaheim's one area of supposed need.
I know.
Unless they're trading for a defenseman and they need to.
Unless they're trading for a defenseman, and I can't imagine that they would have let Lovejoy go and not have gone out and gotten a defenseman.
Sounds like a second rounder for Chris Stewart.
Wow. That's
2017 second rounder.
2007.
Wow.
Wow.
That's not surprising.
That's the first pick in the 2017 draft to be traded.
Yep.
That's not surprising because like I said, Stewart's value had really plummeted. I mean, really plummeted.
There's a rule how far you can go forward in terms of trading draft picks, correct?
Right.
I think
there is, yeah.
I think it's 3 years.
We still don't know about what Lovejoy is getting back, though, right?
No, nothing yet.
Simone Dupree.
Really? That's interesting. All right.
Well, you know what? It's super helpful for me because I just can't handle the team that has a Dupree and a Dupuis on the same team.
That's true.
Like, that is hard.
Did you see the Dupuis article this week?
Yeah, I did.
That was amazing.
Outstanding.
Or straight in the stripe.
That's pretty much a wash money wise. Dupree making $800,000. So nix the idea of Anaheim opening up a space for a defenseman because they just got a defenseman back.
Who they get? Dupree, right?
Dupree, yeah.
I Pittsburgh. won that trade.
I think they improved themselves. I mean, Ian Cole for Bertuzzo and Lovejoy for Dupre.
Yeah, those are nice moves.
I mean, they're not, that's Jimmy Rutherford making pretty smart,
Solid improvements.
Solid improvements, not
without knocking you over with look what we just did.
Yeah.
Right, just incremental improvements.
And you know what else I like about this year's trade deadline? We saw it starting a couple years ago, but player-for-player trades.
Yes, that's refreshing.
Yeah, that
Instead
is
of player plus a bullet of picks and a player.
Yep.
I love the player-for-player trades.
I agree, and we really we've seen a couple really good player trades.
Smart.
Too. Yes.
Smart.
And it takes, and you know what I like about it is not just that it's smart. It takes guts to make a player-for-player trade. Like, it doesn't take guts to make a draft pick trade. I mean, it really doesn't, because it's like, okay, you're trading something that's unknown.
Possibility, yeah.
Right, but you're actually moving a player that your team took a chance to bring in and developed.
We are up to 16 trades on the day.
And the Sabres are taking on part of Stewart's salary for the rest of the season.
They did that with Flynn too, so that's not surprising.
Very good, very good. Yeah, that Chris Stewart trade was at 159.
Huh.
Oh.
Or 259. I mean, sorry, 259.
Yeah.
Oh, 159.
159 Minnesota time.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, that's all I'll say about that. All right. I don't know if I got anything else out there right now.
Exactly. Well timed, Mike.
Mike, you've done really good with the special effects today.
Yes, could be time to talk about Quinnipiac again.
I'm the Fred Norris of the Hockey Buzzcast.
Wow.
There you go.
And Julie, you're drinking the Coke out of the glass
this really
bottle.
does. I was just gonna say this really does taste better out of the actual bottle.
So much better. I mean, for the
So much better out of a glass bottle.
Look at you guys. Is that sponsors? Are we getting sponsor money now?
Have a Coke and a smile. Yeah.
Yes.
I have to turn it.
All I know is that you put that in the freezer and let it ice over a little bit, and it's the absolute best.
Or in Buffalo, you just put it outside on the stoop.
Or in Buffalo, you just put it in a snowdrift outside for a half an hour, and you're okay.
Yeah, I'm
just looking at all the snow.
I left the six-pack of these in my car when it was like minus 10 degrees. You don't want to do that.
I have to say
Oh, nuts.
I have to say for those diabetically challenged, that the new Coca-Cola Life, it's in the green can and the green bottle, is great because it tastes almost like
better than anything else. I agree.
Yeah, I can't drink the other ones. Coke Zero and Diet Coke are hideous. So I just lost them as a sponsor. Sorry.
No, they were never sponsors.
We are getting sponsored by the ECAC though.
Nice.
No, this is Mexican Coke.
No, the Mexican Coke's good and the kosher Coke.
Well, I think it's the same. Mexican Coke.
Yeah, the kosher for Passover Coke's the same.
Probably the only thing Mexico and Israel have in common. But yeah, I think it is exactly.
According to John Shannon from Sportsnet, there are still trades in the pipeline that have not been reported. But
yeah, it sounds like Sven Barchi.
Sven Barchi.
Yeah, this is when you get the really crazy trades that just.
Yep.
I don't know.
Crazy pants. So let's get back to our discussion as to who won.
Florida Panthers are done.
As to who won this.
Yeah, let's get back.
I mean, I think that we're going to add Minnesota to the teams in the Central that have made a lot of moves because they added Stewart and they added Leopold. I mean, those are a couple depth moves, but they're pretty good. I like St. Louis. I really like the moves that they've made. Chicago made moves out of necessity. I mean, Vermette.
Right.
Well, they would have done Vermette if they hadn't lost Kane. And the thing is, I don't know whether they can get to the conference finals without Kane when Kane would probably be able to be back. I mean, he's eligible to be back. And, you know, so I'm not sure how much Vermette factors into things for them because, you know, I don't know if they can get by St. Louis and Nashville to get to the conference final.
I think they can get by St. Louis. I don't think St. Louis has a Stanley Cup goalie. I don't.
Yeah, that was the one thing. But the thing was, I don't know if there was a Stanley Cup goalie on the market. I mean, Cam Ward. You know, Cam Ward, Jonathan Bernier. I mean, not to say that Bernier he's won a cup, but he didn't play in the cup.
Right. Ward certainly won a cup, but you know, we know that his game's fallen off a little bit.
But I'll tell you right now. I mean, Jake Allen and Brian Elliott didn't exactly put on a show last night in Vancouver. They did not look good.
No, and that's what I'm saying. If Chicago were to match up against St. Louis and they'd gotten that far, I would still go with Chicago. I would.
Jordan Caron has been traded from the Bruins, but we're not sure on details.
And Sven Barchi has been traded from the.
Barchi looks like he's going to Vancouver.
That's interesting. I'd like to see for what, because I still think there's some upside for Barchi. Not a ton, but a little bit.
Yeah, he seems to be, you know, all the hype around him. He never really lived up to it.
Realized yet, but
St. Louis is finished for the day, according to reports.
We have not heard yet that Toronto is done for the day.
Correct.
Have to hear it?
Yes. Because you know that someone will tell us. Come on now. If they're done for the day, they're done for the day, there's plenty of people who would want to be the ones who did that.
And pardon me for being cynical here, but
I can't imagine, Mike.
Yeah, the last team.
Go ahead, try.
The last team that Sportsnet and TSN will say is done is Toronto because half the people watching will turn off the TV.
Ah, interesting.
That's true.
That is absolutely correct.
Good point.
That is accurate.
A good point. There's that battle between the ego of getting that out there. The ego of being the first to report that the Leafs are done.
And the funny thing was, it's like in the bed because we know that Rogers and Bell are co-owners of the Leafs. In the battle,
HockeyBuzz is part of that ownership group.
Yes, I own one share of stock in Rogers and one share of stock in Bell. So
That's
I'm a part owner of the Maple Leafs.
Part of your HockeyBuzz salary.
Yes, there you go. That Pierre LeBrun broke the Ole Jokinen deal. So it's like, I mean, how is it determined? How does that mean that the Sportsnet guys will be the next one? They'll alternate, and who gets the rumor breaking first?
Yeah, they might go. They might, draw straws. They might.
Yeah, but aren't any of them good at drawing? All right. So did you see the Wayne Fish's? I like Wayne Fish's tweet about Braden Coburn that the Flyers were 12-7-5 when Coburn was out of the lineup and 15-18-6 when he played.
That's just wrong. There's so many variables there. I mean, again, that feeds into what I was talking about before.
Yeah, you're right.
Barchi gets a second rounder.
That's good. I think that's, you know what?
From Vancouver?
Yeah.
I think that's good for both teams, and I think Vancouver will get something out of Barchi. I do.
And Vancouver did tell me earlier they were done. So this is what happens. I think this shows that there are some things that happen with teams that are really wanting to get rid of players at the end, and these things open up.
Yeah, you never believe the report that we're done or we're not going to make a trade or whatever. You can never believe any of that.
Yeah,
I was half joking earlier, Russ, about getting down to Florida early, but honestly, I think that there's going to be a lot of deals this year at the draft.
Oh, I think so too. I mean, there's always deals at the draft, but I'm thinking, I forget what year it was. There was a year when there was a flurry of deals, and I remember Trevor Kidd was a part of it. I think Trevor Kidd went to Florida, actually.
Yeah.
I don't remember what year that was, but there was a ton of trades that year.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of hit or miss, but I mean, I'm not sure here. Let me see. I want to check on that because I remember that year.
I know, I'm looking.
Your connection is probably quicker than mine.
There's a little confusion going on out there about the Sabres conditional pick for Waiver. I don't know if you're following this drama as we are here.
No.
But a lot of people are saying it's 216th conditional third-round pick. TSN is saying 215th.
Whew.
But, no matter how you slice it. Well, we're not going to go off the air until we get this right, Joel.
I wouldn't do that either.
Yeah, that's all I can say.
That would be irresponsible.
Cancel your plans. Cancel your plans.
Have to hold off on ordering that pizza.
Right, now we already did that. You didn't realize, but we all ate cheesesteaks during the show, and no one saw.
I just had leftover Chinese, so
yeah, but we saw that. We saw you.
I had nothing. I was
More importantly, we heard you yelling at the delivery guy.
Yep, but we did it. Exactly.
Sorry, I haven't eaten or had anything to drink in 4.5 hours.
Mike, I have not eaten as well. You and me, the troopers.
I know, and I understand, Mike, you're hooked up to a catheter as well. Is that true?
Eck was taking his phone calls. He was in the buffet there.
I just have a big bucket.
I know. I did have half a cheesesteak on the way up to a phone call, half a cheesesteak on the way back. Yep.
Actually, driving me crazy. I'm dying for a Philly cheesesteak. Come on.
Oh yeah, no, it's good. It was good. It was top notch.
Boy, let's see here.
Only 42 more minutes to get through.
No, we'll end this show.
No, we're not ending it early.
You feel like yelling at your kids. I will turn this car around right now.
We'll end this show, man. Don't. If we don't get a sense that there's anything else to talk about, but we are afraid, of course, of those big trades that happen at the end, and I have yet to hear back from my NHL source as to who usually tells me when the final trade has been announced. So I'll tell you, this is how crazy Twitter is, though. I want to throw this out there. This is how crazy trades are, okay? When Sekera got moved this week, okay, I was told that that it was happening and that there were two teams in on it, and one was Chicago, one was LA. I talked to somebody in LA who was really like, I talked to somebody in Carolina about this. I called Carolina and I talked to somebody in Carolina who was really up there in Carolina. And who knows these things? He said, no, they wanted too much. LA wanted too much. LA wasn't willing to pay for Sekera, whatever it was. So Parenteau's been dealt. All right, so Parenteau hasn't even dealt. I think this might be to Edmonton.
So that's a hold to the story who's president.
Yeah, so I'm going to throw this back, but that is out there. So anyway, and yet, okay, as I hung up the phone, it was on Twitter that he had been traded to LA. And so I called the person I was just talking to, and I'm like, I don't know. And he's like, yep, that's how crazy things get. They literally 5 minutes before, they were like, nope, that's ridiculous, and we're not. You're not giving up enough. And then 5 minutes later,
yeah, sounds like a great idea.
They got it. So Twitter has made this really, even when you're talking to teams, very, very hard to understand.
Here's the thing about Parenteau. You said he's going to Edmonton, right?
That's what I heard. So. Okay.
So let's say he does go to Edmonton. Does that mean the Oilers might not use him in the shootout because they might win? Because he's one of the best shootout guys.
Then yes.
That's what I heard, but
you have to actually get to the shootout, though.
I know.
There's some confusion.
That was funny.
But hey, they've almost been a 500 team since Todd Nelson took over.
The tie's off. Sorry.
Yes, no, I'm doing my homage to Brian Burke.
He said he was going to do the Brian Burke as soon as it hit 3 o'clock.
Now, if I could just have that mane of hair that he has.
Yeah.
There is some. One source says to me, Parenteau deal didn't go through. We're still waiting and seeing here.
Oh, jeez.
That just didn't work in Montreal.
The fax machine got jammed.
The fax machine working, damn it.
It got jammed. It happens.
It looks. Oh man. Of course, this will be a Montreal thing too. All right.
There'll be a conspiracy. They'll be looking to burn Gary Bettman in effigy.
This is funny because it's okay. So there's some confusion here, and I'm looking on Twitter, and there's some people who must be talking. This is when you find out who's talking to the same person you're talking to, because one of the guys says Montreal's traded Parenteau, and then sorry, jumped the gun, Parenteau not traded. I won't say who that is because I don't want. But there's a source. It's obviously there are only so many sources in the world.
13 sources.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure about this one.
Have we discussed the Barchi trade to Vancouver enough?
Not enough. We haven't.
It should be. This is a really interesting one because if you look at it from a point of view of draft picks as lottery picks, You're basically taking a high first-round pick and saying, you can't work with us, so we're willing to gamble on a second-round pick for this guy. Burke never loved him when he got to Calgary. And I'm wondering if it's always stuck with him that, you know, bringing in Hartley and everything, that it's just was never going to be a fit, and Burke could never see him as a Calgary Flame. A really interesting theory about guys like that is the best kind of third and fourth line guys are the high first-round draft picks who bust out. And I think Baertschi could be a pretty interesting thing in the Canucks. I think that's a pretty savvy move by Linden and Benning. I'm impressed with that. I'm also Canuck biased, but that's another thing.
No, but I think you're right, and I think the Canucks actually, one of the more interesting things about the Canucks is that players who don't work other places often work in Vancouver, and I don't know why that is, but there's something about Vancouver where a player that just has the prospects and looks good, but just doesn't work out someplace else will go to Vancouver and work out. I think it's a great fan base part of it. I think it's a great place to play. So yeah, and the fans there, they really are patient and get hockey. They get players, they get development. So yeah, I mean, I agree with you. It could be a really good move.
According to that,
coming from the prairies, you know, the moisture in Vancouver does wonder on the skins for those guys.
There you go.
Well, maybe I should go there with all my psoriasis.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's except for all those. Yeah, never mind. I'm not gonna go there.
Yeah, no, especially with all those Molotov cocktails.
You know, Mike, and you had to go there, didn't you?
Yeah,
you got it, baby. Your city's proudest moment.
Twice.
Twice, yes.
Yes, I forgot 04.
94.
Oh, 94. I'm sorry, 94.
All right, Darren Traeger says the Leafs are officially done.
Bad. Really bad.
No, it's not. I mean, this was the trade deadline for Toronto. Come on. I mean,
they didn't do anything at the deadline.
There's still time.
You got the David Clark.
No, but I mean, like, for them to make changes, like, this is just the beginning. This is phase one, and then you have the draft.
Yeah, no,
I agree with that, Julie, and I think that they're going to make a lot of changes.
Players. I mean,
they didn't do anything bad.
No, they didn't do anything. That's what I'm saying. You know, basically now. I mean, again, I think the hand that Dave Nonis was dealt. I mean, he or the hand he dealt himself really with the roster the way it is. I mean, it was incumbent upon him to really rip this roster as much as he could to shreds, to tear it down. And I mean,
and he's done that. He's absolutely made them a worse team.
He only did what most general managers would have done in his play. He didn't do anything above and beyond. I mean, the only thing that he did above and beyond trading his pending UFAs was the Clarkson deal. And that's great, don't get me wrong. But he traded Santorelli, Franzen, Winnick, and Jokinen.
Those guys were easy to move. They were.
Easy to move. He didn't make any tough moves. He didn't make any tough decisions. He didn't move Leopold. He didn't keep any salary. He didn't move Phaneuf. He didn't move Kessel. He didn't move Bozak. So now you got for the last 19 games this bunch of losers who are 20.
Tell us how you really feel.
Who are 27th in the league right now, but now all the pressure is off because now they can't be traded and they're safe for the rest of the year, and they'll probably go 17-1-1 and screw themselves out of a top draft pick.
All right, so like Max Talbot could be heading to Boston.
They had to make who? I'm sorry.
Max Talbot.
Max Talbot.
I don't know.
Oh.
They had to what they had to do was make this team bad enough to not win, and they didn't do that. And that's what the Toronto fan base wanted, was them to make these moves, start the tear down now.
Yeah, but Mike, I mean, honestly, don't you still want value for the players that you got?
Yes.
I mean, I'm sure you could have given away, but the challenge is finding a dance partner who wants to give you what you need. And even though you want to be terrible this year, that doesn't mean you want to be terrible next year or the year after that or the year after that. So when you're making these trades, you can't just make a trade to make the trade and do what you want right now with a short-sighted view. You need to have that long-term look and make sure you're getting enough value for those players.
Well, yes, but I mean, again,
just like prayers. Sometimes the best ones don't happen.
It's the determination of whether you're going to get a deal now that's anywhere close to what the deal would be in the summer. And I'm not in the room, so I don't know what they were offered for Phaneuf or for Leopold or for Bozak or for any of them. But
sure? I thought you were in the room. But I thought that's what was behind that door right behind you.
See, I think what he did is he took the players that he absolutely had to trade because there was no point in not trading them. And
right. Behind that wall is like a chair from the Odd that he probably has hidden back there.
Yeah,
orange.
And this also makes you wonder what he was allowed to trade and how, because you wonder, is he really the guy that's going to do this rebuild or not?
No, he's not.
And if he's not, then maybe they're sitting back and saying, he couldn't make the Phaneuf trade without negotiating without Shanahan involved. He couldn't make the Leopold trade without Shanahan involved, and maybe that's it. The players he traded were what he did is he took very serviceable players and got back nothing for them to help the Leafs right now. He only got you got a player who can't even play ever again, and they got nothing for him, right? So he made them the best, in terms of their best chances of getting Connor McDavid. He helped them.
Well, if you're going to bottom out, this is the year to do it.
And this is absolutely bottoming out. And what was interesting today? Someone was saying this on Twitter. Of course, we were on the show and didn't see it, but Ron Wilson apparently went on Sportsnet and admitted that the Leafs wanted him to lose games one year. I'm guessing that was the Tavares year.
Eddie Olczyk admitted that in September. We interviewed him. He admitted it when he was the Penguins coach. I mean, they admit it.
Yeah. That's interesting, though.
But what I'm saying is that there is still talent on this roster, enough talent.
It gives them a chance to win every night for the rest of the season, and you have your grumpy pants on because you want them to lose.
No, because I think it's in the best.
But you know what? If they pulled off all these moves, Mike, what would you have to complain about?
Here's what I'm going to do, Mike. I'm going to do this for you. In 2017, I will send you a picture of Pete Stemkowski's hand with the ring, with the Maple Leafs ring. It'll be the 50th anniversary. It'll be a moment you could be proud of.
Yeah, that's as close as Leaf fans will get to have a Stanley Cup or winning a Stanley Cup.
Right. I'll call Pete. I know him. We'll get this. We'll make this happen.
Right. I get where you're at.
I'm just saying that the lead. I mean, there's always disappointment when it comes to the trade deadline. I mean, you expect all these things to happen, and that 90% of them don't. But when all these names are mentioned, you would think that, and most of the stuff that I had heard was one major name would be moved. One.
Yeah.
And there would be the minor deals.
It depends on how you define major too, right? Like, what is a major name?
I'm saying core player. Kessel, Bozak, Phaneuf.
I don't know.
None of them were moved. Now maybe they didn't get enough, and maybe they can get more in the summer when there is more cap flexibility. Maybe some teams that are playoff teams didn't want to give up, like say Montreal.
I don't think that's a maybe. I think it's a definite. They definitely did not get enough, which is why they did not make the trade.
Yeah,
but
right?
Yeah.
It's not about getting enough. It's were there actually people even interested? And I would have to say,
they were.
There were. I mean, I talked.
But how interested?
There were three teams that were really interested in Kessel.
Acquiring a player though that is going to significantly make a big difference if you're a cup contender for what you'd have to pay for them in Phaneuf or Kessel. So what you're doing is you're acquiring a long-term liability. Why do you acquire liabilities and pay for them? You want to do it at a better time. Someone's going to ask and see what the Leafs are willing to do. So yes, there's interest. But you're acquiring contractual liabilities. That's what the deal is with those guys. Kessel's a unique talent, but Kessel's on the downside.
No.
How much is he on the downside? He's almost a point a game on a lousy team. Come on.
Yes. But his contract goes for 7 more years.
Yeah, he's 27 years old. He is not on the downside. I think he's basically just entering his prime, and he's been in. This year he probably won't, but the past 3 years he's been in the top 10 of NHL scoring. See,
I'm not debating what he did. I'm saying where he's going. What happened before doesn't matter now. That's how teams are looking at it. That's the new way of looking at things. You're trying to project what will Kessel be doing in 3 years when I'm eating $8 million a year.
I still think he'll be okay.
30, 35 goals. That's what he'll do.
Yeah, I mean,
and not fact checking.
He's right, exactly. He's probably going to start on the downslope of his career in his early 30s, 32, 33, which will be around the time that the contract ends. I mean, I don't think that Kessel's performance, his goal scoring ability, his talent is the problem. The problem is that he is, a savant of hockey, and he doesn't really have to work at it.
Right.
And that
now.
Right. What's
now.
that?
But wait. When the knees start going, the legs get a little different. If we think Kessel's going to be Jaromir Jagr savant, no way.
Well, this will be the tactic, or this will be the talking points of the teams that are interested in Kessel by talking down the value for him by this. They'll say, he's fat. They'll say he's, unmotivated. They'll say he's antisocial. They'll say all the things that people say about Kessel to lower the value, but will it stop them being interested in him? No. I mean, a team like Florida, who's challenged to score goals, would kill to get Phil Kessel.
Look, he's .95 points a game. He's almost a point a game in his career in the playoffs. I'll take him.
Yeah. I mean,
Max Talbot is going.
How many playoff games?
Give me 1 second, guys. It is the Quran for Max Talbot deal.
Okay.
That is it.
That's a good move by the Bruins.
I also texted that there was a really big trade that fell apart between Boston and Montreal at the last minute, which is probably the confusion.
Boston and Montreal?
No, I'm sorry, Edmonton and Montreal. I apologize.
Okay.
Edmonton and Montreal at the last minute. Obviously, no sleep for me. But yeah, and probably some of the confusion with the Parento stuff and other things as well being put out there. But yeah, it fell apart. I'm telling you, I really think that it was that Yakupov was involved in that. I talked to 2 people today who were pretty darn sure that Yakupov, was going to Montreal. That Montreal was pushing really hard. So, I don't know. It's still easily happen in the summer. So.
That's the one encouraging thing about this, Zach, in terms of for all the Leaf fans who are distraught out there, is the fact that they were getting hits, they were getting calls on the players that they want to move.
Right.
So that means that in the summer, when there's less cap restriction, when there's more flexibility amongst the number of teams, that deals can and probably will happen. I'm just looking at the short window of the last 19 games of the regular season. They still have their scorers. They still have Phaneuf as their number 1 defenseman. They still have Bernier as their number 1 goaltender. They're too good to go 2-17 in the last 19 games and lock up a top 5 pick, unless they just are complete malingerers like they've been since December.
Don't underestimate them. Now you're underestimating them.
I mean,
I say root for the Raptors, Mike. Make yourself happy. Root for the Raptors.
Basketball. What's that? Basketball, I don't know what that is.
Yeah, the Blue Jays are better.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm a Yankees fan.
Oh. Yeah, good luck with that this year.
No point now.
Yeah, I don't know. I think we might be getting close to the end of the show here.
Think?
I am. Yes. Anyway.
Okay. What do you get? What toppings are
you telling you that?
What toppings are you ordering on your pizza?
We already ate.
Yeah, we're done.
We're full.
Yeah, Mike, you and I are the only troopers here. Everybody else ducked out.
We all ate.
Yeah, I think. I don't know. We'll find out. I really want to. I was trying to get more information. Oh, whoa! That James Wisniewski's been traded to the Ducks.
Whoa! And you want to shut this down?
Yep. There you go.
That's a big one.
Wiz to the Ducks. Holy cow! Just as we were saying that.
Ken's blocking the light. I can't even see it.
I bet you that's a first-round pick, guys. Do they have a first-round pick?
Yeah, they do.
That's festive.
We told you they were getting to the Ducks.
All right, I will officially say I don't understand Columbus at all. I don't like what they're doing. I don't.
And I love how you were just like, oh, well, they're not going to trade Wisniewski.
They shouldn't. I mean, tell me how they're better for next year.
Here's the trade. Here's the trade. Winnipeg and a third-round pick to Anaheim for a second-round pick. William Karlsson and Rene Bourque.
Ooh.
Okay, William Karlsson's a pretty good player.
Yeah.
They got raped.
Rene Bourque's not that good a player.
That's a terrible deal. I think that's a terrible deal for the Blue Jackets. I really do.
But again,
the one in that deal, right?
No, not a one.
No, not a one.
So you would think you'd have to get a one, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
A second.
Based on Braden Coburn getting a 1, a 3, and
Exactly.
Radko Gudas,
Exactly.
that deal was ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see how the Blue Jackets are better for next year. Explain how they're better.
I was going to say, well, the only thing that I can think of is reduced salary and options to do more in the off season.
Boy, I'll tell you, if I'm a Blue Jackets fan, I'm not happy because they already tanked this year with all the injuries, and now going into next year, it doesn't look great.
This is a surprising trade. It's a surprising
Yes, it is.
I agree.
I don't understand that unless
He wanted to stay there. They must really like Karlsson.
Karlsson's good. I just interviewed him like 2 weeks ago. He is, and I watched him play up in Lehigh. He is a sharp kid. He does have a lot of offensive ability. But again, who's going to play the point on the power play? Tell me.
Ryan Murray.
If he's healthy.
Right.
Yeah, healthy. He hasn't been.
He's never been healthy.
I mean, right now it's Jack Johnson and who?
A parking cone.
Blue Jackets. Man, they are never shy to make deals like this, though.
That's true.
Oh, they make deals, but and look, like I said, I really do like William Karlsson, but who's big on the free agent defenseman market since most have been locked up? That could be a point man on the power play for them next year.
Boychuk and Cody Franzen.
That's it. That's
Mike
the market.
I think we're missing the bigger picture here with Columbus. We have the possibility of watching Rene Bourque and David Clarkson on the same line. We should all be thankful for Columbus.
Oh wow.
If I were them, I would shoot the cannon off just to be safe right now.
Yeah, and the thing is, honestly, if you look at this, Rene Bourque is 2 more years one more year at $3.3 million.
Oof.
Wisniewski is 2 more years at $5.5 million.
But he's still something they don't have.
Yeah.
I mean, this is cap relief for the Blue Jays.
What though? I mean, that's the thing. Yes, they're getting cap relief. Everybody wants cap relief, but at some point you have to be competitive.
It's also dollar relief. They're not going to make the playoffs this year, and as successful as the NHL All-Star Game was, they don't see that money.
No, I know, but they were supposed to make the playoffs, and now they're acting like a team that
Right, but they
supposed
can't
to make the
afford
playoffs.
But do you
Julie-
understand?
Julie, you know what this is? This is Columbus saving money for the long-term extensions of Dubinsky and Foligno.
Ding, ding, ding.
Yeah.
Exactly right.
But it's a bad long-term
They're
plan, I
saving
think.
money.
That's a good pick up for Anaheim, though. Let's talk from the Anaheim side of things. I mean,
Yeah. Oh my God.
I mean, the
What
Ducks
happens
got a lot better.
I mean,
And this now makes more sense that they traded Lovejoy to me because as much as Dupree, I mean, I like Dupree. I think this. I didn't think that was a good trade for them straight up, but now I get it. You get it. I'm starting to get it here.
Well, Anaheim is in a situation right now, like we were talking about. I mean, they have a lot of young defensemen. Fowler is coming into his own. Lindholm, Vatanen, they just signed Stoner to a long-term contract this summer. But Boschman's contract is expiring. Sheldon Surrey's money falls off the books at the end of this year, so they had over $7 million in room just to fill a defenseman, and they've done that with Wisniewski, and then they move Lovejoy out. So I don't know whether they're going to be in the the Phaneuf market or next year because now they got a guy in Wisniewski who's I don't know if he's a top pairing defenseman, but he's definitely a top 4 defenseman.
The third round pick was Detroit's originally that Columbus
Wisniewski
gave up.
But I mean, they load up with Wisniewski this year, so they address their area of need.
Yep.
And he's under contract for 2 more years. But the balance.
What else Wisniewski is like a really good player to play against the LA Kings. Like that's remember everything the Ducks do is has a little eye on the LA Kings.
And you know what else they get? They get a guy who will sacrifice for the team.
Well, yeah, and they need that.
He's got a mean streak. I like it. I definitely like this deal.
Yeah, for Anaheim, it was terrific.
And isn't this his second go-around in Anaheim? He's been there before, hasn't he?
I think so. Yeah.
When?
I thought he was before.
Was he? I don't know. I don't know.
He was traded from Anaheim. Wasn't he traded from Anaheim to the Islanders?
He was traded from the Blackhawks to the Ducks in 08.
Right.
09.
Okay. I forgot about that.
I remember that deal.
Okay.
What sucks is that usually trade deadlines are on Tuesdays, and for the last several trade deadlines, we've had like a game to go to right after the trade.
Right
deadline,
after the trade deadline.
which has always been fun. Like hop in the car and go talk, and that's no.
I remember that.
I've covered games that are on the deadline. That's a lot of fun. Yeah.
Yeah, isn't that? I mean, that's the kind of you like those games are fun. Like to get. There's and they're not. Are there any games tonight? There's a couple.
3 games. 3 games.
Yep. Who's playing tonight?
Checking right now.
The Rangers are playing, aren't they?
Rangers are in Nashville.
Yeah, Rangers are playing.
We have
that. That's
Rangers Predators 7 o'clock.
Nashville Rangers at MSG, right. Carolina, Chicago, and
Montreal Sharks.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So that's Parento's going to play in that game. Apparently, he was. It was like texting people that I'm here. I'm still playing. I also know that what's kind of funny about this, we all joke about Rene Bourque, right, being one of these guys who has been is kind of maligned. Like Rene Bourque, he needs the right situation. I like Rene Bourque actually. I'm a fan. He's a very skilled player, and obviously last year showed it with Montreal in the playoffs. He was had a hat trick, and it's amazing how quickly people fall from grace, isn't it? But I know that there's people in that organization that really like Rene Bourque, and I bet you he was a part of this deal that they actually really wanted, and not just a throw-in into that in their minds.
Well, Rene Bourque, his motor is what's always been called in question. It's sort of like Chris Stewart. I mean, he's
right. If you can get him motivated, if you can get Bourque motivated, and I think there's people there that used to be in Chicago when Bourque was early in his career, right? He was young in Chicago, who were always kind of championing him. So I wouldn't be shocked if they actually get something out of him, and he could turn into a good player for them. I mean, I'm looking forward to. I mean, when you think about the Clarkson trade was amazing. I mean, you think about like a guy like a boom, like we called it like a Boom Jenner line with Hartnell and Clarkson. I mean, that's like a seriously hard line to play against.
It's a Banff line.
I mean, yeah, it's a really serious line to play against.
If Clarkson returns to the form that he showed in New Jersey, I mean,
which he will. He will.
Yeah, and you know what? I hope so. I really do because I liked Clarkson. Yes, I do. I really do. I liked Clarkson.
Yes, I do.
I liked Clarkson as a player. I was in favor of the signing. He just got eaten up by the Toronto media market. All the comparisons to Wendell Clark, and it was really too much. And the fault of that team falling apart was not David Clarkson. It's the core group. He was his career there got started on a bad note with the 10-game suspension for jumping off the bench and just went downhill from there. So no, I really hope that he goes to Columbus and does what he can do, which is probably score between 15 to 20 goals and be an impact, top 9 forward. The Leafs.
I was talking about Clarkson real quick. I was talking to Scott Lawton, who's one of the not the Flyers player, but the radio guy.
Yeah.
Up at XM. I remember talking to him about Clarkson at one point, and he had said something to me about Clarkson did Scott used to do this show would do live from Wayne Gretzky's. I don't know if it was with them.
It was from Gretzky's, yeah.
Yeah, it was from Gretzky's, yeah.
Yeah, and players would always come on, and they would always give the players like $100 or something like that, or $200 or whatever it was to come do the spot, to come do a couple hours or an hour or whatever it was. And he said they must have had like 50 players that went through there. And Clarkson's the only player ever said, please just give my money to charity. It's like kind of interesting, I mean, just like there's little things like that you never hear about players, but
he's a good dude. There's no question.
He's a good guy. Sorry, go ahead.
And Lawton was saying, here's a guy who, Leaf fans are like, we got to get rid of this guy, There's a whole other story to that, obviously. And we know why they want to get rid of him, and I understand why they want to get rid of him. This is a business, and there's all kinds of things involved. But
he's a good guy, and anybody who questions his motives, he continues to say, even after he was traded, that the best moment in his career was the day that he signed with the Maple Leafs because of the happiness it gave his dad, who was a lifelong Leaf fan. Just didn't work out, and that's why I'm like, I really hope he goes to Columbus and steps back in a positive way in his career. Toronto, they basically hit the reset button, and it's tip money that MLS&E is paying Nathan Horton for the next 5 years. So
something else to add with Columbus, they did just sign Dylan Hetherington to an entry-level deal. Who is a defenseman? He has a little bit of offensive upside. And there are people wondering what the wisdom is of the Columbus Blue Jackets. There are. So I'm not the only one.
I'm not. I trust. I'm a Kukalainen convert. I trust him. I think he knows.
I trust him for scouting, Eck, but we don't know what his GM abilities are.
The first trade he made was Umberger for Hartnell.
Oh, big deal. So what?
Big deal. I mean
that's a big
That was about the Flyers losing salary, more about what they were gaining in return. You knew that.
Oh, yeah, no question, but come on. I mean, the Flyers couldn't get more from him for Hartnell than R.J. Umberger?
To me, I continue to think that the motivation for that deal is the buyout at the end of this year.
Maybe.
It could be.
It could be.
But I would think that, but the Flyers went out of their way to play Umberger all year on a regular shift, basically sacrificing Matt Reed's career. It was really. They played Umberger a lot, and
how's that turned out?
And he really is not an NHL player anymore. I love R.J. Umberger, but he still looks like a guy who's on a on a camp tryout, and shouldn't have made. If he had come on a camp tryout, he wouldn't have made the team, and yet he played the entire year for them.
I got to run, guys. Thank you.
Right.
It was fun.
Thanks, Russ. Last time I said we're just about done, the trade was announced. So I'm going to say we're just about done, and let's see what happens. But yeah, before we go, let's thank everybody. I want to thank Julie for coming by.
That's me.
That's my pizza.
Clock now behind is like
Awkward.
10 of 6.
I tried to move it so it was more appropriate.
It looks like 10 of 6. 10 after 6.
You woke up? Look, she woke
Panda
up
the dog. Here's Panda the dog. Yeah, she's.
Oh my God, there was a dog there.
She is like absolutely. Oh, look at the dog. She's yawning away. Great dog. The Hockey Buzz staff, of course, who's here.
Thank you.
Woohoo! Nice.
Right. Okay, wait. Let's at least put it in frame on this side. Put it in frame.
Definitely Mike, of course, who's now if you're just watching today, and God knows why he would be, but if you are just watching today, Mike and I do a show every Monday through Friday at 1 o'clock with Kevin Allen, and who did a great vlog today. You guys were checking it out as it was going, and we also have other guests on there as well, and Josh Rimmer, of course, and Ty, and and we'll have a lot of people on there, so you can check that out. Dan, thanks for you did a yeoman's work today. Same with you, Peter. Appreciate it very much.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for having me, guys.
No, absolutely. And Ty Anderson, who was here earlier. And I think that's everybody who stopped by. Oh, and of course Russ, who just left. But yeah, this is fun, guys. I have to say that Hockey Buzz we really have enjoyed. This February was huge. You guys came by in record numbers, like 30% more than ever before in the month leading up to the trade deadline, which is enormous. And we really appreciate that. And on the HockeyBuzzCast, we'll of course be analyzing these trades. We'll also, I'm also doing the Cranky Hockey Writers show with Eric and Kevin this week, and I'm sure they'll have some stories like Eric last week just kind of put out something that no one really noticed. But he mentioned that there was a point at which Toronto and LA were very close to making a deal with Clarkson for Mike Richards not too long back, and that the only difference was that the Kings didn't they wanted him to keep some of Clarkson's contract or something like that. That's the only reason it didn't happen. So Duhashik and Kevin really know a lot of these things and they get a lot of the stories, which the next couple of days are definitely always about what didn't happen. So
or what almost happened.
Yep. and they're a lot of fun. So that's a lot of fun.
To me, that's more fun than the actual deadline.
Yeah, yeah, because you get some clues. You get some clues moving forward, especially moving into what I think will be the most fascinating draft we've seen in a long time. You know, and I think we're going to see lots of trades at this draft. This is going to be a trade-heavy draft, and big names, big names. You know, I do think Kessel and Phaneuf will be gone at the draft. So, yeah, and we'll also be on the HockeyBuzzCast. Of course, we'll be talking about who's going to make the playoffs out of this, and I've got a cool thing that I'm working on. I've been working, you know, with some people about this really cool system to predict who's going to make the playoffs based on a lot of factors that are left in scheduling, in, you know, just all these crazy factors I wrote into this formula. And I've been having somebody help me with it on Excel, writing this in really cool. So we'll see how it works. It's a lot of fun, and I think you guys will enjoy it.
So for the playoff teams, we'll have playoff calculations, and for the non-playoff teams, we'll continue to run our draft simulator every night.
Right.
Your McEichel predictor.
Right. We have our NHL draft simulator, which is yeah. I mean, that's always been great. And where is it? NHL draft simulator. We should do that, right? We should do an NHL draft simulator at the end of the day. For the hell of it. Here it is. All right. So.
Ready?
Holzer from Toronto to Anaheim.
Okay. Even with the concussion.
Yeah.
I thought they were done.
Another defenseman. The Anaheim Ducks, man. They're
loading up.
They're loading up. Wow. Yep. Corbinian Holzer.
Okay.
Sounds like one of those kids from Rich Kids on Instagram. The Corbinian Holzer. Do you ever see Rich Kids on Instagram?
No.
Oh, that is the funniest thing in the world. You got to check that out.
Although after today, I may go check out Shih Tzus of Instagram.
Yeah, Shih Tzus of Instagram. Yeah, be careful with that one. But yeah.
I am. Oh, thank you.
Make sure you spell that one right. But no, Rich Kids on Instagram is really, it's hilarious. So Holzer to the Ducks. Wow. So the Ducks weren't done. Wait a second. The Leafs weren't done.
Yeah, the Leafs
Hold
weren't
on.
done.
Did not Darren Draker say to us that the Leafs were done?
He lied to us. He lied.
Well, they were done. I mean, it was after 3 o'clock, so.
Darren? Darren! All right. All right, running the lottery. Oh, boy.
Wait, hold on.
I can't sync this together because I'm not synced the way I usually am, so I'm going to have to show you. I'll just tell you who it is, or I'll show you. I'll transfer out. Winning the lottery today is the New Jersey
Devils.
Okay? The Devils had a 6.5% chance of winning the lottery. I always feel like the Pokemon guy when I go into this.
Just don't drop your line.
Right. Could they use winning the lottery, too, for their franchise?
Pikachu is an electric style Pokemon. Okay.
But I also feel that if the Devils were to win, that it would be Jack Eichel going number 1.
No. You think so? Wow, lay it down, Julie. Whoa, hold on. That's crazy talk.
Come on.
Lou Lamoriello would not pass up on Connor McDavid. No way.
Yeah. I honestly, Julie, I don't see anybody in the NHL passing up McDavid as the number 1 pick. And not to say that Eichel couldn't be the better of the two players, but I just think McDavid's going to be the number 1 pick.
It's just so dangerous to not. I mean, this is the thing. It reminds me of Denny Savard when when he was passed up, by, I mean, it's not as big a deal, but the Canadians they passed on Denny Savard, right? Am I correct about this story? Do I remember? Maybe I'm wrong.
Yes.
I've lost sleep, but I thought the Canadians or somebody passed. Yeah,
that was the Doug Wickenheiser draft,
right? Right. Exactly. Thank you for not leaving me hanging there, guys. Just, but I think if you pass on Connor McDavid, even if Eichel is, and I think Eichel could be every bit as good as McDavid in the long run. It's just, it feels like people will just lose you. I mean now the question will crush you,
yeah.
and it's such a risky thing to do. See if someone's texting me now as I leave. Nope, that's nothing. All right. That's my wife saying how is the trade deadline. Yeah. So that's it. I think we're done. And
follow my blog on Hockey Buzz. I'll give you.
Let's talk about where everybody. We have so many people watching. We still have over 300 people watching us talk about this
Nothing.
stuff. I know. Thank you very much. We really appreciate it.
We appreciate it. I know it's all just so you can see how cute Panda is.
You are really cool, and I appreciate all the nice letters on nice mentions on Twitter. some of the other ones that weren't so nice, that's fine. But no, I appreciate.
We were entertained.
Yeah, we were.
So we appreciate them, but in a different way.
Yeah.
And if you don't like my sound effects,
there's nothing that makes me happier than printing up some of those things on Twitter and throwing them in my office wall for motivation. You guys really keep me going. I appreciate it.
Hey, you guys suspended me years ago, and now I work for you, so it all works out.
That's right. Did I block you on Twitter at one point?
Oh yeah, totally.
That's hilarious. I didn't know that.
Oh. All right, so Mike, what do you got going on, Mike? Let's spill.
I don't think you told me that before we hired you. All right, so let's talk about the trades. How many trades there were here?
No, Mike's telling us what he's got going on. On his
go ahead,
blog.
Mike. Continue.
What's on your blog, Mike?
Oh no, I was just gonna say that I will update what the Leafs got for Corbinian Holzer if we were ending the shows, because everybody's gonna be in suspense because of what the Leafs are getting.
Oh yeah, so exciting. Fellas, you guys got anything coming up? Big blog stuff, fun, anything? No.
No, in-depth analysis of the Toronto Marlies, since the Maple Leafs will not be making the postseason.
Yeah, and Julius, what you've got coming on? You've got the
it's March. The
March Madness
has begun.
March Madness in college hockey.
So yeah, we've got 3 leagues kick off their playoffs this week. The other 3 finish up this weekend and next weekend, and then we have championship weekend.
And Frozen Four is where this year?
In Boston.
In Boston.
We have championship weekend, and then we have Selection Sunday on the 22nd. And then the 27th, 28th, and 29th of March are regionals.
Nice.
And that determines the Frozen Four, which happens in Boston April 9th, with the championship game on April 11th.
Awesome. I mean, there is nobody better than this girl when it comes to college hockey. You have to be following Julie Robenheimer on Twitter and her blog on HockeyBuzz.
Yeah, I'm gonna be writing a lot more this month for that reason. And my blog tomorrow will be about the difference between the poles and the pairwise.
Oh, that's going to be a fun read.
New to college hockey and understanding why some team might be 15th in the country and not even close to making the NCAA tournament without an automatic bid as conference champion. So.
Right.
Yeah, another minor deal here. Again, the Ducks trading Michael Scarboza to Colorado for Matt Clark.
Great job.
Wow, that's good. You know, on the Cranky Hacker show, we had this whole bet on how many trades would go down today, and I think we're at 21 now.
Yeah.
So weak.
Which is pretty good considering there were like 15 before today, though. That's true.
But if we're talking about the ones that since we started the webcast, the only one of major consequence is the Wisniewski deal. I mean, Chris Stewart may be second, but I think.
Yeah. I mean, the big trades happened before we went on the air. I mean, like the Coburn trade was a big trade. The Petrie trade was a big trade. There were big deals that happened in the morning. Besides that, yeah, I agree. It wasn't a star-studded trade deadline for sure. We knew that going in, though. You know.
Well, this.
Also signed Pierre-Edouard Bellemare to a multi-year contract extension.
Apparently, this tweet is intended for me. Damian Cox from Sportsnet says, so the Maple Leafs made 7 trades in 3 weeks, and some are complaining they didn't do enough. Ha ha.
There you go. Yep. I'm sure Damian would take that in good humor.
And my response is they didn't trade the guys they needed to trade. They traded the guys they had to trade.
Right, that's true. That's true. Well, we're going to get out of here. I think it was a fun deadline, guys. Thank you again so much for everything. Thank you for your support and buying season tickets on HockeyBuzz.com. It really helps us a lot. We really appreciate it. And we are so psyched now because the good thing about trade deadline, I always say this, is if you're a hockey rumor person, okay, which obviously I am, and most of you are if you're watching this show, the distance between trade deadline and UFA day is 4 months. Okay, so it's this is March 2nd to July 1st. It's only 4 months. So where when you get from July 1st to trade deadline, you got to go a whole 8 months, right, to get through there. There's between now and 4 months from now, we'll have a draft with tons of rumors connected to it, and the UFA day starting with tons of rumors connected to it. So So we're really in the rumor world, in full tilt. And this, some people say like the trade deadline's the end of the rumor season, and in some ways it is until you get through the playoffs.
Start.
But yeah, in other ways it's definitely not. We got a lot of good things coming on. So I really am looking forward to this year. Thank you very much, guys. I guess all that's left to say, I'm gonna get my thing so I can stop the show. Is remember, without the buzz, it is just hockey. We'll talk to you soon. We will see you on Monday. On Tuesday. This is Monday. We'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow, 1 o'clock on the HockeyBuzzCast with Kevin Allen back. We will find out what the heck happened today. And
I won't be wearing a tie.
Right. And Panda won't be on Julie's lap anymore.
Sadly.
Talk to you soon, guys.